DP World Lions women versus the Western Province women. The first over has ended. The score, as you can see, already 2 on the board. Nadine de Klerk opening the bowling for Western Province, and at the crease we have Palesa Mapo and Nonkululeko Tabete for the DP World Lions. Just a wide and a single there off the first over, and now we see it is the wicket keeper for the DP World Lions, Palesa Mapo, taking strike, and she will be facing that looks like the captain, Leah Jones, excuse me, for Western Province women. From the Koppies end, bowling towards us with the wind, full toss there out to Madon, and there's a lot of energy here for the defending champions, the Western Province women. They have played 3 matches, 1 was abandoned, 2 losses. Yes, it is Leah Jones, the number 7 on her back from the Koppies end, and I'm joined by Ken Borland this morning.
Thank you, Otto Simon, and how lovely it was to see one of the Proteas' new superstars, Nadine de Klerk, take the new ball today. And after bowling a wide first delivery, she settled into a really nice line just outside off stump, beat the bat a couple of times, and Leah Jones now bowling downwind. Quite a stiff breeze blowing into our faces here at the very pretty Auburn Oval on the University of Johannesburg campus.
Yeah, it's overcast and cool, and as you say, quite a stiff breeze and very exposed ground here, not a lot of structures and trees around. The sun is trying to peek through. The forecast for today is partly cloudy with a maximum of about 18-19 degrees. Western Province, by the way, won the toss and chose to take the field. Apparently we've been told by our producer Kishan here that this is a ground where you'd like to chase. Nicely angled down there, just beats backward point. Third man comes through to field, and they take a single.
Yeah, Jones is getting a bit of shape with the wind behind her back, and that was very nicely played by
Tabete. It was Tabete on strike. She's now at the non-striker's end.
Mapu, nicely played by Mapua.
Did they take 2?
No, just one. A very controlled shot down to third man. Tabete now on strike.
Right. Just push down the ground there. So as I said, the sun is threatening to come through the clouds, and clouds have lifted a bit. We'll keep an eye on the weather because it's definitely going to play a role in this match, I feel. I had a look at the wicket earlier before the start of play. There's not much going on at each end, but very nicely worked there through mid-wicket. They're coming back for the second, and will they get a third? Yes, third run there for the throw, coming back to the keeper now. Babette de Leerde, the keeper for Western Province, Dutch international player, Babette de Leerde, with the number 1 on her back. That's the end of the second over. So looks like Nadine de Klerk will continue from the university end with her second over.
It was a good first over by Leah Jones. Just that last delivery, just getting a little bit straight, and very nicely put away through mid-wicket by Tabete. Sweet timing. That leg side boundary bowling from the Koppies end, and there's a very handsome Koppie overlooking the ground. As we looked at that leg side boundary to the right hander bowling from the Koppies end is quite a long one, but the other side is also pretty long. It's a decent sized outfield here at Auburn Oval.
Indeed. Nicely played off the back foot there by Mapo. into the covers, no run. So pretty standard field set here. We've got third and fine leg back. Excuse me, my paw is at the non-striker's end, and Nadine de Klerk looking dangerous here with the ball in hand. There were a few played and missed, and that one as well by Nonkululeko Tabete. She scored 94 off 123 on the 14th of October versus the Titans. The Lions having a really good run in the competition so far. They are unbeaten, and this is their third match of the competition. Very nicely guided down to third man. Comes through now, just the single.
Nadine de Klerk has 2 slips now for this over. She just had one in her first over, and she won't be unhappy to see that shot. It was well controlled, but certainly if something goes wrong with that stroke, those slips will be in play.
Yes, indeed. And there does seem to be a little bit of movement away from Nadine de Klerk here. Lots of played and misses so far. Oh, this one flies through second slip. There's a wideish sort of gully, almost a fourth slip for Nadine de Klerk, and that second slip would have swallowed that one, I think.
Well, they actually just moved slip wider.
Yeah.
Once the batter's changed, Tabete on strike, and they moved slip wider, and she put it in between the 2 slips. So great frustration for Western Province there.
Yeah, if that slip had stayed in place, it would have been right into her. Nicely left alone there. Not a lot of carry, it looks like, in this wicket from where I'm sitting, but it's we'll see how it plays out as the day warms up. The breeze is quite cool as well, so Nadine de Klerk going into the breeze from this university end.
I imagine this pitch will start out a bit slowish, and as Kishan, our producer, alluded to earlier, as the sun comes out and showing signs of trying to, the pitch should speed up. So probably behind Western Province's thinking, wanting to chase.
So fine leg has now moved to third. Second slip is now in there, and there's only one fielder outside the ring for Nadine de Klerk. She's still moving her field around a little bit. 2 slips and what looks to me like a gully. We're sitting right on the ground here, so it's a bit difficult to see exactly where the fielders are from where we are sitting, but we'll do our best to keep you up to date. That is the end of the over. Third over done, and Nadine de Klerk second. And the score, as you can see, is 8 without loss.
Nadine de Klerk certainly bowling a very tight line. That's why she can have that heavily packed offside field. 2 slips and a gully and a third man. She's really kept the ball consistently outside that off stump with a bit of shape, and definitely challenging the decision making of the batters.
Yes, indeed. Seems tough to face Nadine at the moment. Only 3 runs off the bat so far in her 2 overs. She's got conceded only 4. There's definitely bowler friendly conditions at the moment. Leah Jones to continue from the Koppie end. Standing umpire there is umpire Ntuli, and at square leg we have umpire Gear. Big appeal there for LBW. Umpire Ntuli is not interested, and Palesa Mapo walks to square leg.
I think just pitching outside leg stump, that one. There was a bit of swing back towards the stumps.
Yeah, so lucky escape there for Mapo. Third man and fine leg on the boundary for Jones. And Not a very convincing defensive shot, but effective. Lots of chatter in the field here from Western Province, trying to keep the energy levels up.
Well, they've started very well with the new ball, haven't they? Both Nadine de Klerk and Leah Jones. Very tidy. Settling into good lines. Jones getting the ball up there, trying to get some swing.
That is 100% correct. Good leave. A little bit more bounce here for Jones, it seems, on this side. And as I said, it looked to me like the wicket had some green cracks in it, just short of a length. And on a fuller length, the pitch is quite dry and brown. So it's very, very much a bowler's wicket at the moment. Tough times here for the DP World Lions women. And better looking drive there. Straight to the fielder. Some brave person has parked their car at extra cover. So if I'm the owner of that vehicle, I'll be hoping that Mapo doesn't get hold of extra cover drive here. It must be quite good insurance if you park your car there. Once again, very nice lines here by Jones. She's just keeping it on that fourth stump line. And Mapo trying to guide it down to third man once again. This time straight to backward point. Field is still unchanged. So there's a mid wicket and mid on and mid off as well. Oh, is that an edge? No, says the umpire. No wicket there for Jones.
Another excellent over by Leah Jones.
Maiden.
And, and you know, it's all very well the bowlers bowling well. It's got to be backed up in the field.
Yes.
And the one time Jones overpitched a strong drive by Mapua and Dalmi Tucker across very quickly at mid-on to keep it to no runs. All that sort of pressure helps. And perhaps played a role in Mapu's rather loose drive last ball of that over. Lucky not to get the edge through to the wicketkeeper.
Nadine de Klerk to continue from the university end where we are sitting. And she'll be trying to get the wicket of Nonkululeko Tabete. Oof. Just got the bat out of the way there. And we can see here in last season the Lions scored 112 all out, and Western Province managed to chase it down 116 for 2 at this very same venue. And it was Western Province women who also won the toss that day and elected to field. Thank you, Kishan, for that information. Our producer today, and they do get a single out there to square leg. Nobody there. Nadine de Klerk had to do her own fielding there, just assisted a little bit by the fielder at mid-wicket. And now Nadine de Klerk once again, only third man out of the ring. Very tight, close infield, 2 slips, gully, point, cover, mid-on and mid-off. So it was mid-off that had to run there to square leg, couldn't cut off that single.
That's the first time de Klerk has got a little bit straight, and well played by the Lions to make sure they pick up the singles, so important under pressure.
Nicely left there by Tabete. Oh, this time it's Mapuo on strike.
And that game you referred to, Otto, was actually the match which the last round of the One Day Cup last season, which clinched Western Province the 50 over title. So they'll have fond memories of this ground. They did of course lose the T20 game on the Sunday though, which gave the Lions that title.
Oh, very audacious stroke there by Mapuo into the hands of the second slip, just bouncing short. That's not the type of shot you want to play with 2 slips and a gully in. And Nadine de Klerk has got a smile on her face. She knows that this is this is her chance.
The problem is her length is so good, you can't drive her, so where else are the scoring options?
Exactly. She's forcing Mapuo into a mistake here. Big appeal for LBW. Umpire Gear says no. And Mapuo strides to square leg. That looked a bit high to me, going down leg maybe.
Yeah, perhaps, but interesting that the cross-batted shot came out. With all the pressure building up, it's a bit short of a length. And de Klerk very nearly getting the batter out there.
No, she's smelling blood here, most definitely. Nadine de Klerk. Oh, full outside off, left alone. Nadine de Klerk, big smile on her face as she turns around. And only the single there off the over, 9 without loss, as you can see on the screen. Another excellent over by Nadine de Klerk.
So she's bowled 3 overs for 4 runs, and considering that she's mostly had 8-1 fields, 3 overs for 5 runs, apologies, considering she's mostly bowling to an 8-1 offside field, it really speaks to how exceptionally accurate she's been just outside that off stump.
Now, it's excellent bowling and very nice to see the Protea in action for us here today. A few Proteas on the field, Dalmi Tucker as well, and for the Lions they've also got a few Proteas women. Nice looking drive there by Tabete, straight to cover, no run.
Jones is happy to bowl a fuller length than Nadine de Klerk, draw the batters into the drive.
She's got one slip, quite wide, about a second or third slip, backward point, and then as I mentioned, the fine leg and third out on the boundary for Jones. Ooh, that one spat up off the wicket, got the fingers there of Tabete.
Given that
she's taking a bit of time to let that just cool off.
Given that Jones is bowling that fuller length and there's extra bounce from this Koppie's end, I'd seriously be tempted to get 2 slips in there for Western Province.
Yeah, that slip is looking more like a gully to me now, as Jones is fuller and straighter. Oh, and is that a run out? Yes, you can see the reaction there from Mapuo. She's run out, backing up. Good fielding there by Western Province once again. Yandiswa Mangele with a throw, stumps with nobody at the wicket, and that was excellent work from Mangele there for Western Province. They have their first wicket, and it's only the 6th over with only 9 runs on the board. Tough start here for DP World Lions.
Yeah, that's a pressure wicket.
Yeah.
Run-outs don't go to the bowlers, but really bowlers Nadine de Klerk and Leah Jones deserved that. It's been their great start with the new ball that's just really put the Lions under immense pressure, and you can see the desire from Palesa Mapua to try and rotate the strike, get the singles going, but Tabete, the striker, quite rightly I think turning down that single, given that it was hit pretty well straight to mid-on.
So Tabete is out for 5 off 15 balls, and let me see what time it is now. She was at the crease for 21 minutes. Is it Mapu? Excuse me, it was Mapu who was run out. Mapuo was run out for 5. Let me just get the score correct for you here. We'll update you on that in a minute. Apologies for the confusion there. But it was Yandiswa Mangele that threw down the stumps. Mapuo run out for 3 off 17. Thank you very much, Mr. Producer. And 20 minutes at the crease. Run out affected by Yandiswa Mangele for Western Province. So the next batter in is number 2. That is Sunette Viljoen Low. She's at the non-strikers end of course, with Mapuo backing up there, just getting caught short as she tried to make it back to her ground. Leah Jones continues from the koppies end, and same field still. That one went straight to gully. Lots of energy now, lots of chatter here by the Western Province women, and rightly so. By the way, this commentary is brought to you by the DP World Lions and Pitch Vision. Hashtag the pride of Josie. Now the breeze is picking up a little bit here. It's almost straight down the wicket into the face of the batter. There's a fumble at extra cover, and they're going to take 2 runs here. Very opportune runs here for the DP World Lions. They are struggling to get off the mark, and as we mentioned, last year's match, only about 110 or so runs on the board, 100 and something, so a good score here would be anything above 120, 130. And as we mentioned earlier, this is a ground where you want to chase. Nadine de Klerk to continue. End of that 6 over, 11 for 1.
And Sunette Viljoen Low on strike now against the Proteas star Nadine de Klerk. Viljoen Low, a very experienced and very aggressive batter, so it's going to be interesting to see how she handles the wiles of Nadine de Klerk. She's been very accurate with both her line and her length, just outside off stump. It's a packed cover field, there are 2 slips, and Nadine de Klerk certainly has had the upper hand so far in this innings. Can Sunette Viljoen Low break her stranglehold?
Nadine de Klerk abandons her run up. So Viljoen Low has had quite an iffy start to the season. Quite a good start. She scored 73 off 61 in the first game versus the Free State women, and 28 off 30 against the Titans to get the win there, to help get the win there for the DP World Lions. Now she's got a fight on her hands. She's got a fellow Protea bowling at her. Viljoen Low made her debut for the Proteas in 2000.
Yeah, that was before she embarked on her athletics career. She is an Olympic javelin
thrower, silver medal in 2016 in Rio. She tried to play that back foot cut shot to get the ball down to third man. Seems to be, as you pointed out, Ken, the only scoring option against Nadine de Klerk in these first few overs. Ooh, just at that nagging 4th stump line. Excellent work here by Nadine de Klerk. So Viljoen Low also played in one test match versus India in 2002, and that was also the season that she played her last women's ODI against India, probably on that same tour. And decent start to the season for her so far with the bat. Oh, off the pads, working it out to a wideish mid-on, where it's fielded. She's off the mark.
Yeah, she's not one to get bogged down, Sunette Viljoen Low. She's really been the batter who's provided impetus for the Lions at the top of the order. Opens the batting in the T20s, so she'll certainly look to be positive, as well as Nadine de Klerk is bowling.
We have a few practice balls that made it onto the park here at the UJ Auburn Oval. A bit wayward there from Nadine de Klerk. She's been so tight, but she's not conceding a run there.
Umpire Amy Gear clearly in a good mood this morning. She, if she was less inclined, she might have called that one a wide.
Borderline, Ken. I think that was on the on the guide strip, on the guidelines there. Oh, and this one is definitely a bit more wayward by Nadine de Klerk. So her second wide of the innings. Looks like she's trying to attack the stumps a little bit more. So that's inviting the batter to try and access the wide open spaces here on the leg side. And maybe looking for the LBW down the leg side again there from de Klerk.
She suddenly started bowling in swingers. Everything's been going away until this over. Now suddenly the ball hooping a bit the other way.
Are you? So you're saying that it's not Nadine's fault?
No, I'm not totally absolving her, but she's started the ball a lot straighter, and it's kept going down the leg side on two occasions.
No, and the wind is gusting a little bit, so it could be difficult to judge this. No, says umpire Gear, big appeal. Nadine de Klerk is absolutely convinced that was out. It looked like it was going down leg to me as well, and it's down to fine leg for a 4 leg buys.
But you can see that's what Nadine Klerk was trying to achieve. Get it nice and straight, get the batter playing across her pad, which is exactly what happened. But there was a hint of just leg side to that appeal. And Amy Gear is not one to give LBWs willy-nilly. Nadine de Klerk will have to work a bit harder for the wicket.
6 runs off that over, the best one so far for the DP World Lions. Leah Jones, the captain of Western Province Women, will continue from the Koppies end. Same field here. Once again with that gully, backward point, point cover and mid-off. And then she's got an extra fielder on at mid-on, and fine leg is the extra fielder for Leah Jones. She's also got mid-wicket and mid-on, same as Nadine de Klerk. Only 2 allowed outside the ring, of course, with the wind over her shoulder. Sunette Viljoen is going for it. She makes it quite easily. Are they going to take an overthrow here? No, says Viljoen as Smith tidies up here at fine leg.
Viljoen obviously a wonderful athlete, and backing herself with the push straight to mid-off. Seemed to have made it fairly comfortably, but just overran a bit, so the overthrow they couldn't take advantage of.
Nice and full by Leah Jones. Once again straight to mid-off, but Tabete not so eager to take the quick single to Nadine de Klerk this time.
She hit that a bit too firmly. It was a nicely struck drive on Nkululeko Tabete. Straight to the fielder though.
And Leah Jones pitching it up a little bit more here than Nadine de Klerk. Trying to invite the drive, which she does once again. This cut shot that Tabete tries to play once again. It was they had a little bit of success with that at the start of the innings. Living dangerously.
I still think I'd have a second slip in there. I mean, the slip who is there is almost more of a gully, as you said earlier, Otto. You know, Western Province have got the upper hand here. The ball is still moving around.
They also use 2 new balls in this competition. So I reckon that ball, that beats the outside edge once again.
Beautifully bowled by Leah Jones.
Lots of encouragement here from the side of the oval as well as on the field. Nice high energy levels here from the Western Province Women, the defending champions in the CSA Women's Provincial League Division 1.
2 of the strongest teams in the competition. Both won trophies last season.
Indeed. Oh, just a bit too much leg stump there from Leah Jones. Fine leg runs around but fumbles it, and they'll come back for an easy 2.
Yeah, good running. Put the fielder under pressure there. That fine leg.
And that fielder there will be Sarah Smith. at fine leg. Number 19 for the Western Province women. Jones will continue.
How's it? How are you doing? How's it, everybody?
Hello, hello. Oh, very nice looking straight drive there. Mid on running around to cut that off once again. Good work there. Is that Dalmi Tucker?
It is again Dalmi Tucker.
Right, so end of the 8th over. 20 for 1, as you can see on the screen. 22, correction there. Thank you, Kishan. So another good over here for the DP World Lions women. 5 runs off it. They're starting to just edge themselves back into what could become a decent score, but it's really tough conditions. The sun has now disappeared behind some thicker clouds. We're reaching for our jackets. Chilly wind here. Definitely a bowler's paradise is this UJ Orban Oval. Nicely in behind it there. Tabete and Nadine de Klerk, same field set. Only third man out on the boundary. And she's tempting the batter with these wide spaces here, as I mentioned, on the onside. Now it's only mid-wicket on the onside. Nobody else. And nobody else out on the boundary. Straight back to the bowler. 2 slips, a gully. Third on the boundary, as I mentioned. And the Clark is keeping things really tight here. Pressure building on the Lions. Will they have the patience to just wait out this attack by Jones and de Klerk? Nice and full. And good work there by Nadine de Klerk to get down and stop that one.
Excellent work by de Klerk for own bowling. It is her 5th over, so it'll be interesting to see how long she continues from this university end. She's obviously Western Province's key bowler. They probably do want to save a few in the bank for her for later stages.
It'll be interesting to see if she's going to get another over after this, her 5th. And she's definitely the strike bowler here, trying to invite the drive, keeping the ball away from the onside. So any error in line here will allow Tabete to access the inviting spaces here on the leg side. Oh, flying through, 3rd slip this time. Tabete driving at that one. And another lucky escape for the DP World Lions women. 2nd time we've seen the ball flying through that slip cordon. And this will maybe just put this in the mind of Leah Jones to keep de Klerk on in this attack, because she's getting the edges.
Well, the saving grace for Tabete there was that she went hard.
Yeah.
That was a fierce drive, and it would have taken some catching in that slip cordon.
Yeah, it went about ear height through the slip cordon there. Oh, what a shot! What a shot there by Viljoen Low. And somebody's going to have to fetch that, get through that palisade fence there at mid-wicket. I doubt if that ball will be retrievable if it went through that palisade fence.
It might roll all the way to my home, Otto.
Oh, okay. Yeah, and that car is now at backward square leg, just backward of square. There's a car parked right next to the field. So if Viljoen Low is striking the ball like that, somebody's going to put in an insurance claim today. And that, as I suspected, it looks like the fielder there at square leg is unable to retrieve the ball.
She is very, very strong, Sunette Viljoen Low, and so quick to pounce on the slightly shorter length from Nadine de Klerk there. And that pull shot was just struck like a bullet, like a tracer bullet. What a superb shot it was, and well done to the fielder. She's recovered the ball.
So we've got the ball back from a square leg.
Thanks.
It's one of the downsides of having no crowd, practically no crowd at all. There's two people that have now taken a position there across the boundary rope at mid-wicket, and we've got another smattering of supporters here at fine leg, just to the left of where we are sitting, and then of course the teammates and the coaches and all this ground staff. Oh, another excellent drive by Tabete, and that one is going to cross the boundary rope for 4.
Super shot by Nkululeko Tabete. She looks like she likes to drive, and she executed that shot really, really well. Just a slight momentum shift one feels here for the DP World Lions.
Yeah, Tabete managing to beat the heavily stacked offside field. It's still the same field for Leah Jones as she had before, but this one managing to hit the gap between the two cover fielders. Nice and straight this time by Tabete, fielded by Nadine de Klerk at mid-off.
I like her. That was a good ball from Leah Jones. It deserved to be defended, but Tabete defended it positively with a bit of intent, pushed it firmly to mid-off. You never know, it could have beaten the fielder, and then you pick up a couple of runs.
Yeah, it was firmly struck, so 2 or 3 meters either way she would have had a boundary. This time straight to the fielder at cover. No run there this time. Still a lot of energy in the field for the Western Province women. They're looking for their first win of the season, as we mentioned before. They are playing their 4th match of this campaign, and they are still winless. Oh, very nicely done through extra cover. Fielders can only run down to the boundary rope, and there's quite a steep incline there, so a fielder would want to get to that ball before it rolls down the hill there into the areas next door, into the next door cricket field. Absolutely beautiful cover drive there from Tabete, and a well-deserved 4.
I think what this little flurry of boundaries is going to do is force bowling changes for Western Province. Both de Klerk and Leah Jones 5 overs, and just starting to maybe flag a bit.
This time Leah Jones going for the wickets, and Tabete unable to get it off the square. Straight to mid-wicket, fielder at mid-wicket for no run. Yes, there is some runs piling on now for DP World Lions. They scoring at 3 and over now after a very slow start. A very unfortunate run out for Mapo. Well left there by Tabete, one could say. And that is the end of the 10th over. I will hand over to my colleague Mpendulo. And Ken, enjoy the next 10 overs. And thank you for listening wherever you are. Do stay with us for the rest of this match.
Thank you, Otto Simon. So 10 overs gone after Western Province won the toss and sent the DP World Lions into bat. They've made it to 35 for 1, and as I'm joined by Pendulo Magawani. Pendulo, I think the Lions will be very happy, won't they? Sent into bat, bowler-friendly conditions. They've got to the first 10 overs, 35 for 1.
One of the biggest things here, Ken, is the fact that they've only lost that 1 wicket. It was unfortunate that it was a run out, so they'll be happy that it wasn't from disciplined shot making. What we are seeing from here is an exhibition of patience from the Lions batters by both Sunette Viljoen-Louw and by Nonkululeko Tabete. And for these last couple of overs, we've been seeing that reward coming through. And now we are seeing the new bowler that you're talking about, Kayla Reyneke, who will be bowling from the university end.
Yeah, she'll be bowling some spin. Wicketkeeper De Leerde comes up to the stumps. So straight to spin, first change. Western Province, Reyneke to Viljoen-Louw. Nicely flighted. Viljoen just shaping to come down the pitch and then just defends it out to square leg, no run.
Not giving Reyneke any time for her to settle. And we're, like you were saying with Otto, Viljoen-Louw, extremely aggressive, loves taking it onto the bowler.
This is slightly outside of stump, edged and dropped by the wicketkeeper, but it was a very tough chance that there was plenty of bounce, and Viljoen-Louw on the cut got quite a lot of bat to it, and it more hit the wicketkeeper than anything else. That's a better cut by Viljoen-Louw. She's got it through the covers, and that will run away for 4, just a fraction short from Kayla Reyneke.
We've had a whole show in these first 3 balls, Ken, coming down the wickets to smash it, beating the edge, dropped catch, and now all of a sudden she just drops it a little bit too short and a little bit too wide, and it's a gift for Sunette Viljoen-Louw.
39 for 1 now, the DP World Lions. And Western Province resisting the urge to put someone on the cover boundary, or their third man is coming up, but there's a long on and a deep mid-wicket in place. Reyneke again, and a bit of turn, tucked around the corner by Viljoen-Louw. Good work by square leg Sarah Smith to ensure no run is taken.
Strange. Just the power play is finished now, Ken. They have the option of having 4 fielders to patrol those boundaries. Just using 2 of them on that leg side. We saw how Sunette Viljoen-Louw was able to smash that one through the point, through the mid-wicket for 4. And now they have protection over there for that particular shot. I wait to see what they're going to do when Tabete's batting, because she's been driving the ball very well and getting her purchase on the offside of the field.
So the third man has switched to a fine leg, a bit over pitch by Reyneke, fiercely struck by Viljoen-Louw, and Reyneke tried to take the return catch and has injured her hand in the process. She's giving it a good shaking. That must have hurt.
That power from Viljoen-Louw is nothing to joke about. Mike Tyson punch with the bat, I tell you. Reyneke survives though. And like Otto says next to us, very difficult chance for her to take.
Yeah, that would have been an incredible catch if she'd managed to hang on to that one. As mid-off goes back to long off. Viljoen-Louw is in the air on the pull. She's mistimed it, but it goes over mid-wicket. And the fielder on the boundary will come in and field. So it landed in no person's land there. So just a single to end the over. And after 11 overs, the DP World Lions are 40 for 1.
What an adventurous over that was, Ken. It gave us a sense of everything. We got a boundary. We even got a chance there for a slight wicket. We saw that extra bounce from Reyneke. She is a tall lady. She gets that extra bounce from the pitch. Just surprising Sunette Viljoen-Louw on that last delivery. So it's something for them to look at the more they start to get more aggressive in the match.
Yeah, and she certainly got a little bit of turn as well. So one can kind of understand why there was no fielder on the cover boundary, but they want to encourage the right-handed batters to play against the bit of turn that's there. But we'll see how long they can afford to keep that cover boundary vacant, as we have the double changer bowling now coming on from the Kopi end is Protea Dalmi Tucker, also a spinner. And she's got long on, and no, it's just long on back and a deep mid-wicket. So again, just the 2 boundary riders initially, as she will bowl to Sunette Viljoen-Louw.
Spin twins in operation now.
Oh, it's a meaty drive by Viljoen-Louw. She, again, quick when the ball is tossed up to come down the pitch, and she's hit that handsomely through mid-off for 4.
unafraid to take anyone on Sunette Viljoen. She did the same thing when Reyneke came in. First ball, she danced down the track. And here we see Delmi Tucker coming in. First ball, she dances down the track as well. And Tucker's no muck with the ball. She is a Protea. And for Sunette Viljoen, showing her experience that she's not going to let you settle.
Yeah, I think anything flighted, anything tossed up, she's going to put the bowler under pressure. And it's immediately prompted a bit of a conflab between Captain Leah Jones, and there's also going to be a ball change, it seems. I wonder if is there water down the Koppie's end there?
It's really like there's no plate, so it always goes down there. It's full of bushes there.
Oh, bushes.
Yeah, so Kishan, our producer, just telling us that at the Koppie's end of the Auburn Oval, it's obviously a palisade fencing which the ball can sneak through, and there's a wet area down in the drainage line there on the base of the Koppie.
Might be a lot of those balls that we might need to retrieve if Sunette Viljoen continues batting. The wicket keeping will need to be sharp as well to ensure that none of those balls slip through the back behind and run down to that Koppie's end. No wonder the Koppie's big now, Ken. All of these cricket balls from UJ, they just land in there and then they grow the Koppie bigger and bigger.
Ndulu, I'm not sure if you studied geology as a student, but that's your theory and you're obviously sticking to it.
But we see the continuation here now.
Delmi Tucker is ready to go again with a new ball in hand, bowling to Sunette Viljoen. Again, the cross-batted shot, and there is a long on in place, so it will just be a single, although Viljoen thought about a second.
Can see heavy protection on the leg side when Viljoen is batting. And then when Tabete comes on to strike, they pull back the long on. She's now coming into mid-on. Obviously, Tabete having less power, more finesse, more of a wristy player, timing of the ball. Sunette Viljoen can rely on her power, hence more protection.
And Tabete goes on the back foot and just taps that into the covers, no run. Tucker not flighting the ball up as much now, and Tabete getting onto the back foot there. Again flatter. Tabete on the pull. She hasn't got all of it, and it'll just be a single to the deep square leg. 46 for one now.
Strange selection of deliveries here from Tucker. She pushed the mid-wicket back when Tabete was bowling. Then all of a sudden she bowled straighter and flatter, sort of asking Tabete.
And that's a big pull shot by Viljoen, but deep mid-wicket gets across, and it'll just be a single. Tucker getting away with a shorter pitch delivery there.
Just wants to make sure that those lines work for her, Tucker.
Again, it's too short, and this one might well split the two fielders on the leg side. It does. Four runs for Sunette Viljoen, and the 50 is up for the Lions. 12 overs on the dot.
It's that length, Ken. I said line. I was looking for the word length. It's the length that has been causing her a bit of problems here, especially since that first ball. That's what Viljoen did to her. Destabilized the line completely by rushing down the pitch. She didn't know where to land it next, and everything was just a gift from onwards. So fantastic batting from both Viljoen and Tabete.
For those of you interested in the Cricket World Cup, New Zealand have posted 360 for 5 against Pakistan. A very decent total there. And they actually have 3.5 overs still to go. So they'll be wanting to inch that as close to 400 as possible, as Kayla Reyneke will continue from the university end. She'll be bowling to Viljoen. She's got a deep mid-wicket, a long on. And again, just the two boundary riders, well flighted. She beats Viljoen, who's tried to work that away on the leg side. Came down the pitch again a bit.
That flighted delivery, also with very much less pace than the normal delivery shot that she's bowled. Just beating Falun Low by lack of pace, actually.
Oh, that's extravagantly flighted, and Falun Low gets it on the full, but off the bottom of the bat, and it squirts away to mid-wicket, and she'll come through for a quick single, 52 for 1.
It's brave, but brave bowling from Reyneka here. Teasing Falun Low to get that ball and to smash it over wherever she runs with that lack of pace, and all the time for her to gauge what it's going to do.
It's a wonderful contest. Reyneka in again to Tabete, well flighted, very nicely driven by Tabete. Sweet timing between mid-on and mid-wicket, and they'll come through for a comfortable 2 runs.
Faye Tunnicliffe had to run from the deep mid-wicket area right around to where Cow Corner is to stop that ball. Very well timed from Tabete. That thing we were talking about. Nifty hands, good eye and hand coordination to manipulate the field.
Takes Tabete to 26 or 41 balls. Reyneka in again, better line this on middle and off, and Tabete just defends it on the onside, no run. So Nonkululeko Tabete on 26 or 41 balls. She's done a great job as the opening batter, weathering the early storm. Sunette Viljoen, as expected, off to a brisk start, 18 or 17. Reyneka really tosses that one up. Tabete tries the sweep, but picks out short fine leg.
Ever since Nadine de Klerk and Leah Jones, their final overs of their respective spells, just going for those runs, it's as if they haven't been able to reel everything back together now, the Western Province ladies.
Bit shorter from Reyneka, and Tabete does not cut, just defends. So the end of the over, 13 overs gone and 54 for 1.
Just 3 runs from that over from Reyneka. And if we take a look at how she's performing in this season so far, Ken, she's actually been the most economical bowler for the Western Province team. When the first match when they were playing against the Free State, she was only going for 2.4 runs to the over. And when we look in the last match when they were playing against the Dolphins, she was going at only 2.9 runs to the over. So extremely stingy with her bowling, and she completes a lot of overs every single time as well. So that speaks volumes to the quality of Reyneka.
Well, it's impressive because she clearly likes to give the ball a lot of flight, as Tucker is cut away the first ball of her third over through the covers by Viljoen Low, and that'll be another boundary for her. That takes her to 22 now of just 18 deliveries, 58 for 1, and the 1 wicket to fall for the Lions after they were sent into bat was that of Palesa Mapua, who was run out by a direct hit from mid-on by Yandiswe Mangele for 3 of 17 deliveries. The result of some really good new ball bowling, the pressure built by Leah Jones and Nadine de Klerk, as Tucker will now bowl again to Viljoen Low, who is beautifully beaten by the flight. She came down the pitch and then tried to push Tucker away. It was flighted a little bit more. There was a bit of turn and she's bowled through the gate. Wonderful bowling by Delmi Tucker.
That's why we've been seeing that flighted delivery from both Reyneka and from Tucker bowled to Sunette Viljoen Low. They bagged on her and saw that she wants to attack the ball, and they backed the plan that she is going to charge forward, and the fact that one of them is bound to miss. And after trying and trying and trying again, they finally get the reward for their efforts here, Ken, taking out the very dangerous Sunette Viljoen Low for 22 runs from 19 deliveries.
Yeah, 4 fours for Sunette Viljoen Low. She was certainly looking really good. That's a massive blow for the DP World Lions, who are now 58 for 2 in the 14th over. And the new batter is Madison Landsman, who is making her ODI debut, her one-day debut for the DP World Lions. She's played a bit of T20 this season already.
Exciting stuff. Here she comes with the injury to Kirsty Thompson, just hurting her shoulder in the beginning of the week. She's not available for this match, and in comes the opportunity for the young'un in Madison Landsman. Kirsty Thompson, veteran in the game. She's been around it for a long time, the 35-year-old. She's playing like she's still in her mid-20s this season. It's unfortunate that the Lions have lost such a key figure in their batting lineup. But this is the opportunity that Landsman has been waiting for, and hopefully she'll grab it with both hands, as both Viljoenlo and Tabet have shown that it's actually, you are able to bat here.
Yeah, she has a bit of a platform. She has got plenty of time. We're just in the 14th over. She's got a set batter at the other end in Nonkululeka Tabete. So yeah, there's no pressure on her to do anything except get herself in and build a partnership with Tabete. Dalmi Tucker into Landsman. That one's not as well flighted, and Landsman defends nicely to extra cover, no run.
Big benefit for Landsman here is that she's batting with a veteran in the ladies' game. Nonkululeka Tabete, who's in good form this season as well, so she can impart her knowledge, just ease her into the match.
Oh, turn and bounce from Dalmi Tucker, and Landsman a bit hesitant in playing that delivery. Unsurprisingly, it was a bit of a brute to get second ball up. No slip, which is a bit of a surprise for the new batter. Yeah, good bowling by Tucker to the new batter, keeping the pressure on.
And it's good batting as well from Madison here. She's not looking to do anything out of the blue to get herself out of strike, just allowing and playing each ball on merit.
Lots of flight. Landsman has gone for it. She's headed high over wide mid-on. The fielder is not going to be able to get there. There was a lot of elevation on that stroke, but not quite as much distance. Sarah Smith chasing after it and doing the fielding, and Landsman gets off the mark with a couple. End of the 14th over, DP World Lions 60 for 2.
Just as I was praising her for her patience, she decides that, I'm going to take it on. Very lucky that there's no fielder under where she was. Sarah Smith tried her hardest to get there. Luckily enough for Madison, she still has a life to live. Not a dropped catch, but certainly she'll be more wary of how she selects her strokes from now on.
Yeah, she clearly has a 3-ball patience limit. The 4th ball she went after. I think the shot was on, personally. There was no one back at wide mid-on. Just the execution. She got under it a little bit too much. As Reinecker will continue to Tabete. Driven nicely straight down the ground, but straight to mid-on, no run.
This is the battle that we want to see. Reinecker, the best in the Western Province for the season.
Too much turn there down the leg side, and I think umpire Emigia just indicated that it brushed the thigh pad, so no wide. I was quite enjoying Reinecker versus Viljoenlo, to be honest. Reinecker kept tossing it up, and I guess Dalmi Tucker did as well, and that's what got it to the wicket. And nearly another wicket for Western Province. Tabete beaten outside off stump.
Now it's a matter of how Tabete will navigate this period, and also how the bowlers will also bowl to her.
Off the back foot, straight though to point. And Dalmi Tucker again doing good work in the field, no run. Yeah, Tabete, I think she has to try and bat for as long as possible now. She's got herself in. She can be the rock around which the DP World Lions can build their innings. Tickled away to square leg, no run.
And she did that so well in the match at the Wanderers versus the Titans, where she scored that 94 runs, batting with Jenna Evans, when she scored that magnificent century, did Jenna Evans. Tabete was there, anchoring at the top. Long spell of 94 runs.
Sharp turn from Reinecker. Again, square leg comes into play. Reinecker really is difficult to score off with that tight ring of fielders inside the circle, and she ends another very tidy over, which leaves the DP World Lions 60 for 2, and that is Kayla Reinecker's second maiden over. So very tidy work by the tall off spinner.
Living up to what she's been doing this season, that economy rate, that stinginess, that's how she builds up that pressure to eventually get those wickets. Pile on the pressure, and you saw, when you see the smallest chance of opportunity to take her on, with the field all closed in on you, That's how you create those opportunities to go over. It's very wonderful cricket here.
Tucker will be continuing from the Kopi end, and now she does have a slip coming into play against new batter Madison Lunsman, and it looks like there's going to be a deep square leg, a little bit behind square.
With the extra bounce here, Ken, wouldn't you want to play with the head of the new batter and just throw someone under the helmets right in front of her with that extra bounce, the turn that we're seeing as well? Just to...
Maybe that would be a very aggressive option. And the slog sweep comes out. It's scarred off the top edge. No, oh, unfortunately, deep square leg has made a real mess of that. It's the bowler we've been praising, Kayla Ranica. She came jogging in. I don't think she ever intended to go for the catch, and then unfortunately she wasn't able to cut off the boundary either. So a lucky 4 runs there for Madison Lunsman.
Madison not wasting time here, Ken, just going for it here. Really taking on Dalmi Tucker.
Flatter had worked to mid-wicket for a single. Can they get a 2? Ranica, oh, there's a bit of hesitation and they're running. Wicketkeeper couldn't quite gather the throw on the bounce, and Lunsman had to dive to get in. There was hesitation on that second run.
Lunsman, she was going to the danger end. Tabete wanting to make sure if she's okay with coming through. Eventually they do make the decision. The throw from Ranica, a little bit wayward. Now they've shifted position. She moves away from that deep square leg position.
Yeah, Ranica now at mid-off. Watch the ball go there now. Almost. Into the covers. Quick fielding by Leah Jones. Thoughts of a single, but no run.
Madison looking to switch strike here. As much as possible, just putting the Western Province fielders under pressure. Just like they are trying to put her under pressure by keeping themselves in the circle. She's retaliating by saying, "Are you really sure you can stop me?"
Well flighted again. Good defensive stroke by Lunsman. And that's the end of the 16th over, 66 for 2. Yeah, I do like the way Madison Lunsman, in her one-day debut, not that experienced at senior provincial level, has come in, and she could have been nervous, she could have been hesitant, but she certainly backed herself to play some attacking strokes. She's missed a couple of them, but she's still there, and she's gone pretty quickly to 8 off 10 balls. Nonkululeko Tabete on 26 off 50 deliveries. And Kayla Ranica will continue from the university end to Tabete. Turned to mid-wicket, no run.
A typical Tabete innings. Slow starts, building it up. As an opening batter as well, very important that you see off your opening batter bowlers. Then you can start to feel loose.
Nice drive by Tabete, but she can't beat the mid-on.
Short extra cover coming in as well, just to put in a little bit of more pressure.
Again that bounce, but nicely played by Tabete down to the vacant third man area, and they'll come back for an easy 2 runs. 68 for 2 now.
Big space behind there, and with the ball coming down, coming on that off stump, it does create an option, especially for Sabete, who has those good hands and that awareness of the field.
Ooh, that's a very dangerous shot. That was way too full to be trying to play the pull. And Kulileka Tabete very lucky to survive there.
Even she knows that she's lucky to survive that one.
Better driving to mid-wicket, and eventually Mangele gets the ball under control. Yolisa Mangele, who was the fielder for the run out of Palesa Mapu. Nicely driven. Bowler can't stop it, and this time they will get a single. They just have to hurry a bit towards the end. 69 for 2 now, the Lions, and that is the end of the 17th over. And it looks like we are due for a drinks break. Yes, we are indeed. So just to recap, this morning Western Province winning the toss on an overcast, cool morning, and sending the DP World Lions in to bat. Nadine de Klerk, the Proteas star, and Leah Jones both bowled very tidily with the new ball. The pressure led to the run out of Palesa Mapu for 3 by Yandiswa Mangele. That was in the 6th over. The score was just 9, which tells you how well Western Province bowled. There was then an aggressive 22 off 19 deliveries by Sunet Viljoen Low before she was beautifully bowled by the spinner Daumi Tucker, coming down the pitch and being beaten in the flight. That ended a partnership of 49 for the second wicket, with Nonkululeko Tebete, who is still there. She's on 29 not out or 56 balls, and Madison Lunsman is on 8 not out off 10 balls. Pendula Magubani, 17 overs gone, 69 for 2. Who do you feel has the who will be the happier side at the moment?
It's surprisingly balanced from my point of view. At this point in time, you still have 33 overs to play. One team preserving their wickets, which is very good to see from the DP World Lions. They still have a deep batting lineup. We know how strong they are. But also at the same time, the Western Province have something to play for here. They haven't received a win this season. They are the defending champions. And it's not that they are not bowling well. They really are. But it's just the batting from the Lions that is able to combat the good bowling, especially up front from de Klerk and from Jones. So the Lions will be happy with how they've been batting. But also, apart from the couple of overs from Daumi Tucker just giving away those 4s and boundaries, they'll be happy with how they've bowled so far as well.
Yeah, considering the Lions were bowled out for 116 in this corresponding game last season, I think they'll be very happy. 69 for 2. But yeah, as you say, Western Province are certainly bowling and fielding reasonably well. The bowling has been especially good, and it's great to see the two Western Province spinners holding their nerve, even though they're being attacked, and especially by Viljoen Low. Both Kayla Ranniker and Daumi Tucker still willing to toss the ball up, still willing to give it the chance to turn, and Tucker was the one who got the reward. But one feels that Kayla Ranniker, if the batters make any errors in judgment, she could be amongst the wickets pretty soon too.
She hasn't bowled to Madison Landsman just as yet, because we've seen when Landsman has been coming in, she doesn't mind taking it on. It's her first 50 over game, but we were talking about how she's already played some T20s, so it seems as if the Lions already know the nature of Madison Landsman, that she's not afraid and she's a fearless batter. So it will be very interesting to see how she'll handle the economy and the discipline that Ranniker presents, the challenge that she presents as well. So it's experience of Tabete batting with the newcomer of Madison Landsman, and it's also the class of Ranniker that she's shown this season, alongside the super experience and skill of Daumi Tucker as a Protea as well. So all these narratives happening in this one big game of two giants of the women's game here in South Africa.
Yeah, it's certainly a vote of confidence by the DP World Lions to send in the debutant at number 4. Generally the sort of fulcrum position of the batting order. Madison Landsman, big shoes to fill obviously of Kirsty Thompson, the veteran Lions batter, who has also been in great form this season as well. So we're about to get back underway here at the picturesque Auburn Oval on the University of Johannesburg campus, just next to the Melville Koppies Nature Reserve, and it'll be from the Koppie end that Daumi Tucker is going to continue bowling to Nonkululeko Tebete.
Sorry to cut. Another big advantage that the Lions might have here is that for an extraordinary season last year for the Western Province, they only lost one game, and guess who they lost to?
That's it. It was the title decider, the last game of last season at this very venue, And the Lions sent in to bat first, 116 all out. Tucker in again. Oh, a good pull shot there by Tabete. There's protection on the boundary and just a single. So the Lions go to 70 for 2. Yeah, the corresponding game, the Lions sent in to bat in that game and 116 all out. So they'll be very happy with a much improved position here. Tucker in again now to Lunsman off the back foot. Steered to point, no run.
But also an interesting thing is that when the teams did play the first fixture, because it's 2 fixtures in the season, it was the Lions who won the first match between the two prior to being devastated.
Beautifully driven by Lunsman. That was really well flighted by Tucker, but a bit outside off stump. And Lunsman has not overhit the drive. It very nearly ran away to the boundary. But they come through for 2 runs. Lunsman will go to 10 now, total 72 for 2.
Good looking stroke there from Landsman. We've seen she's happy to go onto the front foot. She's confident on it as well.
And now this is off the back foot and just pushed back to the bowler, no run.
So it's an extraordinary drive because we do have that gap between the short extra cover and the cover fielder where if you play it well enough, you'll get reward.
That's a similar delivery and a similar stroke by Madison Lunsman.
Beautiful.
Again, it's not quite going to reach the boundary, but it's a very handsome stroke for 2 more runs.
With the big outfield here at the Urban Oval in UJ, we'll see a lot of running between the batters. So that is positive intent and good intent for the DP World Lions.
Again, well driven, and again she beats the field. There's hesitation as Tunnicliffe half stopped the ball.
It's Kelsey Adams there with the stop. A little bit of a fumble as she was backing up her short extra cover fielder, but she's able to get that ball and come back as we see the end of yet another over. It's over number 18 now, Ken.
And 75 for 2. So a fruitful over for the Lions as Kayla Reinecker gets ready to bowl another over from the university end.
This partnership now already was 27 runs between Nonkululeko Tabete and Madison Landsman. 27 in no time as well, Ken. It's the way they're able to just rotate the strike and pounce on the freebies that are worth boundaries. But here we are. Madison Landsman is about to face Kayla Reinecker for the first time.
Yeah, and it's pretty much a ring of fielders on both sides of the wicket, apart from a deep mid-wicket and now a deep backward square is in place. Lunsman has played a sweep already in this innings, so with the problems of that, really well flighted by Lunsman. Clicked away, but there's never going to be a single there.
Still good work to see that they do want to push for that running. They still want to see if the Western Province fielders are up to their toes. But I love that Landsman is no longer just looking to smash everything, but the defensive shots are looking to be positive.
And that's turned in quite sharply from Reinecker, well defended by Landsman.
With even those defensive shots, she's looking to pop them into a small space and see if she can get a quick single in between. Very, very excellent awareness from the debutante.
And Western Province have a shortish cover just to try and cut off the pop and run. And that's driven straight to that short cover. Every now and then Kayla Reinecker gives it a real rip. You can see the hand action really coming through. And she's been getting some useful turn. Nicely clicked it, beaten the short mid-wicket, and a good quick single there by Madison Lunsman and Nonkululeko Tabete. Lunsman will go to 14 and the total 76 for 2.
Slightly overpitched from Reinecker, slightly, but slightly enough for Landsman to just be able to get her weight and whole head on top of the ball and just whack that very nicely into the open space. It's very good batting here from the debutante.
turning down the leg side. Yeah, Reinicke, it's interesting that she's willing to toss the ball up so much with mid-off and mid-on both inside the circle. That one kept a little low. Jabbed into the covers, no run, and that ends the 19th over. 76 for 2, Lunsman on 14 and Tabete on 30. Pendula, would you just, if you were Western Province Captain Leah Jones, would you just keep the two spinners going basically for their entire spells, or when are you looking to change the pace a bit?
At this moment in time, it seems like there might be something for them just if they keep picking away. The ball is bouncing well, it's turning well. So I just keep them to see what they can extract for the Western Province players. The moment it starts becoming problematic, like how we see with Nadine de Klerk and Leah Jones when they started giving away runs in their bowling partnership, that's where you start having questions now.
Dami Tucker continues, and that's worked away on the leg side by Lunsman for another single.
And this shouldn't worry Leah Jones. This type of running shouldn't worry her, because it's not as if the fielding is bad. It is returning the pressure to the batters. We've seen how many calls have been cancelled because of good fielding. So right now, Leah Jones wouldn't be too fussy.
Outside all stump this time, and Tabete. She fancied getting that through, but unfortunately she picked out extra cover. Faye Tunnicliffe doing the fielding. And again, just tapped into the leg side for the single.
It's just good batting, Ken. What are the spinners doing wrong? What could you want to change from them?
I think as a bowler, Dami Tucker might be getting a little bit frustrated with the easy ones on the leg side. But it's interesting, they're persevering with a slip, so attacking options here from Western Province. And that'll be a single down to long on.
Seems like Tucker's bringing it onto herself though, because she is bowling for a ball that's turning. She's just a little bit too straight and allowing the batters to go onto that back foot and to just pedal her to the leg side. She would want to be way more wider.
That's too short. Heaved away over the short fine leg, and it'll just be a single for Tabete. And that is the end of the 20th over. 80 for 2, the DP World Lions. I will be leaving you in the company of Impendulo Magubani, and he'll be joined by Otto Simon.
$80 runs for 2. They are going at 4 runs to the over, and if they continue bowling at this click, or if they continue batting at this click rather, we are seeing a projected score of 200 runs. But of course, not everything goes as planned, as Otto Simon joins me here. Kayla Reinicke has been bowling excellently now, bowling to Nonkululeko Tabete.
Good looking shots here by Tabete. Once again, a little bit of a fumble in the field. It's been a iffy day for the Western Province women in the field. They've conceded a bunch of extra runs, and they would want to tighten that up a little bit. So they did get that run out, which was excellent work, of course, as lots of flight here by Reinicke, really inviting the big shots here. She's got protection on the leg side, as Ken mentioned, backward square leg and mid-wicket, and just trying to get the batters to drive the ball on the up, trying to get that ball into the hands of the fielders on the offside. That seems to be the plan here for Reinicke. Whereas Tucker, Dami Tucker bowling from the copy end, seemed to be going for the stumps a bit more. She did get Viljoen low bowled. Reinicke is trying to go for a catch here.
Ooh, very, very, very wide delivery. That extra bounce causing problems for the wicket keeper behind the stumps. But it's good work from Nosipho Vezi behind the wicketkeeper just to collect that and make sure that it doesn't cause further damage. But you could say it's the first kind of wayward delivery from Reyneke in a long time there, Otto.
Yeah, and because of the flight, it didn't go all the way to the boundary because she's flighting the ball up so much, it's not a lot of speed on it. So that also saved her blushes there.
And she is taking a lot of pace off, playing with the pace while she is getting that turn. There's that extra flight again, getting that extra bounce. It's hard for the batters to time this delivery, Otto.
Yeah, and definitely building some pressure there with the dots. A little bit of a frustrated stroke there. Signs of frustration from Landsman.
Indeed. As we see the end of the over, after 21, it's 83 for 2. It is Kayla Reyneke just keeping it steady from her end. This bowling partnership between the spinners has been doing a good job ever since over number 11. It's gotten themselves a wicket here. Dalmi Tucker, the culprit of that wicket, and Sunette Viljoen, the victim. But here she comes again, Tucker, for over number 22.
Now she's bowling her 6th over from the Koppies end into Tabete. And there's a mid-wicket on the boundary. And that seems to be that as far as Tucker is concerned. Western Province feeling like they can keep the pressure on here, keep the fielders close to the batters.
They've been doing that the whole day. They have that short extra cover for Nonkululeko Tabete. They've brought in a short mid-wicket as well because of the ball holding up and having that extra bounce. But this time just drifting down the legs. It's the same problem that Tucker, just wanting to make sure that she comes more onto the off stump here, Otto, driving Tabete into the drive shot.
As I mentioned, it seems like Tucker is attacking the stumps a lot more than Reyneke does. Oh, just past that short mid-wicket goes that pull shot. And mid-wicket on the boundary, can't cut it off. It's 4 runs. What a shot there.
Length pulled back from Dalmi Tucker. A gift for Tabete, who's been there for a whole host of 66 deliveries. She just punishes that to the open cow corner area. The length's a question as well. Tucker going well over 6 runs and over. The score now moves to 88 for 2.
That mid-wicket fielder was almost in play there, over her head this time, but the mid-wicket, deep mid-wicket on the boundary moved a little bit more towards the other side of the field there to cut that one off, and just a single there.
Just wanting to tidy up those lengths this time. Ooh. Beautiful length delivery. Getting a thick top edge from Madison as she was looking to sweep that to the leg side, but it's retrieved as the ball loses its power running down to the fine leg area. It's just 2 runs after that thick edge.
Fielded there by Andri Steyn, who's at just a fine leg, backward square leg inside the circle. Tucker will continue to Landsman now. Landsman has been quite attacking in her approach, which was needed for the DP World Lions. They were off to a very, very slow start. It looks like they're doing the Protea thing here, trying to keep wickets in hand. That sweep shot almost cost Landsman dearly, but got away with it. There was no one at third inside the circle. It would have been straight down the throat of a third fielder inside the circle.
Landsman has been looking, the moment she looks to go very big, she kind of gets herself into trouble, but also at the same time she's very calculated in when she goes for those attacks. That time just misreading the length. As we see the end of over number 22, the score is 91 for 2. And here at the university end, the Western Province, they change their bowler now. In comes quite dangerous Nosipho Vezi. She was their leading wicket taker in last season's campaign, taking 2 wickets per game. She bowled for 8 innings, taking 16 wickets, and in their last game against the Dolphins, she took 3 wickets, 3 for 27 after 7 overs. In she comes now, bowling that one very full and wide outside the off stump. saying, Nonkululeko Tabete, I am here. Hello.
And she's definitely a wicket-taking option here. Leah Jones trying to break this partnership that's just getting off the ground.
Attacking wickets to wickets is Vezi. Running in strong. See the ball moving a little bit in the air. There's also a slight breeze that we have up here in the Highveld. Kopi right in front of us, so we are getting all of that breeze, assisting the bowlers here and there.
Now the wind is not very strong, but it is gusting a little bit, so it dies down and it gusts a little bit, so it's definitely still good bowling conditions.
Cape Town.
Cape Town weather indeed, says the producer. And it's actually quite humid as well. The clouds are quite low and it's getting a bit muggy as the sun tries to break through. Very sticky, muggy conditions here at the Auburn Oval at UJ.
If you're a fielder, you're having a good day, Otto. If you're
Yes.
coming to play cricket and you want to field and bowl, this is the weather you always dream of.
This is perfect stand in the sun, stand outside weather. Good weather for fielding, as you say, and of course a game of golf as well. Nice cool breeze to keep you from sweating.
But also what's really cool that we are seeing here, Otto, is the operating area of Nosipho Vezi. She's really attacking the stumps. The batters haven't had no ball to leave. There hasn't been any false stroke. She's really questioning Tabete. All the shots need to be pure. Otherwise, those stumps go flying.
She's now got 4 fielders outside the ring as she's allowed to. Backward square leg, mid-wicket, long on and long off. As she goes into the stumps, attacking the stumps with that extra protection on the onside end of that over, and it was a maiden.
Indeed, what a great introduction.
Start. Yeah, good start by Vezi, and obviously it looks like the DP World Lions ladies are very much aware of what she can do with the ball, so very circumspect approach by Tabete there against Vezi, treating her with utmost respect and giving her the maiden.
And she had to. The deliveries that were being delivered spoke for themselves also. It wasn't just the statistics. She said, here are the balls. So we've seen yet another maiden in this innings. We've seen 3.
Oh!
And now we're seeing a wicket because of that pressure, Otto. Just the ball sticking onto the pitch. Landsman was looking to go on to the attack, but that little lag of the ball reaching her, she pops it back to Dalmitaka. She's been expensive, but she's been taking the wickets. It's her second one, and it is Madison Landsman who loses her wickets for 19 runs.
Excellent caught and bowled there, and the pressure building, as you mentioned, with that maiden over, and with Reineke before that operating in partnership with Tucker. And even though Tucker has conceded, let's see here, she's gone for 17, well, 41 runs so far, thank you very much, and but the 2 wickets and the start of her 7th over, so she's gone just under 6 and over so far. Well, if she keeps it up like this until the end of, let's say, just over 6 runs and over that she's gone for, but she's got 2 of the 3 wickets that Western Province have managed to get so far. And this is a finely poised match at the moment. Only the 1 wicket in the first power play, and Western Province having to wait all up until the 24th over to get their 3rd. And let's see, the partnership there was 33 runs.
They're doing very well here, are the DP World Lions, and so are the Western Province team. At number 5 now comes Sarah Barber. Coming all the way from the inlands of KZN, she's up in the high veld trying to prove that she belongs, does Sarah Barber, with the experience Nonkululeko Tabete. And the very well set Nonkululeko Tabete. One thing that she'll have working for her here is the big outfield. You were talking also about the ones that the Western Province are not happy about giving away. It's very hard to stop when the field is this big.
Yeah, I'm surprised that we haven't seen more threes, three runs. There's lots of space here, but the Western Province bowlers so far have been really tough to deal with for the DP World Lions ladies. And that one goes to the sweeper there at the deep mid wicket. They're coming back for the second. Good running by the two there. Good fielding to cut that one off. Strong shot by Barber. Couldn't quite get it over the rope.
Barber's playing with swagger here. She's unafraid to take them on, as Yandiswa Mangele was there in the deep to collect that ball. You heard the cheers in the background. Ooh, and Sarah Barber this time just misreading the length, going onto the back foot to a ball that was rather full, but she survives, Otto, and she survives over number 25 as well, as we are halfway through the innings. 24 overs completed rather. The score is 93 for 3 with the wicket of Madison Landsman, who was on 19 runs there, as Dalmi Tucker again continues to cause damage.
Yeah, Dalmi Tucker rewarding her captain with her second wicket in the 7th over, and she's now gone for just for 43, so below 6 runs and over now, and 2 of the 3 wickets. So Vezi will continue from the university end.
Vezi comes in after a maiden over to start off. This time dropping it just a bit wide and just a bit full. Fantastic shot from Tabete. She does not let that one go. It's 4 runs through the covers.
She just laid into that one. What a delicious, what a sumptuous drive. Absolutely wonderful stroke play there from Nonkululeko Tabete. Wow, that was a proper drive.
She had to. There's a huge cluster of fielders in the other offside. Short extra cover. You also have your mid-off who's slightly squarer, but she beats every one of them. It's 97 for 3.
Flighted, rather almost like a spinner type of flight there. And fine leg, backward square leg and fine leg converge to cut that on or off. No, it was the fielder from third inside the ring that went over to the onside there, and Barber will face Vezi for the first time.
Vezi going wide for the first delivery. The second one trying to redraw her lines to the ones she was operating with in the first over. Couldn't find it, drifts too much down the leg side for that follow-on delivery. Now she boasts to a new batter. And there she gets it right. That's where she operates. Yeah. That delivery swinging away from the right-hander. Very dangerous for them to deal with.
Now just attacking the stumps once again. Vezi, wicket to wicket, keeping it simple. And she's got protection on both sides. All the fielders inside the ring except for deep mid-wicket. And the fielders backing up Vezi there. It requires a powerful drive, a powerful kind of shot to get through the ring fielders here. So that's the temptation, that's the trap that's set. And one mistake and you're caught. Outside, off stump, nice straight drive by Barber. What a shot! Straight past the stumps and into the side screen here to the right of us. And that was a wonderful stroke.
It's a great shot there, Otto, just smashing that straight through. And what a way for the DP World Lions to bring up their 100 runs in the innings. Wide from Vezi. Every time she drifts it wide, she gets punished. Tabete sent her through the covers. Now it's Barber sending her back straight to where we are. So Vezi has very minimal room of error here.
Yeah, she's hasn't got the pace to put the ball that wide of the wickets. She's got to stay on the stumps, which she does this time. Worked off the pads by Barber. End of the 25th over, 103 for 3. So it's just on about 4 runs and over. I think that would be a good score if the Lions can get a 210, a 220 here. They're right on course to maybe make it a 5 runs per over chase. And we were told, if you haven't been with us since the start, that this is a ground where you want to chase. So with the Western Province women winning the toss, they put the DP World Lions women into bat because they know that this is a tough ground to defend on. And we're told by our producer Kishan that the wicket flattens out here as the day goes on. And now it is Reineke from the Koppies end, continuing starting her second spell.
Interesting decision here from Western Province to switch Kayla Reineke from the end she was operating in, which is the university end, because she bowled splendidly well. She was causing all sorts of havoc with her accuracy and just building up pressure, which allowed Dalmi Tak on the other end to be able to take those wickets because the Lions felt like that's where they can score their runs. So it'll be interesting to see how she's able to work from the Koppies end.
Maybe Reineke just told her captain, listen, that's obviously the end where all the wickets are coming, so I'm going to let me replace Tucker. So that has been done, and Reineke is bowling her 7th over.
It's going to be difficult now with a 77 ball batting Nonkululeko Tabete, currently on 42 runs. As you can see how well she just worked that to the short third man fielder. The shot at the stumps counts for nothing. Sarah Barber, very quick between the wickets.
Yeah, the umpire's not interested there. Good throw was that Dalmi Tucker with the fielding there. With the side on view, with a single stump to aim at, she throws the stumps down, but Barber was safely home. She didn't slide her bat in, but she in the end didn't need to.
It was a good call for a single here. Nonkululeko Tabete taking her time. She's basically allowing everyone else to bat around her. That's the value of having an anchor in your batting lineup such as her, especially at the top of the innings, who will be able to explain what the pitch is doing to her corresponding partner. Barber now goes nicely under that one, but it's played straight to Sarah Smith, who is stationed at mid-on. Only 2 fielders stationed outside and fielding at the boundaries.
Nice cut shot there, but straight to backward point to Dalmi Tucker, no run.
And exactly that end of the over sends the score to 105. So not too much damage as she changes her ends there, does Kayla Reineke. Just 2 runs lead from her bowling. Not too much pressure. The score is 105 for the loss of 3 wickets. Sarah Barber, Nonkululeko Tabete, what they need to just do here is make sure with what they've been doing, the DP World Lions, those partnerships, but have one that converts to 50. Second wicket partnership, 49 runs. Third wicket partnership, 33 runs. Surely they'll be wanting one that will make it big here, Otto. Just to give a score that will be hard for the Western Province batters to chase and to even consider chasing.
So Vezi is going to go around the wicket now to Tabete after being punished for 10 runs off her second over. Straight to the fielders in the covers there. Tabete just getting used to the angle that Vezi presents her now. And there's just one fielder on the boundary at deep mid-wicket for Vezi. Once again, tempting the batter with the wide open spaces behind the ring fielders, saying you're either going to go through the gaps or you've got to go up and over to score. Nicely flighted delivery there, straight to the fielder. Steyn at mid-on.
Can't help but feel like from the first over Vezi bowled, and a couple of deliveries she bowled in the previous over as well, that she could have continued bowling over the wickets with the shape that she's getting from the deliveries too. right now what's happening is that she's giving away width, and Tabete is able to cut that away very well. Tabete is a good offside player. She squeezes that between backward point and cover, and it's just 2 runs. Any more bats on that also, and that's free boundaries for her with that much width that is being offered.
Indeed. So as soon as she strays in her line, she, as you pointed out, she goes for runs because she doesn't have the pace to put the ball on that 4th stump line. She's got to be on the stumps, and relies a lot on her fielders to help make her figures look okay. Oh, just driven through the air, almost in business was the extra cover fielder inside that catching position. And it looks like Nadine de Klerk there that went diving to her to the side there to try and catch that ball just out of reach. I hope she's okay. She stayed down.
Another thing that's staying down is Nonkululeko Tabete stay on the pitch. Another wide delivery, that one, Otto. Same as the over before. 2 wide, 2 full. And Nonkululeko Tabete needs no second invitation for that one. She's now on 49 runs, nearing her second 50 of the season. Dropped short from Vezi. It's an easy gift for Nonkululeko Tabete. Fantastic work from her, and there she is raising her bat for the second time this season. She brings up a magnificent 50, basically flawless here, Otto.
Wonderful innings for the DP World Lions women by Nonkululeko Tabete, getting to her 50 runs here after opening the batting. Just what the doctor ordered for the DP World women. Very, very cautious start, very bowler friendly conditions still. So excellent knock here from Tabete.
That knock taking her 83 deliveries, just showing the patience that was required from her right at the beginning of her innings. And now after six fours, she makes it 1583. 27 overs completed. The score is 112 for 3.
Now this is excellent work here from Tabete, weathering the storm from de Klerk and Captain Leah Jones at the start of the innings, where it was really, really difficult to bat. So she'll be looking to convert this one, as looks like the batting conditions are starting to get a little bit easier. Still the wind gusting right into our faces, right down the pitch, helping the bowlers to move the ball through the air. And Reineke now continues from the Koppies end.
She's been bowling very well, just being tidy, not really rushing anything here as Kayla Reineke. Her bowling has been very much the same as Tabete's batting, cancelling each other out, ball by ball.
It was a good comeback over there for Vezi after going for 10 in her second in the 25th. The 25th over was the 24th over. Yeah, the 25th over. So that one, good comeback from Vezi, that last over, only going for 2.
Reineke continues here to Tabete, fresh on her 50. She hasn't changed her pace of her innings. Still a long way to go here. Well over 22 overs to bat, so there's no need for them to rush at anything. This is the period where you just want to keep rotating the strike. Another flighted delivery here from Reineke, but just going a bit too straight as it falls down to the leg side. She's been playing with her trajectories while playing with her pace while the pitch has been assisting her too. It's just a pity that the wicket columns for Reineke reads as 0. Going at just above 2 runs to the over here.
Excellent economical spin bowling from Kayla Reineke.
It's actually very stingy. Extremely stingy, because here she goes for yet another maiden over. This is the 3rd maiden over of her spell. Still 112 for 3.
Well, this is Holding up an end there is Kyla Reinecker for the Western Province women. Very good work by her so far. And Nadine de Klerk is back into the attack from the university end. Leah Jones giving her the ball, saying, "Get me a wicket here. Protea star."
I was seated here wondering, how are they going to get the wickets? When are they going to bring back one of their strike bowlers? And here they are with Nadine de Klerk. She had a fantastic opening spell. Exactly what Leah Jones wanted from her. Now she brings her back with Sarah Barber on strike. She's bowled 5 overs here, Nadine de Klerk. Only 13 runs. Many oohs and ahs in between.
Now finding outside edges and ball flying through the slips.
And
Inside half of the bat there by Barber. Out to a wide-ish mid-on. No run there.
In their last time that they played, they scored that 112 runs, setting Western Province just 113, which allowed Western Province to clinch the title last season. They've surpassed that score quite convincingly now with 7 wickets in hand. Nadine de Klerk wants to make sure that they have less wickets in hand, but she just drifts that one onto the pads. Tabete has been milking those ones every single time they've been coming her way. And de Klerk will want to come back to the lines that she was using in her first over, or first couple of overs.
Now this time de Klerk has got some more fielders on the onside. She's got fine leg on the boundary, square leg inside the circle, as well as a mid wicket and a sort of in between mid on and long on, who comes forward to field now.
It's very interesting that the line outside the off stump and the length on top of the off stump will work regardless of the situation. Even right now when the game is seemingly dead, that combination of line and length can put so many questions to the batters. It can produce results. But right now, Nadine de Klerk opting to go straight, which is also a good ploy to work with in these middle overs. You feel as a batter that, I can take this on. And all of a sudden you see when the ball is in the air, or when it's studded on your pads, or when it's cluttered to your stumps, that maybe it wasn't a good idea.
Yeah, she's looking for that shot that works the ball off the pads to go to that mid-wicket catching position. Standing 4 or 5 pitch lengths away from the non-striker. Short bull shot attempted there, and a very optimistic appeal. There was a big gap between the bat and the ball, but Nadine de Klerk trying her luck. Umpire Gear says no.
Second short ball of the innings that we've seen. The first one was smashed by Sunette Viljoenlo.
Yeah, they put square leg back on the boundary, and then Nadine de Klerk going for the short one there to try and get the hook, a pull shot to go to the boundary there.
Sneakily, they also have a fine leg just waiting there. So fine leg, slightly squarer, just baiting Sarah Barber.
Third is the other fielder on the boundary. Another short one, and that'll be wide. Yeah, that's too short there from de Klerk over the head of Barber. That is a wide signal by the umpire.
Ball behaving differently from when it did it earlier in the morning. Of course, now she's going to play around with it. See some cutters here and there as well.
Now there's, as I mentioned earlier, there's a couple of green cracks in the wicket, short of a length in the middle of the pitch. So as the ball gets older, try and get it into those cracks, try and get the ball to do something silly. End of the 29th over, and that's 115 for 3, as you can see on the screen. Good over, comeback over there for de Klerk, just 2 from it.
They're still keeping it very steady here, are the DP World Lions team. They are still batting at that 4 runs to the over. And what's very happy for them is though the interval at which their wickets are being lost, 1 wicket every 10 overs, which is not a bad return at all. Especially when you have the class of Kayla Reinecker bowling, Nosipho Vezi is also in the picture. Nadine de Klerk, the Protea, showing her class. So Tabete and the rest of the DP World Lions team, commendable performance so far. And again, that ball just drifting down to the legs of Nonkululeko Tabete. It's very scary to toss it outside the off stump because we've seen how devastating she is on the drive and on the square cut.
Yeah, indeed. They've got the cover sweeper on the boundary. That's the only fielder that's on the boundary.
Mm-hmm.
No, they've got a mid-wicket, deep mid-wicket as well. So just two. So one for the sweep and one for that cover drive.
And Rod Weston. Ooh.
Big drive there.
Love what they were doing there. Also baiting Nonkululeko Tabete to want to hit that shot. Straight. And then they gave her bread and butter. We have that short extra cover there just for that mistimed shot.
Yeah.
And she's just missing it as she fell for the trap. But the trap didn't fall for her.
Yeah, and the backward point as well for the thick edge of that drive.
But I must say also another commendable strategy here from Leah Jones is pushing up the short fine leg and making her right in front of Tabete's behind, eliminating that scoring option which she's had throughout her innings.
Yeah, so the ball that gets worked off the pads needs to go in front of square because square leg and fine leg are quite close. Nicely flighted there. Straight back to the bowler. Reineke's fingers are in the wars here after 30 overs. It's another maiden by Reineke. Wonderful work by her. And she's got 1 over left.
It's easier said than done to say just play the ball in front of square. 115 for 3 with 20 overs to go. We have a change in our commentary as Ken Borland comes back to the gantry.
Thanks, Pendula. And what a fascinating position this game is currently in as Nadine de Klerk comes in again, back of a length. Rather zipped off the pitch there at Sarah Barber, and she had to jam her bat down.
Kept slightly low as well there, Ken. Dirty delivery from Nadine de Klerk.
She's got lots of tricks, Nadine de Klerk. That's why she's the world-class bowler that she is. In she comes again. Fuller this time, bit of pace off. But Sarah Barber read it well, just defending.
Nadine de Klerk in the previous over, we saw her playing around with the lens very well. Going too short in one of them, straight over Naya Tabete's head. But you'll want to see those differences in the bowling options that they have, the bowlers, showing their skill set, especially in these quiet overs.
And that's edged by Barber. She was a little bit late on that one. Down to third man for a single. So 116 for 3. We're in the 31st over, Pendula. And this really is a key part of the game now, isn't it? This is nip and tuck. That's probably why de Klerk has come back in to see if she can get a wicket or two for Western Province.
This is where the Lions are really seeing the value of the work that they put in the beginning of the innings by building that platform.
De Klerk tries the bouncer, brilliantly steered down to third man by Tabete. Bit of a juggle there, but still just a single. As you say, Pendula, brilliant work by the Lions, but let's pay credit as well to Nonkululeko Tabete because she is playing really the perfect innings here today. Still batting in the 31st over. She's the rock of this Lions innings.
She hasn't given them a sniff at all also. Just lightly overpitched that time by Nadine de Klerk, going for the block hole against Sarah Barber. But that's what Nonkululeko has been doing. She's been selecting her shots really well. She understood where her scoring options are and she took advantage of the bad bowling because you saw anything short and wide, whether it's Vezi, whether it's de Klerk, whether it's any other bowler, that ball is going to the cover boundary. So it's showing that she knows exactly what she's here to do, and that is why the rest of the ladies can bat around her.
Short again from de Klerk. That one rushes Barber, and she splices it to short cover, no run. That's the end of the 31st over, 117 for 3. And Tabete's got 52 of 97 deliveries, which is probably a little bit slow going, but let's just mention how tough those first 10 overs were batting this morning.
Absolutely difficult, which is why, back to your question, it was very commendable about Nonkululeko Tabete's batting and the fact that she's still here for her team. Western Province now might be a little bit of spot of bother, which is why they are bringing in their strike bowlers and keeping Reyneke operating as well, building the pressure and maybe striking this side.
Reyneke again flighted nicely, just pushed to mid-wicket, no run. Reyneke changing ends from her initial spell, which was from the university end. Bit shorter, and Tabete trying to pierce the field square on the offside, but unsuccessful, as we welcome back Otto Simon.
Thank you, Ken. Reineke's final over.
That's steered behind square on the offside now, and they'll go through for a quick single. Bit of bounce again for Reyneke. She is a tall off spinner.
And she doesn't mind giving it a lot of flight, really getting it above the eyes. The DP World Lions not managing to score off her in any productive way.
Barber off the back foot, really trying to hit that hard, but can't beat the cover field.
Now 3 fielders outside the circle, backward square leg, deep mid wicket and cover sweeper.
And the reverse sweep, brilliantly played by Sarah Barber. She's got that over the infield, and that will run away for 4.
Brilliant shot there, exploiting the space over the head of third inside the ring. Brilliant shot that. And just as I was saying that it's difficult for the DP World Lions to score against Reyneke, Barber makes it look easy.
I think the one thing you do know about Reyneke is roughly where she's always going to pitch the ball. But there's been the odd delivery that's bounced quite a lot, so that's a dangerous stroke. And Barber hits that nicely off the back foot, but straight to the deepish mid-on, no run. And that's going to be the end of Kayla Reineke's spell of bowling.
7 runs off that over.
So 10 overs, 3 maidens, none for 21 for Kayla Reyneke. Outstanding effort by the tall off spinner. And Otto, as Pendulo Magubani said earlier on commentary, she has really been the strangler for Western Province all through this season.
Yes, and even though they haven't won a match, Reyneke has been one of the standout performers for them. And Pendulo Magubane also mentioning the 2 runs and over economy rate that she's managed to maintain for the past few games, so she's been a real weapon for Leah Jones, the Western Province women captain. It's nice to know that you can give the ball to a spinner and they'll just keep one end tidy for you.
And it is Leah Jones who's bowling now from the university end. Tabete just keeping that first delivery out, kept it a little low again.
There doesn't seem to be a lot of bounce from this university end. The ball looks to me like it does keep much lower than the deliveries that are coming towards us from the Koppies end. I was thinking maybe the ground is sloping or something, but it's flat as you like, and it's just a little bit of a lower bounce on that end. Very tricky to bat on this wicket.
Visually, I mean, I'm not sure if it's an optical illusion, but it certainly does, sitting here at the university, and it gives a slight impression that the ground is sloping away from us, down towards the Koppie, as Jones is in again to Tabete. Well pitched up onto the pads, but definitely going down the leg side, just a stifled appeal. And And just a couple of overs from Nadine de Klerk from this university end, and now the other new ball bowler coming on for Western Province. They are obviously eager to break this burgeoning partnership at this crucial stage of the game in the 32nd over.
Yeah, it's already past the 30 mark.
Lofted over, cover point by Tabete. Thinks of a second, but the cover sweeper's already got the ball in her hands, and Barber wisely sends her back.
Yeah, it's a nice partnership of 30 odd after the 33 run, the previous one, the previous partnership of 33, and the second wicket partnership of 49. So the DP World women managing to get some decent partnerships off the ground, just not converting them into really big ones that'll cause some nerves in the Western Province women. They should still feel that if they're chasing 3.5, 4 runs and over, that should be okay. 4.5 maybe. So I think as soon as you start on this wicket, as soon as you start to ask for 5 runs and over, it'll be difficult.
Yeah, certainly. It's not the easiest pitch for stroke play. There's been some fairly steep bounce from the Koppies end. Bit of assistance for the bowlers off the deck. Jones in again to Barber, flighted up, well pitched up outside off stump, and Barber doesn't really get hold of the drive. Fielded by cover, no run, and that's the end of the
32nd.
33rd over. 123 for 3. So 17 overs left in this innings, Otto. Presuming the DP World Lions don't lose too many more wickets, where do you feel they're aiming for at the end of their 50?
I would say, so this is the what they call the mathematical halfway mark, the 32nd, 33rd over. So if they can get to 250, 260, I think it'll be very, very defendable, and Western Province would look to score to restrict them to just over 200. I think that'll give them a glint in their eye as they walk to the wicket and try and chase it down. Tucker continues from, she replaces Reyneke from the Koppies end.
Delmi Tucker, Western Province's chief wicket taker today with 2. So you can see the visitors are very, very eager to try and break this partnership. Driven nicely by Tabata to wide mid on. They had to scurry. The fielding was good. The throw wasn't bad, but the bowler Tucker couldn't gather for Mandri Stain. But I think Tabeti might have been home anyway. Good running. As square leg just drops out and pulled and caught. Mistimed by Sarah Barber. She went quickly onto the pool, but the ball wasn't quite there for the shot, and she got it high on the bat, and an excellent catch running in and diving forward. So that is the end of Sarah Barber for 14 off 29 balls. She had 2 fours.
Yeah, it's
I'm not sure about that one.
And
just
it
sort
is
of got her eye in before she just bunted that one into the hands of the catching extra cover fielder, or catching mid wicket, I should say. She looks a little bit disappointed. She strides off, does Barber.
Captain Leah Jones taking a very handy catch there indeed, rushing in, and just the wicket that Western Province wanted in the 34th over. The Lions now 124 for 3 as we have a drinks break, and we'll have a little 90-second break. Welcome back to the Auburn Oval at the University of Johannesburg for this live coverage of the CSA one-day women's provincial match between the DP World Lions and Western Province, brought to you by the DP World Lions and Pitch Vision. And the DP World Lions sent it to bat 124 for 4 inside the 34th over. Delmi Tucker has just taken her third wicket, removing Sarah Barber. So we have a new batter at the crease who is just taking guard. It's the Lions captain, Khomotso Rapua. And the field is still spread as he has Tucker again. Well flighted and watchful defence from the Lions captain.
So the hook shot, sweep shot trap is set. Backward square leg on the boundary and deep mid wicket on the boundary. Tucker to Rapuo.
Delmi Tucker's really varied her flight very nicely today. It's encouraged the Lions batters to try and attack her, and then she's deceived them with changes of flight.
And she's been a little, compared to Reineke, a bit flatter and more at the stumps than Reineke has been. And it's Rapo now off the mark.
Yeah, well taken. Quick single to end the 34th over. Beg your pardon. 125 for 4. Delmi Tucker's got 3 for 47. I beg your pardon, 3 for 45 after 8 overs. So she's got another couple of overs left. She's conceded runs, but 3 really valuable wickets for Western Province.
Yes, and the caught and bowled, probably the most difficult one of them, and the other 2 were just mistakes by the batters. Sunette Viljoen low missing a straight one and getting bowled, and then the mistake by Barber that just bobbled the ball out to that catching mid wicket. As we see a replacement fielder on, it's Leroux, Tatum Leroux, and she is on the field for Sarah Smith.
I think you're being a little bit unkind to Delmi Tucker. Otto. This is a wonderful piece of bowling.
Oh yes, no, don't get me wrong.
Sunette Viljoen low, beat her in the flight.
Yes.
Turn back through the gate.
Yeah, no, I mean, but those are mistakes that were forced. Those are forced mistakes, weren't unforced errors. They weren't gifted wickets. It was mistakes by the batters that was induced by pressure, that was built up by Reineke and Delmi Tucker in tandem, and by all the Western Province women bowlers. It feels like the Lions think they should have had more runs by now, so they're trying to attack, and each time they do, they make mistakes and they lose their wickets. So it's wonderful bowling and fielding. There were a few mistakes in the field by the Western Province women early in the match, but they've tidied that up. Some fumbles, some extra runs conceded, but very tight outfit since then. Since about the 15th over, they've really sharpened up that side. Almost snuck it through there, Leah Jones.
Khomotso Rapua racing back for 2 to third man. The previous delivery, very nicely played little shot behind the wicket, but nearly deceived by Jones there.
Now just an inside edge saving her there.
Oh, that one's gone astray out the hand from Jones, and wide called by umpire Amy Gear.
Yeah, it looks like it just slipped out of her hand a little bit. So the captain conceding, I think that's her first extra if memory serves. She's got fine leg and third on the boundary as usual. Everybody else inside the ring, so still smothering field.
Wafting outside off stump there. Rapua.
Trying to play that cut shot again, trying to access the space, because third is quite wide, so there's a lot of space. It's very far fine behind square, but that's a dangerous shot to play to Leah Jones, I would suggest.
Here's Jones again from the university end again. Leg side is nicely tucked away by Rapua. She's beaten mid-wicket and square leg.
Ball pulled up just short of the boundary.
Faye Tunnicliffe giving chase, and they threw for a couple more runs.
Tunnicliffe and Steyn combining there. Tunnicliffe doing all the work, but Steyn was right there with her.
130 for 4 now, the Lions. As it's got a little bit brighter here at the Auburn Oval. The sun's still trying to break through the thick cloud. Jones flighted and hit over the covers by Rapua. That'll run away for 4. Super shot over cover point.
What a shot. Excellent work there by Rapua. Getting into the spirit of things for the DP World Lions. They need runs. They can't afford to be smothered like this by the Western Province women. If they carry on scoring at 2 or 3 runs and over, they might not have enough runs to defend on this ground.
Full again from Jones. Nice cricket by Kamoto Rapua. This one just angling it down to third man for a single, so she goes to 10 off 9 balls. She's underway very quickly. The Lions captain Nonkululeka Tabete is on 55 off 106 balls, and the Lions are 135 for 4 after 35 overs.
So that's a 10-run over for the DP World Lions women. Very, very welcome runs for them. So it's one of Leah Jones's worst overs.
Yeah, there was just the one boundary in the over, but a couple of twos and a couple of good singles. So good urgency by the DP World Lions batters.
Yes, indeed. So Leah Jones with 3 overs left, and it's the umpire signalling the final power play. Dalmi Tucker will continue. She will bowl her final over.
Again, teasing flight. It's her 9th over. I think there was a bit of a confusion in the scoring earlier.
I see. Okay, no, I thought so.
Tucker. Again, that excellent flight, accurate just outside off stump and just pushed to cover point.
Now pulling the batter forward there.
Yeah, it's
So
really good.
Rapu getting forward to that one.
Teasing
Fine.
off spin. That one's a little bit wider. Rapu on the cut misses. There's a bit of interest from a couple of Western Province fielders for the edge, but nothing doing.
No, not at all. So backward square leg is on the boundary. That's the only boundary fielder.
Straighter from Tucker and just tucked away through mid-wicket for the single by Rapua. 136 for 4.
Oh, this is great stuff from Dalmi Tucker, showing why she's been called up to the Proteas women's side. She made her debut.
That's pulled away by Tabete over the infield, and the deep mid-wicket will field. They're coming back for the second, and well run. 2 more runs to Tabete. She'll go to 57 and the total 138 for 4. For Tabete, there's now a short fine leg who's come across from short third man. Tucker in again, flatter, pulled again by Tabete, 1 bounce to square leg, and Tabete will be a bit annoyed that she didn't manage to beat the infield there. She hit the ball well enough. Dalmi Tucker into her 9th over. She's got 3 for 48. The Lions are 138 for 4, and we've had 36 overs. Looks like Reinecke's bowled out, so this is going to be Faye Tunnicliffe.
Yes.
Is going to come on to bowl for the first time in this innings in the 37th over.
So let's see if Faye Tunnicliffe can get another breakthrough here for the Western Province women. They've been taking wickets quite regularly, and just as the DP World Lions batters try to get going, try to switch gears and go towards building on a good start, they get that wicket and break the partnership. So they're hoping that Tunnicliffe can do this for them as well.
Spinner Tunnicliffe
On strike.
and she's lofted that drive behind square on the offside. The short turn man scampers after it to do the fielding, and another 2 runs for Rapua. She goes to 13 now, going at pretty much a runner ball. It's been a bright start by the Lions captain. Spinner Tunnicliffe has only really got a deep mid wicket out on the boundary. Well flighted and well fielded off her own bowling as well.
Just dropped short of Tunnicliffe there. Almost a caught and bowled chance.
Tossing it up into the wind. The spinner will make it tricky as now the wind has suddenly dropped for this delivery. Again flighted.
Ooh.
Rapua missing the big drive.
Oh, that was a attempt at a booming drive through the covers here. Lots of space behind the fielders in the ring, as you mentioned, Ken. Lots of space if you can beat the ring fielders, and that's the trap that's set here for Tunnicliffe, trying to get the ball to be driven through the air into the covers. Oof, almost run out there at the non-striker's end, but Tabete was safely back into a crease after backing up there.
Leah Jones very quick to get the throw in there. Tunnicliffe, another tall bowler who's really tossing it up here. Over the top by Rapua. It's going to be a boundary. It's going to run away a few bounces over mid-off, and a very timely boundary for the DP World Lions.
A nice long off shot there from Rapua. That was nice and high, flying through the air. Now mid on and mid off become long on and long off as a result of that shot.
144 for 4. Tunnicliffe again, straighter. Took some pace off, and Rapua is beaten. Hit on the pad. Ends the over with a dot ball. 144 for 4 after 37 overs now, the DP World Lions. Otto, they've really got to attack Tunnicliffe. She's the 6th bowler, so obviously a little bit of a part-timer, although that was a tidy first over from her.
Yeah, they've got to step on the gas now, maybe hang around for another 3 or 4 overs. They've got 6 wickets in hand, and they'll definitely want to target Faye Tunnicliffe. And no real bowling figures that I could that stood out to me in the previous games. She's more of a batter is Tunnicliffe, and Dalmi Tucker will now bowl her final over. That one is straight to backward point off the bat of Nonkululelo Tabete. Yeah, Faye Tunnicliffe has got to go. If you're the DP World Lions, that's your chance.
And that's heaved. Oh, misjudged by the deep mid-on fielder.
That is
Sarah Smith hesitated.
Yeah, didn't come in.
I don't think she picked it up clearly in the ball flight. Didn't come in, and if she had moved immediately, it could have been a catch.
Indeed. So that cross-batted shot, this time along the ground, the same shot that almost cost her wicket. Tabete gets off strike with a single down to deep mid-wicket. That was, I think Smith knows that she made a little bit of a mistake there. She probably just would have reached it if she dove forward there, running in. And this one is going straight down the throat of mid-off. Rapua straight to mid-off, and she's lost her wicket there. Leroux, the substitute fielder on the field at mid-off, straight to her. So
yeah, reward for Dalmi Tucker as she removes Lions captain Komoto Rapua. who was certainly adding some good intensity to this Lion innings. A fourth wicket for Delmi Tucker just before her allotment of 10 overs runs out.
Now, Rapu is visibly upset with herself. She's very disappointed. We'll just get her figures for you in a moment.
So Kamota Rapu is out for 17 off 20 balls, caught by Tatum LaRue, the substitute fielder, off the bowling of Delmi Tucker, as the Lions slip to 145 for 5, and we're in the 38th over. The new batter is Razina Manak, part of the famous Manak family in the Central Gauteng cricketing circles, no doubt.
So let's see what Manak can do here. Now she's just got to consolidate here a little bit, because if the Lions lose another wicket now, they'll probably feel that they are in trouble. And she does just that. Very cautious defensive shot. She doesn't have a number on her jersey, which corresponds to the team sheet that we got. So that's nice. So we know that the one without the number is Manak.
And that's Delmi Tucker's 4 overs completed. She's done a great job for Western Province, 4 for 49, and some really key wickets in there as well. She bowled Sunette Viljoen low, deceiving her in the flight. Beautiful bit of bowling. She then took a really sharp return catch to dismiss Madison Landsman, and Sarah Barber was caught at mid-on, and now in her final over, Kamotso Rapua caught at mid-off. So Delmi Tucker 4 for 48 in her 10 overs. Faye Tunnicliffe is going to bowl her second over now from the university end, with the obdurate Lions opener Nonkululeko Tabete still at the wicket on 58 off 111 balls. Well flighted by Tunnicliffe, nicely turned off for pads though by Tabete, and it's Andrew Steyn who's quickly in from the mid-wicket boundary to keep it to just one. Tabete goes to 59, total 146 for 5.
Yeah, so I think very cautious approach needed here from the DP World Lions. We'll see if Manak has some other ideas. So I'm not sure how many recognized batters they still have left, but it looks like Manak is just trying to set herself, get her eye in. Not seen any expansive shots from her so far.
No, well, her job really is to get off strike, is to get ones as soon as she can. A bit surprised that Western Province haven't brought another fielder into the ring, and Manak pulls. That's definitely sliding down the leg side. But Manak not the most convincing of pull shots there.
No, not at all. Completely missed that. Tried to pull it down to that. There is one fielder on the boundary at deep mid-wicket. Tried to access the space behind square leg. Perhaps this time she does that. The sweeper runs around and does cut it off. Andri Steyn sends the ball back, and Manak does what you asked for, Ken. She gets off strike. Now, as Tabete is on strike, long off, long on, back on the boundary rope, sweeper on the cover boundary, along with that deep mid wicket. Fired in wide by Tunnicliffe, trying to entice Tabete to chase after that one, which she does, but doesn't make contact, and umpire gear signals wide.
Okay, an extravagant flight. It's overpitched by Tunnicliffe and put away by Tabete on the full, and 150 up for the DP World Lions in the 39th over with that boundary.
Tabete knows that she's the anchor here, and Tunnicliffe needs to fetch, so she's executing the plan there. Luckily this time we have some spectators down at square leg who were able to retrieve the ball. Let's see if they can find it. And as we've mentioned, the whole field is surrounded mostly by palisade fencing on that far side, where if that ball bobbles through, you'll have to call a supervisor or somebody to come and unlock some gates for you to get through and go and fetch it. So Tunnicliffe has got the ball back, thankfully. Only lost one ball so far, and that was on the far side on that copy end.
Back to the bowler, and now is really the time when Tabete needs to go. She's on 63 of 114 balls. Rosina Manak inexperienced at the other end, so she'll probably take a little bit of time to settle. So Tabete needing to up the ante. One wonders how long Western Province are going to persist with Faye Tunnicliffe. Her 2 overs have cost 13 runs. She is of course the 6th bowler, so she all her overs are bonus overs, if you like, not aware of any injuries in the Western Province attack.
Now Vezi's gone for, how many is that? 17, if I'm not mistaken. And then we've got Nadine de Klerk with 3 overs left, and Leah Jones, the captain, also 3 overs in the bag.
Well, it is going to be Vezi who's taking over from Tucker at the Koppies end. Vezi, one of the chief bowlers for Western Province this season. She's in to Manak, who's fishing outside off stump, missed.
Bit of indecision there by Manak. Not sure if she should go forward or back. Caught in 2 minds there and ended up playing a half-hearted cut shot. Keeper is up to the stumps for Vezi, as you can see. It's definitely more bounce from that end.
Yeah, absolutely, Otto.
The balls are coming through over the stumps, whereas the balls that are being bowled from this university end to the far side, as we look at it, definitely keeping a bit lower. At least it's consistent. It's not like it's some balls are keeping low and others are not.
Well, that was there to drive for Rosina Manak. Unfortunately, she couldn't make contact. Just one fielder on the boundary for Western Province. It's out at deep mid-wicket.
So lots of temptation here to go up and over for Manak. Oh,
Pulling and missing. Wicketkeeper De Leerde breaking the stumps, but Manak never left her crease. Finding it tough going here against Mosipo Vezi, who's enjoying a good season with the ball for Western Province. Again pitched up. That's nicely struck by Manak, but unfortunately straight to cover point. No run.
yeah, that was a good shot for nothing.
Just a change in field now as this over heads towards the conclusion. Cover is dropping back onto the boundary. Here's Vezi again. Oh, over pitched and wide, but not wide enough. But it is, however, a no ball.
Right.
Signalled by
So
umpire
that's
Ntuli.
Free hit as well.
Yeah, maybe just what Rosina Manak needs to get her innings going.
Yeah.
Chance to free her arms without any consequences. Well, any negative consequences. There could well be consequences for Western Province. So, not allowed to change the field, of course. Just 2 fielders out. Here's Vezi. Oh, Manak goes outside off stump. Well, she preempted that way too early.
Yeah.
And Vezi would have bowled it pretty much straight at her, and she couldn't get the scoop away. So that's the end of the
40th
over. 153 for 5, and Pendulo Magubani will now be joining Otto Simon.
Thank you very much, Ken. So 10 overs left. Can the DP World Lions get to that 250, 240 mark from here, which I think will be difficult to chase? The sun is out and batting conditions should become easier, and that's what the Western Province women will be counting on. Another bowling change here from the university end now for the Western Province women. It is Sarah Smith who will be replacing Faye Tunnicliffe, good move there by Leah Jones to replace Tunnicliffe. She was really fetching there for a bit, Mpindula.
It's also a good selection to bring in Sarah Smith. Been seeing the value of the spin bowlers here throughout the entire innings from both Dalmi Taka and from Kayla Reyneka.
Yeah.
So continuing with the same vein, coming into the last final overs of the innings. 10 more to go. 153 for 5 for the DP World Lions. Starting up with a tossed one, but Tabeta has been there for a while now, Otto. It's been 115 deliveries, just guiding that down to LaRue at long on. Coming in for Adams, who got a small injury earlier on. Kelsey Adams, who's out of the game. But Smith continues here. Ooh, good length that she bowled. Gets a thick outside edge from Manax's bat. Running in to collect it from backward point is Dalmi Taka. She was good with the ball, now showing her exploits in the field as well. 156 for 5.
Yeah, that's a good 2 run there, and Dalmi Taka putting in the hard yards to fetch that one. Nicely flighted by Smith. Manak is just needs to rotate the strike a bit better here. They're going at less than 4 and over now, the DP World Lions women. Oh, this one is would have been straight down the throat of square leg. Square leg umpire just stepping out of the way as deep square leg runs in to field that one. She gets off strike, does Manak. So good job there, and now the fielders fall back onto the boundary. Backward square leg, long off, long on, as Tabete is on strike, and she just gets this one fine. Couldn't beat fine leg inside the circle. Good work there by Vezi. Standing at fine leg. Another single. So just as we said that the Lions would want to target Faye Tunnicliffe, she's been yanked out of the attack. And Smith has done a good job so far. Just a few singles. See if she can finish this over well as Manak steps onto the back foot. She's a little bit indecisive, is Manak, whether she should come forward or go back to the spinners, and just keeping her feet moving. So hopefully she figures that out sooner rather than later for the DP World Lions, and maybe some of the Western Province ladies would have spotted that. Vezi to continue from the Koppies end to Tabete.
41 overs have been completed. The score's 158 for 5 runs here for the DP World Lions team. Manak, as you were talking about those movement of the legs, it's also testament to very good bowling from Smith in the previous over. Vezi has been bowling well ever since, this time just going outside the off stump, diving efforts from extra cover. But they'll be happy here, Western Province, just getting Manak on strike. They'll be constantly wanting to bowl to Manak because she is the new batter, and it is for that reason where they feel like they'll just add more pressure to her and the rest of the batting field.
Now she needs to rotate the strike here. Manak looks like she tends to get stuck at the crease, but as I say that, she plays a lovely pull shot, and she does get the single down to the deep mid-wicket sweeper.
It's what we are seeing from Sarah Barber when she was batting with Tabete. It's the fact that they were able to rotate that strike. Madison Landsman, when she was also there, she was also pushing those singles. You have a temptation in the last 10 overs to try and go big, but sometimes it's not really the case. The big shots come through sheer perseverance and hard work with that cracking shot from Nonkululeko Tabete, but it's well stopped right at the deep by LaRue, who's at long off.
Almost took Vezi's head off there, but Vezi managed to evade that. Shall we say that's a missed chance from Vezi? I think the ball came back so quickly she couldn't even lift her hand to try and get a hold of it. Manak with a top edge. Out to the mid-wicket area where Nadine de Klerk dives to her left, runs to her left and couldn't quite get her hands to it. That was half a chance there.
Ball completely mistimed from Manak, trying to go big again. That extra bounce coming from the Kopi's end, just posing problems for the batters. Thinking that she has a chance because there is a space on the square leg area. Nadine de Klerk just not getting under the ball. Survival for Manak.
Almost a wicket there for Western Province women. That one is almost wide. Umpire Ntuli says that's fine.
That's good bowling from Vezi. Last 10 overs. If you bowl it outside and it's full, it's one of the hardest balls to hit.
Indeed, yeah. Hiding it outside that off stump.
This time just drawing that length a little bit back though, giving Tabeta the opportunity to cut that to the deep. It's well stopped from Andrea Steyn, which brings the end to over number 42. It's 163 for the loss of 5 wickets.
Yeah, so it's a tidy over there from Vezi, 5 runs from it. She's now gone for 26 in her 5 overs. Only the 1 maiden, so good work from Vezi here for her captain. Coming back after a 10 and a 6 over in the middle of the innings, and very tidy work so far given the match situation. Western Province women will be happy to chase anything below 210, 220. What do you think? Ooh, thick outside edge there from Tabete. She went hard and there's nobody behind square on the offside. Are they going to come back for third? No, just the 2 runs there. Flashing hard is Tabete.
Indeed. Vacant third man area there for her to operate on.
Yeah, it's just a backward point there. Delmi Tucker at backward point, so there's lots of space behind square on the offside. And this time it's dragged down short by Smith, straight to the deep square leg fielder. And there's a deep mid wicket as well, and now long on and long off will come into the circle for Manak. Facing Sarah Smith. Now it's only deep mid wicket out on the boundary as square leg comes up as well. Just doesn't look very convincing, does Manak at the moment. Probably a bit nervous, just needs to calm down, find her eye, get her eye in.
She's faced 20 balls right now. And it's starting to hurt because there are still players waiting in the dugouts coming to take the space.
Yeah, she needs to get on with it now. She's wasting too many deliveries. Footwork not really convincing. This time she comes forward more convincingly, with more authority and purpose, and gets the single straight to the fielder at that deep mid wicket. And now everybody back onto the boundary for Tabete. Square leg, long off, long on. What a shot there by Tabete. And it just falls short of Andri Steyn there at deep mid wicket. Just wanted it to go a little bit straighter there. Tabete would have accessed that cow corner. And the score is 168 with the loss of 5 wickets. And another 5 runs there off Smith's over. So that's just about what the DP World Lions would want. 5, 6, 7 and over. It looks like they might not even make it to 200 at this point. They just need to accelerate a little bit more now. They've still got 5 wickets, 7 overs to go. 42 balls left. Well, they can get a runner ball will take them to 200 from here, but they've been going at less than 4 as an average. Vezi gets the outside edge, but third man is inside the circle. The ball is going to be hauled in here by Reineke running towards the side screen. Very, very faint edge there.
But what you'd like to see there about Tabete is that she was going for the big shots. There's no more time left now.
There's intent. We see some intent. .170 up. Again, a nice big swing by Tabete. Misses everything except the wicket keeper's gloves, and Tabete is now remonstrating with herself. She knows that she's got to go for it.
Starting to be desperate times here with wickets in hand, but runs not calling about the work that the Lions have been putting in here.
She steps out over the off stump, trying to access the square leg fence. So definitely the plan is clear here from the DP World Lions women. They want to go for it now. They want to try and get some boundaries. Oh, is that a stumping? Yes, says umpire Gear at square leg. Tabete goes for the big swing, leaves her crease, and the leader does the rest. Babette the leader with the first stumping of the season. That is intent by Tabete. She knows that she had to step on the gas, pays the price with her wicket.
That's that pressure also being brought in by the Western Province bowlers. Really hard with your partner being on 7 from 21 deliveries and her being the leading batter right now. She felt like she needed to take control and to take charge. She has allowed the rest of the batting field, the batters, to bat around her, but she'll feel hard done that she couldn't take her team right to the end. Batted extremely well, did Nonkululeko Tabete. Now brings in Sarah Nettleton into the batting.
So let's have Nonkululeko Tabete's figures there. It's 71, was it? Producer will check that for us. 73 runs. Excellent innings by Tabete, and top score by far for the DP World Lions women. And
her second score of 50 plus, the second player in the DP World Lions team to execute a score of 2 50s in the tournament so far. The other one is the missing Kirsty Thompson, who suffered an unfortunate shoulder injury, scoring 89 versus the Titans and 54 versus the Southwestern District, or the Garden Route Badgers.
Vezi continues now, thick outside edge, and tantalizingly close to that third man fielder inside the ring. Reineke stretching her hand out to the right, just bounces short, and Nettleton off the mark with a single.
In need of a power hitter here are the DP World Lions. They need anyone or everyone to start swinging for the heavens here. 4 wickets in hand, last ball of over number 44. Vezi has finally gotten herself into the wicket column. She'll be feeling a burst of confidence now.
So, what can Manak do here? Can she unleash? She tries to do that. Sweeper on the boundary, easily cleans that one up. Yeah, and 44 overs gone now. 172 for 6. Only 4 runs from that over and the wicket. So just exactly what Leah Jones would have asked of Vezi there.
And it's not just it was a wicket that was taken, it is the value of the wicket that was taken. That one of Nonkululeko Tabete, who was the player who was looking to carry her bat until the end of the innings. 73 runs, she wanted that 100, just couldn't make it with the wickets falling all around her. Big task here for Rosina Manak, who it's her first game of the season in the 50 over competition, having to face a red hot fire Nadine de Klerk.
Yeah, with the 6 overs left, it will be de Klerk and Jones, Leah Jones, the captain, to finish this off. Right on the money with that first delivery is Nadine de Klerk. So, there's 47 balls left. It's 172 for 6. So run a ball will take the DP World Lions women to 110 odd, 115. They'd want more than that to defend. Nice and straight by de Klerk. Ooh, fumbled there by Leroux, Tatum Leroux, but no harm done. No extra runs there.
Most economical bowler, or one of their most economical bowlers in the match here today, is Nadine de Klerk, and having those 3 overs off her waiting Leah Jones as well just speaks to the brilliant captaincy by Leah Jones and the planning from the Western Province team. Their best bowlers have been able to execute the job that was put onto them, which adds a little bit of a psychological pressure for the Lions if they have to deal with them right at the end of the innings.
Indeed. Nadine de Klerk with the appeal. Umpire Gear shakes her head. Yeah, Nadine de Klerk was 0 for 18 off her first 7. She bowled a short spell there in the middle, 29th and the 31st over, going for just 2 runs off those 2 overs. She hasn't got a wicket yet today. She definitely want one, and I think if she gets one here, the Western Province women will be well in control. So Nettleton getting off strike with the shot out to deep mid-wicket.
But de Klerk is bowling well here. Just 2 runs from her first 4 deliveries. And this is exactly what you'll be wanting. If you cannot get the wickets at this tail end of the innings, make sure that you minimize the run scoring.
Nice and straight, full, onto the stumps, forcing Manak there to just defend her wicket.
And
No scoring option there.
And it's that control again, Otto. 2 block hole deliveries in a row.
Yeah.
This is what you pay for when you have a player of this quality, and this is why you try to preserve her until the end of the innings so that she can just get into her work. A lot of worry now if you're the team in yellow. The Lions need to roar themselves out of this situation, because this den looks a little bit toothless right now, with the Western Province really gunning for their teeth.
Oh, it's a good short ball there. Over leg stump by Nadine de Klerk. That's 1 for the over. Oh no, is that a wide? No. Oh, no, that's not a wide. So, end of the 45th over. 30 balls left in the innings. Only 1 run off that over. Is that correct? 174. So 2 runs off that over. That is excellent work by Nadine de Klerk. She's got none for 20, and she's got 12 balls left, 2 overs left. And as we suspected, oh no, Leah Jones will not be taking over from Vezi. Vezi will continue from the copy end, getting the reward for getting that wicket. So good stuff there by the captain, unselfish. Let Vezi bowl because she's on a roll here. She's got the wicket now, a little bit of confidence, as you said. And Nettleton to face. Tries to go for the booming drive straight down the ground. Only reaches the bowler.
One thing that the Lions might have confidence with here has been the batting of the Western Province so far in this tournament. Haven't been able to reach 200 runs. They batted first against the Free State and they only posted 195, which is their highest score this season.
Nettleton straight to extra cover. Nice catch, low down by Faye Tunnicliffe. And Nettleton goes for not many, I would suggest. We'll get the figures for you now. She's out for 2 runs and caught by Faye Tunnicliffe, standing at that catching cover position, straight into her hands. Good catch by Tunnicliffe, low down. Had to get the hands down underneath the ball, but well executed catch, and another wicket for Vezi. Good call by Leah Jones, we'll say.
Again, showing the confidence that you have on your bowler, coming back for yet another over, and then she strikes here. The ball wasn't particularly the best one, wide, and short, but also at the same time you give credit to the build-up to that particular delivery to try and get Sarah Nettleton to hit that ball. Short extra cover is there for a reason, and short extra cover was there to pick up that catch. Wicket number 7 now gone, as we see the bowlers now starting to take up strike. Samantha Skitter walks in for the DP World Lions women at number 9.
Yes, indeed. So Nettleton there. We'll get the balls that she faced for you in a moment. And so 2 off 5 was Nettleton's score. Thank you so much for the team here with me, keeping everything up to date. And Skitter will face her first delivery now. Oh, playing a miss outside off stump. Bails are dislodged by Babette de Leerde.
She's been having an excellent game behind the stumps. Babette de Leerde hasn't been giving anything away. Her hands have been lightning quick, responsible for that stumping earlier on as well.
Yeah, indeed, good work. Oh, almost a repeat of the Nettleton wicket as Skitter digs this one out, but it doesn't go through the air to Faye Tunnicliffe, standing at extra cover close to the wicket, and get a single.
Razina Manak is under psychological pressure now. She knows that she's been there for a while, and she knows that she needs to show value for the amount of deliveries that she's taken. 9 from 26. She gets a full toss from Vezi. She was looking for a sweep shot. Again, Babette de Leerde showing her skills behind the stumps. Very hard for the wicketkeeper to pick up the half volley, making it look easy, the Netherlands international. That's why she's an international player after all. One last delivery.
Manak off the back foot, beats the fielder at backward point, but third is there to pick it up. Reineke with the fielding there, only single. So Manak will retain strike for the start of the 47th over, and only 2 runs from that Vezi over and the wicket. 176 for 7, as you can see on the screen there. Excellent work by Vezi, and once again a good call from Leah Jones to keep Vezi on, with herself opening the bowling and having those 3 overs in hand. She's shown her faith in Vezi, and Vezi has rewarded her captain.
Nadine de Klerk just going at 2.5 runs to the over.
Now it's top quality stuff there from Nadine de Klerk, and Manak with a checked shot, almost bobbling it back to de Klerk, but it falls safely.
In as much as she'll be hurt that she's not within the wickets, sometimes when you are the best bowler in the team, it's not your day to take the wickets.
23 balls left. This one included straight to that cover fielder, to point, I would say rather, by Manak. Well, she's kept the pressure on as Nadine de Klerk, and she's been dangerous to face. Had a few balls flying through the slip quadrant, as we mentioned. See what Manak can do with this one. She gets off strike as square leg is back on the boundary, and she sends it into the shoes of the square leg umpire, as square leg has to run in from the deep square leg boundary to fetch that one, and Skitter will now face Nadine de Klerk for the first time.
In a low-scoring game like this, the game normally comes down to the smallest of margins. The 1 single you don't want to give away, the 2 runs you don't want to give away. Nadine de Klerk with that small single feels like drifting down to the legs a little bit.
This one as well onto the legs of Skitter, who flicks it off, but square leg is there to pick it up. Yeah, I'm not sure if I would call this a low-scoring game yet. I think it looks like this might be a par score. Maybe this is a 210, 220 wicket rather than a 180, 190. But it certainly was very difficult to get going this morning.
Well, considering the fact that the DP World Lions chased down 247 runs when they were playing against Free State, and then they chased down 264 when they were playing against the Titans. They're a team that knows how to score runs. The fact that it seems like they've been restricted here, barring the fact that they're missing Kirsty Thompson and Jenna Evans.
Short here by de Klerk, and Skitter manages to get bad on it, but it's straight to square leg. That is an excellent 47th over from Nadine de Klerk, and that was 177. Just a single from that 47th over. That is excellent work for her team, and she's now got 0 for 21 as Nadine de Klerk. Excellent performance by the Protea star for Western Province women. Now 18 balls left, and they need 23 runs to get to 200. They would dearly love to get maybe 210, 220 rather. At one stage it looked like they could get a 240, 250, but it just faltered. It was just excellent discipline by the bowlers and fielders for Western Province, and they kept taking wickets. Again, Manak is way too early trying to play that ramp shot to try and exploit the space. There's nobody behind square on the onside. There's only third inside the ring on the offside. So trying to access the space here to the left of where we are. But Vezi is up to the challenge. Manak drives this one well. Sweeper on the boundary will keep it to 1. Andri Steyn there doing the business for Western Province, and Skitter back on strike.
Eventually, after some time, when you build up the pressure and you stay batting for a long time without scoring the runs, you start fishing for shots and start doing unnecessary stuff just to evade that pressure.
It's full and wide outside off stump, straight to Tunnicliffe at that catching extra cover, where she took the catch off Nettleton. Vezi is continuing the good work here for the Western Province women. Excellent death bowling, hiding the ball full and wide outside off stump. Let's see if Skitter can do something with this one. No, and this time the umpire says that's too wide.
Getting a little bit naughty there, Vezi. She's really hugging the wide line. So any small margin of error is enough for the umpire to just signal her wide, or to give enough room for the batters to hit that ball. Just like that, and it seems like it's a catch. Indeed it is. Ball going wider, trying to go for the shot there, Samantha Skitter, and she got punished as she just pops it back to Nosipho Vezi.
Excellent caught and bowled there by Vezi, and not a great deal of celebration this time. Vezi's getting used to taking the wickets here. 3 overs in a row that she's got the scalp of a DP World Lions woman. So excellent work by Nosipho Vezi. And now to the crease comes the number 22, another superstar for the DP World Lions, is Tumi Sekukune. Has played a test match last year, debuted against the West Indies in 2018 when they visited, or when they toured there, and the last ODI that Sekukune played was last year versus England. She missed out on the New Zealand series, probably out injured, I would venture to guess, I'm not sure, but she's at the wicket now, and she needs to play those shots that she plays for the Proteas women as well. So Vezi has taken her 3rd wicket.
It's a big task here for Tumi Sekukune, the first left-hander in the batting lineup. Ball is pitched wide and full, just guided down to the vacant 3rd man area. Razina Manak and Tumseko Kune pushing hard for those 2 runs. They come very well received here. Whatever runs come now will come very well received as we near the end of the innings. Just 13 more deliveries waiting. Nosipho Vezi causing the damage that she did in the last match when she was playing against the Dolphins.
And this one is left alone, hoping for the wide call there. Sekukune doesn't get it. Good bowling by Vezi, just on that line, outside off stump, just inside the wide line. And that is the end of the 48th over. It's 180 for 7. Just 3 runs and a wicket from the 48th over. That is excellent work by Nosipho Vezi.
The big thing for Vez is the fact that she's getting those wickets, and this is the value of having a bowler who puts pressure, partnering of a bowler who takes the wickets. Nadine de Klerk, still economical as ever, still as stingy as ever, and you feel like you need to take Vezi on with the slower pace, and you lose your wicket because of that.
Absolutely. Oh, this one's popped up into the air towards backward point by Manak, but it just falls short. Luckily for the DP World Lions ladies.
De Klerk just saying, what must I do in order for me to get a wicket here today? She's already bowling at 2.3 runs to the over. She's into her final over, just 21 runs from her deliveries. What else must she do? Kayla Reinaker went through the same heartache, but they are doing the job here for Western Province.
No, absolutely. And Manak just makes it look very difficult to bat on this pitch at the moment is Razina Manak.
12 from 35 deliveries. It's now or never.
Samantha Skitter, by the way, caught and bowled for 1 of 7 balls.
Cracking shot, that one from Manak.
Oh yes, much better for the DP World Lions as Andri Steyn is there to collect the ball as it rolls over the square leg boundary. And is she going to be able to retrieve that ball? Let's see. It's been collected there by somebody at the kids' playground. So luckily that ball didn't sneak through that palisade fence there.
De Klerk just forcing the issues there, dropping that one short, trying to surprise Manak to use the square leg fielder at the deep. This time she decides to go a bit fuller, just testing the balance and the leg work and the head of Razina Manak. It was a really good shot there, just hooking it and twisting around her body. As you said, also displacing the ball, almost losing it.
Yeah, there's lots of places for balls to go missing at this ground, I can tell you that, especially with the lack of spectators. And this one is going to be cut off by Andri Steyn there on the boundary. They're coming back for the second on the throw, and much better here from Manak in this over, taking on the Protea star and getting the runs for the DP World Lions women. This is much needed, much needed runs here for the DP World Lions.
100%, and it's Nadine de Klerk just missing her block hole here, getting that full toss.
And punished as well by Manak. Nice defensive work from Razina Manak. 49 overs done, and it is 196, 187, excuse me, 187 for 7. With 6 balls to go. Will it be Vezi? Yes, Vezi is walking towards the crease.
That also signals the end of Nadine de Klerk's amazing spell here, Otto. Amazing as it was, she just couldn't get into the wicket sheets, but nonetheless going at just 2.7 runs to the over. That is exactly part of the jobs of a bowler. Restrict the batting. No maidens, no wickets, but really, she took all the runs she came with home here.
Now it's excellent work. Now Tumisiko Kune over extra cover, and they're going to come back for the second. They have to score the runs bit of a fumble there, but it's which makes it an easy 2 in the end. Good running from Manak and Sekukune. That's what the DP World Lions will be hoping for. They need another 11 runs to get over 200. It's still cloudy and a little bit of a wind picking up again. Sekukune with a big shot to the onside and taken by Tunnicliffe, running back from mid-wicket. And that's the end of Tume Sekukune. She came with intent and she pays for that aggression with her wicket. She's out for 4, caught by Faye Tunnicliffe, bowled by Vezi, and that is the 4th over in a row for Vezi with a wicket. Excellent work here by the Western Province women.
It's the final over of the innings as well, so Tumise Kukune had no choice but to go for the big ones. There's all that you can do now with the amount of wickets that have been falling. Nosipho Vezi showing again why she is in this team, why she's a professionally contracted player. She's taken 4 wickets, backing up the 3 that she took for the Dolphins. She started off a little bit expensive, but right now she has regrouped herself. She's found her lines, found her lengths, and she is finding all of her wickets here.
Yep, this is Leah Jones keeping herself out of the attack, and Vezi rewarding her captain for putting her faith in what looks to me like Vezi is excellent death bowler. And now we are truly into the bowlers with Lehlohonolo Meso at the crease facing Vezi. Defends that ball straight to Tunnicliffe.
One of the Meso sisters, Karabo Meso, not playing here today. One of the key scorers in the previous time they played together here, Western Province and Lions. Her sister, Lehlohonolo Meso, the bowler, one of the star bowlers of the DP World Lions. 3 balls remain in the innings. Goes for a big smack, but not enough legs. Chance for Leroux at the deep. But Rosina Mana comes back for run number 2. Sadiq off the mark from her first ball. Trying to go big here. It's 191 for 9.
Yeah, this is really, really wonderful death bowling by Vezi, and the DP World Lions would love to have Manak on strike, but it is the number 11 who has to do the job for them now. And she tries to go for it, misses everything completely. Vezi throws her head back. How did that miss the stumps? Meso survives.
She survives enough to find out the last ball here for the DP World Lions after being put into bats. 191.
Meso swings. She gets it through to that deep mid wicket. They have to come back for another one. Every run will be so valuable here, and that will be run out, so they only get the single off the last ball. So 192 for 9, all out in the end. And that is excellent work from the Western Province women. Never really let the DP World Lions women get into their stride, taking regular wickets in the 6th over, in the 14th over, in the 24th and the 35th. So the story went on for the DP World Lions, continuously losing wickets until the very end. And that is excellent work from the DP World Lions. From the Western Province women. They will need 193 to win from 50 overs, so just below 4 runs an over. I think that's a gettable score on this wicket.
100%. Just has to question what Western Province's batting will look like. We first look at the Lions bowling attack, a strong bowling attack from the Lions that they possess, and they're going to be batting or bowling to a batting lineup which is relatively low on confidence and will want scores in their bag. So we wait to see what's going to happen here. Good batting from Nonkululeko Tabete. They're going to need a performance like that. But also very, very good bowling from Dalmi Taka and from Nosipo Vezi, who have 7 wickets between them here also. So 191 runs. We're going to wait to see if they are able to turn this around, Western Province, and get their first victory of the tournament.
Yes, so we're going to go silent here for the lunch break. Thank you so much for listening. Please tell all your friends who love cricket to support the ladies' game. If you're in the area, come through to the Auburn Oval here on the University of Johannesburg campus. This live broadcast is brought to you by the DP World Lions Women and Pitch Vision. So please subscribe to the Pitch Vision channel, the CSA channel, and you'll be notified. If you hit the notification button, you'll be notified when we go live. We'll bring you as many of the First Division ladies competition and T20 competition games as we are permitted to. We're working on bringing you some 4-day action as well, so watch this space, and thank you very, very much for your support. Just by listening to us, you're helping us to get the numbers up, to show that there is interest in cricket in South Africa and domestic cricket, and especially in the women's game. So please support as much as you can, and we do appreciate you listening to us. Thank you very much. Mpendulo, any last thoughts from you before we take a break?
193 runs to win. We'll wait to see what's going to happen as they return. 30 minutes time. Women's One Day Cup. Defending champions Western Province, winning the toss, choosing to bowl first. They restricted the Lions to 191 runs in their allotment of 50 overs, losing all of their 10 wickets in the very last ball. Here they are now with the task of chasing 192 runs. Andrea Steyn and Babette de Lierde on strike. Samantha Skitter with the ball for the DP World Lions. Pendulo Makubane on the gantry with Ken Boland.
Hi, I'm Pendulo. Well, it was a pretty fascinating first innings to this game. The Lions had to weather some really good new ball bowling by Western Province. They seem to have done that. They were in a good position, but Western Province spinner Dalmi Tucker with 4 wickets really chipped her way through the middle order. They lost wickets at regular intervals. Nonkululeka Tabete, the only one to really make her time at the crease count with 73. There were lots of double figures through that middle order, but no really big partnership. And then with Nosipa Vezi bowling really well at the death, ripping through the lower order with 4 wickets, the Lions could only manage 192. I fancy it might be a little bit below par, but they're certainly in with a chance.
The first balls has been delivered from Samantha Skitter. Back of a length, just bowling it a little bit wider, but straight to the fielder who's stationed there, Sarah Barber. She's a very good fielder, Sarah Barber, stationed at backward point. And they must have learned the lessons here, Western Province, from watching how the pitch behaves as they were bowling to the DP World Lions on how they can play better. Oh, just like that, Ken. Just drifting down the legs, not necessarily short, but usage of the feet from De Lierde, just rocketing backwards and hitting it into the open backward square area for 4.
Well, the first 2 balls Babette De Lierde has faced. The first one was out the middle of the bat to point, fortunately for the Lions. The second one not that short from Samantha Skitter, but De Lierde so quickly onto it, and she really pulled that very sweetly down the hill, down the bank. The Lions fielder is now eventually returning with the ball, but that's a great start for Western Province.
Wonderful way to get off the mark. We saw that the Lions struggled to score at over 4 runs through to the over throughout the entirety of their innings. Already Western Province starting off in a good note. Samantha Skitter will just want to take the lessons from Western Province. We saw Leah Jones and Nadine de Klerk using the deck very well. The lengths were brilliant to allow the ball to do everything it needs to do and really put the batters in trouble here for the DP World Lions. That's what they need to do here, Samantha Skitter. Just like that, Ken.
Much better, yeah. You know, Western Province spent a long time just outside that off stump, bowling very good lengths, making it hard for the batters to score. And that's where Skitter will want to be the rest of this over.
No slip. The only attacking options coming with the short mid wickets and short extra cover. Ball delivered straight from Skitter, straight into the hands of Sekuku Neuzad mid-on. The only outfielders within the first 10 overs. There's only 2 allowed with the first power play. We have a fine leg. We have third man standard.
Yeah, and the sun is probably shining more brightly than it has the whole game so far, so that's going to be happy for Western Province.
100%. And Babette de Lierde, who has been playing decently, even for the 16 runs that she scored against the Dolphins last week. A couple of boundaries that looked really good. Her calling between the wickets was very decent as well. Just unfortunate that she lost a wicket for so little runs. But she does look good, the Netherlands international. Just guiding that one into the open area. To see the beginning of over number 1. Just a loose delivery from Samantha Skitter, which was pummeled for 4 runs behind square. It's 4 for no loss, 188 runs to win.
Much better end to the over by Samantha Skitter. And we wonder who's going to take the new ball for the Lions from the other end, from the Koppie end. It looks looks like it's going to be, it's going to be spin, in fact. I saw Tumi Sekakune marching towards the Kopi's end, but her hat stays firmly on, and in fact it's going to be the captain, Khomotso Rapua, who is going to take responsibility for the new ball at that other end.
Confusing the enemy, Tumi Sekakune. After taking 5 wickets against Free State in Bloemfontein last week, Khomotso Rapua, she decides that let's not waste that momentum, let's take it in right now. She bowled 10 overs, 5 maiden overs, 5 wickets for just 15 runs. Phenomenal spell of bowling. But this time she just starts off a little bit straighter.
There's a bit of drift there. She's bowling with the wind. Just some nice drift.
Andrea Steyn hasn't had the flashiest tournament. She was the leading run scorer last season for Western Province in their successful campaign. She even had a century last season, scoring 103, which was her highest score. She was the 3rd leading run scorer for the entire tournament last season.
She's one of the up-and-coming cricketers in South Africa, a Protea. It's been on the fringes for a while, but one senses with the kind of new era the Proteas are entering into, her time is coming very soon.
Very much in the mix of the women's Proteas during that whole Lizelle Lee debacle. She found herself into that opening spot. Really didn't get to solidify her position, but there's always chances and opportunities.
Rapua getting that drift and some dip, and staying a little bit tentative there, getting inside edge.
We saw a lot of spin and a lot of turn and a lot of grip for the Western Province spinners. They were giving the ball a lot of flight in their bowling when they were in operation. Khomotso Rapua with the new ball. Might not do much, but just bounce very well there. Fantastic delivery. Risky leave from Delieda, but it's a bye signaled from the umpire. Very close delivery to end the over there. Just 2 runs taken from it. Khomotso Rapua starting off very well. It's 6 for no loss.
Yeah, Angie Steyn is 26 years old now, so should have matured as a batter, and one feels she'll be very keen to really pile on runs at this domestic level, just to prove that she should be someone who the Protea selectors are building their future around.
And the team has been short of runs, Western Province. They need someone to stand up. Sarah Smith has been that person. She has that 84 runs. She scored 14 as well. Just 98 runs as the top scorer in the tournament for Western Province.
Yeah, they've had a few batting woes, haven't they, so far this season?
Samantha Skitter has been bowling well this season. So the combinations might be combinating as they take a quick single here to the openers. We saw that for the DP World Lions, the running between the wickets, Ken.
Yeah, it's such an important part of the game, you know, especially with the inner ring in tight, not much pace on the ball. If the bowling team drives up the boundaries, then you've really got to be able to run quickly between the wickets just to rotate the strike and keep the scoreboard ticking over.
Andrea Smith. We're into halfway of over number 3 now. That's where she wants to be here, Samantha Skitter. Very good length, that one. You can see just going over the top of off stump. Outside that off stump as well. Just letting it go was a stain.
Taking a leaf out of Nadine de Klerk's book there. Nadine de Klerk, also bowling from this university end, would string together several deliveries in that exact same place.
just nipping it back to the right-hander as they take a quick single. Square leg fielder just collecting it here for the DP World Lions. They're able to rotate the strike very well. Using a 5-4 field here are the Lions. Not many attacking options, which is something I still cry about. But as the way that they are bowling here, very wicket to wicket, hence the field that they're bowling to.
Yeah, I guess you would like to see a slip in there, but I guess the way the Lions are planning for a wicket, what are they thinking is going to be their wicket taking option, and you're right, they're bowling very wicket to wicket, going for LBW or bowled at the moment.
Pushing that one a little bit wider, but it's well protected there with 4 fielders on that cover cordon to bring the end of over number 3. It's 8 for no loss for the DP World Lions, or for the Western Province rather, still needing 184 runs to win. Excuse me.
Yeah, very good comeback by Samantha Scooter after her second delivery was hit for 4. She's really tightened up considerably since then.
100%. And they're going to need to keep on bowling well here to the DP World Lions women. That's what we saw with the Western Province. But also at the same time, the Lions team, they really went on for the loose deliveries, like that one just drifting down the legs. It's running down to the fine leg boundary. Samantha Skitter having to make her ground from square leg, running down to just near the boundary as they exchange 2 runs.
I'm not sure Rapua shouldn't have a fine leg actually, even if it's a short fine leg. The way the ball is drifting into the right-hander's pads, and we saw there just the smallest little tickle. Got an easy couple of runs.
Also, just slight amounts of turn coming into the right-hander. Not as exaggerated as it was for Western Province, who are using their spinners with a much older ball. But right now, maybe having that protection for her might be a need, but she's the captain. She knows what she's doing. She's setting her own field.
Yeah, she probably wants to bowl a bit more middle and off, probably.
Just like she's been doing for the past 3 deliveries. Slight hesitation from Babette de Lierde. All of a sudden, not as free scoring anymore. They were getting used to the idea of just running between the wickets, hence why she thought that run was on. Oh, beautiful bowling. That's from Otorapo. Just closing the face of the bat there was Andrea Smith, thick leading edge.
Yeah, that delivery almost seemed to hang in the air. Lovely control by Rapua, taking the pace off.
Doing that again, but this time just a little bit straighter, using the fielders that she has, really understanding what she's doing here, preventing runs being scored, applying the pressure, seeing if they're going to attack Skitter and then maybe get their wickets. As we see the end of over number 4, 10 runs have been scored for no loss, importantly here for Western Province.
Yeah, an excellent over by the DP World Lions captain there, but you're right, I think the Lions would be anxious to get an early breakthrough. They're defending a moderate total, 192. So really you feel early wickets are going to be important for the home side.
100%. And they are facing 2 international level players here. One Netherlands, one South African international. Skitter continuing bowling it nice and straight. It's very good bowling here. We know we normally say outside the off stump, but when you have a plan in place and the field in place to cater for a straighter delivery, it's really good execution from Samantha Skitter.
Well, that was her trademark, just that late in-swing, targeting the pads or the stumps of the batter.
As you can see it again, very happy as Palesa Mapo and everyone else, because they're doing exactly what you're talking about, sticking to what she knows best.
Yeah, Skitter has a fine leg and a third man on the boundary. But no one on the boundary in front of the wicket.
3 players on that leg side as well. This time just forcing her to play it out on the offside. Very happy with the channels that Samantha Skirter is executing here. Just when you think that you are happy whacking the ball down the leg side, she just shows you that she can still bring it where it needs to be. But again to that leg side, quick single for the Western Province team. Ooh, shy for the stumps. But just making it home was Andrea Smith. Good take there, good try.
Well, that's the pressure of a few dot balls that forced Western Province to try and take what was a dicey single, and the throw actually just landing on the square and just bouncing awkwardly for the wicketkeeper.
Well guided down to the third man as she goes outside the off stump there, Samantha Skirter. An easy single for both the players as they now move to 12 runs. One more ball remaining in over number 5. Skirter bowling well, having plans here with Lehlohono Lomeso, who's one of the leading bowlers of the DP World Lions. Very good bowling from Samantha Skirter, and very good batting as well in return from Babette de Lieda, who's respecting the good bowling and understanding that if we're not losing wickets, we can make the score given how low it is, because after 5 they need 180 runs for the victory.
So just over 4 runs to the over required by Western Province. It's the asking rate at the start of the innings was just under 4. So the Lions will be pleased. They've managed to create a little bit of pressure. They might not have got the wicket, but they have at least forced that required run rate up a little bit.
Can see the discomfort of the batters as well in their inability to rotate the strike. Just like that. Get the ball, you read the length, you read the line, you get it into the middle of the bat, time it well, but straight into the fielder who was there at backward point.
That was really tossed up extravagantly by Khamotso Rapo. Very, very brave.
Again, she does the same thing, this time a little bit straight, and she just pulls the length back a little bit, because with this kind of pitch, with that extra bounce and extra turn, you want to give the ball time to do something. Ooh, much flatter this time, just playing with the trajectories here.
Yeah, one senses Andre Steyn maybe getting a bit fidgety. Tried to manufacture a shot there.
This is what Tabete was able to withstand so well. Ooh, looking for a big shot here, Andrea Steyn. She doesn't even run because she got that connection that she needed. Whacking that one, muscling it forcefully straight to the long on boundary for 4.
Yeah, she got the length she wanted there, a bit too full from Rapua, and that'll be a relief for Steyn. Very sweetly struck straight down the ground.
As you were talking about her getting a little bit fidgety, this is just going to calm the nerves just a little bit. Beating Madison Landsman, but Rapo will understand that it was her fault for that one. No need to change anything extravagant. Ooh, risky one there. Compensating down the legs, and it's a wide delivery. Nicely tossed up. Eyes must have lit up for Steyn there, but again the fielding from the Lions and the placement from Rapo.
Ended up being a very wide low full toss, and Steyn will feel she missed out there.
Ooh, good bowling as she recovers there, Rapo. After being hit for a 4, going for a boundary, and then going leg side for a wide, she tidies the over up wild here. 6 runs, or 6 overs gone now. She's on 17 for no loss. Can see Andrea Steyn on 9 from 17, Babette de Lieda on 6 from 19.
Samantha Scooter is going to continue from the university end. I wonder if we'll see Rapua for another over. The batter's just starting to maybe take to her a bit.
Maybe just a little bit, and this is where you just have to make the brave call and bring in one of your other bowlers who can do something, because especially with the spinner, with the ball not turning since it's a new ball, since the ball is not turning as much with the new ball, and we can see that it's doing something here for Samantha Skitter, might be a good idea from where we are sitting to just bring in Ameso so that she can take charge. She is literally the best bowler in the team. She was the leading wicket taker last season. Hasn't played much this season though. But Samantha Skitter's completely disciplined in her lines and in her lengths. She normally comes in as a first change, that's Samantha Skitter, but right now has full control over that new ball.
Yeah, and the other problem for Western Province is that their batters are getting stuck at either end. Delira has been stuck here for a while now without getting off strike.
22 balls now for her 6 runs. Really making it tough. She has a boundary in those 6 runs. So there's only 3 scoring shots from the 23 balls that she's faced, which just shows the difficulties that the DP World Lions are throwing at her. Goes into the air! Ooh! Slight chance there. Sunetful Yunlo jumping forward, thinking that she has a chance, but just falling short before it would get to her. Very difficult.
Well, if anyone was going to take that catch, it would have been Sunetful Yunlo, a wonderful athlete. And you speak about Babette de Leerder's scoring rate. She had 4 of 2 balls, of course. So
that speaks volumes, because you could see the aggression and the intent behind that shot. But such is the good bowling from Skitter, it almost cost her a wicket.
Yeah, the Lions have pulled it back really well, especially Skitter with the ball.
Just 8 runs from her bowling, 3.5 overs. She's about to bowl the last ball of her 4th. And it's kept tidy. Driven straight to Sunetful Yunlo at cover for a dot ball as she completes her 4th over. 8 runs she's given away only, and the score currently is 17 for no loss after 7.
Well, it's a slightly better start than the Lions had, of course, showing that the new ball is quite difficult to play on this pitch. The Lions were 9 for 1 after 5 overs, and we are going to have that change of bowling now from the Koppies end.
In comes Madison Landsman, another spin bowling option for the DP World Lions. So Khomoto Rapo sticking with her guns of having a spin bowler bowling at the Koppies end, then having your pace bowler bowling at the university end. Just went for a tapping in her last over, did the captain. Right now, Madison Landsman, the debutante in her 50 over career, is here to show what she can do to Andrea Steyn. Starting off over number 8. Round the arm, just given wide and short, but sharp reactions in the field. Tabete, after a good scoring rate, now she's out here diving everywhere in the field. She comes again, good bounce, good turn, but too much width this time from Landsman. Easy gift for a player as good as Steyn, who just cuts that through the gap and all the way for 4 it goes.
Yeah, both the Lion spinners have been bowling downwind, which is a bit unusual for your slower bowlers, and the pace bowler bowling into the wind, Samantha Skitter. But the way the wind is blowing, it's slightly helping Skitter's in swing. Maybe that's why they're at their respective ends.
Score now going up to 21 for no loss. That great boundary. Just loosening herself up here is Landsman. It's the first time bowling at this stage.
Yeah, she batted quite nicely in her one-day debut.
She seems to have a sort of a lazy arm as she bowls, just hanging into the air. Then she delivers that.
It's not a classic action. we can say that, but that doesn't mean it's not going to be effective.
So long as it's getting the job done, it's getting the bounce that a wrist spinner gets, getting that nice loop into it, showing that she has control over the ball, slowly getting comfortable into her work here.
That was nicely bowled. That one well flighted, well directed, drawing the batter forward.
Very good lengths here, very good lines as well. Andrea Steyn, but showing that she's also on top of the pace and the bounce of the ball, using her feet very well, just opening up the space to get that single that was collected at the cover area. After 8, it's 22 for no loss, and it's a great start here, Ken.
I think Western Province, and we just heard the shout from their camp, which is next door to us here. Great patience, Andrea. And that's the good thing, is that Western Province have not lost any wickets inside this first power play. Sure, they haven't got away to a particularly quick start, just 22 on the board, but they're not chasing a huge total. So I guess first priority is to lay that solid platform and make sure not too many wickets are lost up front.
Which is exactly what the Lions did in their innings, thanks to Nonkululeko Tabete's phenomenal innings. It was a marathon innings, and what she showed here was that she can be able to play if you just bide your time and see through that new ball. But it's a difficult task now. They're bringing in a Protea to the DP World Lions. Dumise Kukune is in charge of the university end and over number 9.
And still no slip, which is interesting. You've got your Proteas quick bowler on.
She bowls to Steyn. Ooh, starting off with nice zip off the pitch. Just zipped and turning back into the right-hander.
Straight away, that little bit of extra pace. Rushing the batter.
She brings in a different dimension from Samantha Skitter. She's shorter than Skitter. More experienced than Skitter at this level. She needs to show that level as she bowls to a player who meets her level. Ooh, just jinxed her there, Ken. Too much off the hand as the ball just swung from the moment it left her hands. Too much for Palesa Mapo at the back, and that's 5 wides.
Yeah, you could see the wrist went all wrong there for poor Tumise Kukune. Angling way down the leg side.
Way down, even too much for Mapo at the back. Those are the ones as the bowler you just laugh off. You know it's bad, but you just laugh off because I'm better than that, Captain. So then you come back to regroup yourself, which is what she does very well. Very full as well from Dumise Kukune. Lack of feet from Steyn.
Exactly, I was just going to say, Andrew Steyn sort of sticking in the crease a bit there, and that one was quite full. Skidded through a bit. She just jabbed down the bat in time. But that'll interest Sekikune.
Very much so. Very invariable bounce and movement and wind blowing everywhere. Just drifting down the leg side as well, Sekukune. Just breaking the wrist, just at every now and then again there. Not as bad as the 5 wides, but enough for the ball to just push itself down that leg side for easy runs for the batters.
Yeah, fortunately she does have a fine leg on the boundary, so just a single given up.
Has that protection. Target the stumps is the instruction. The ball moving back in, it helps her a lot, but she wants to just start off that off stump. Something along those lines.
Yeah, that was well bowled. There's a nice intensity about Tumise Kukune. She runs in. It's an athletic run up. It's quick. It's fast. It suggests that she's coming at you. There's an intensity about it.
And unlike most bowlers, it seems as if her ball picks up pace after it pitches and just rushes the batter extra, but that one not rushing anyone, just wide outside the off stump, pulls the length back, and easy pickings for Babette de Leerde, just guiding it down behind backward point. It's picked up by the third man who's standing rather square. It's just 2 runs.
Very nicely timed by de Leerde.
playing with confidence is Deliada.
You can sense the extra pace of Sekikune just also helping the batters a bit with their timing.
Very good ball there from Sekikune. Very strange over. Inconsistent start from her, but she's showing flashes of what she brings to the table. 9 overs completed. It's 30 for no loss for Western Province.
Yeah, I guess Tumi Sekikune hasn't played for a little bit since being involved in that New Zealand series with the Proteas. Getting some well-deserved rest and maybe a little bit of rust for her, but I'm sure she'll be into her work quickly this afternoon.
In no time. She has her face plastered everywhere at the Wanderers. One of the faces of the team. So she has work on her hands, but she understands her roles and her responsibilities, and in no time she'll get that going as Madison Landsman continues from the Kopi's end for over number 10. Again, Steyn will be looking to use her feet against Landsman. She seems happy to do so, but not in the advancing way, but just opening space where she's batting. This time goes low as the ball is drifted down wide. It's down the leg side and it's swept like dirt to the vacant fine leg boundary for 4. Fantastic shot from Steyn as she punishes the wayward bowling from Landsman.
Yeah, very well played by Andrew Steyn. That sweep shot beautifully in control, and I think Landsman could be quite difficult to advance down the pitch to with that quite a round arm action, and being the wrist spinner, it's quite tricky. So far good options by Steyn again off the back foot there.
And it's posing a big problem here for the leg spinner, because the way she keeps dropping back in her crease, it's forcing Landsman to go a bit fuller, which plays into the strengths of Steyn. As seen by that one as well, not particularly a short delivery, but a very well played drive on that back foot.
And unless Madison Landsman has a flipper or something, or a googly.
That is what's going to happen if she doesn't have it. She's going to feel the pressure that is pounced by Steyn. She goes fuller, she goes to the leg side to negate her movement on the crease, but Steyn gladly accepts it because that's what she's waiting for. 4 more runs.
Yeah, 2 really high quality sweeps this over by Andrew Steyn.
Playing so well, baiting the batter, baiting her to doing exactly what she wants. It's the last ball now of over number 10. Bowls this one flatter. Again, Landsman is not getting Steyn to do what she wants. It's rather Steyn who's dictating the game here, as we see over number 10 come to an end. 38 for no loss, with now 154 runs to win. Otto Simon will come and join us in the gantry with Ken Borland for the next 10 overs.
Can we still call it a gantry, Otto, when we're at ground level?
We can call it whatever we like. We're not on camera. Nobody would know the difference.
Oh, I've given it away.
It's the gantry.
Tumi Sekikune. And again to Deliada, who just taps us away on the offside, no run.
It's a great start here for the Western Province women, especially that 10th over, getting 8 runs, robbing 8 runs off of Madison Landsman there. She's now gone for 13 off 2 overs.
Fuller from Sekikune. It's a nice drive by Deliada, but straight to the fielder at cover point, no run. Yeah, the Lions without Jenna Evans in today's game, and she's one of their better spinners, so maybe a bit of a weakness, a bit of a hole left in their attack today.
Yeah, it's Kirsty Thompson and Karabo Meso also not playing, and so that's a big miss for the Lions.
Very nice line and length from Sekikune. Yeah, it's the Lions' batting effort was a decent one, 192, but one feels maybe a bit under par. But as you say, in their defence, missing two key batters in Tracy Thompson and Karaba Miso. Here's Seko Kune again. Angle down leg. De Leerde misses the swing. Can't get it away. Every now and then Tumi Sekukuna's wrist is just breaking, and she's steering it down the leg side.
Yeah, she has been straying a bit. She's got the still the 5-4 field here, so it's not a complete disaster, but I think she'd rather prefer to attack the stumps with that field rather than drifting down the leg side.
Yeah, I think she looks best when she's just on and about off stump, like that previous delivery. But as we said earlier, understandable if there is a bit of rust. She hasn't played for a little while since Protea's duty. She's in again to De Leerde. That's fallen a bit wider and beautifully put away by Babette De Leerde. Very, very sweet cover drive.
Got what it deserved. Just floated up outside off stump. Not De Leerde taking full advantage of that mistake by Tumi Sekukuna's.
And that ends the 11th over. Western Province 42 without loss now. De Leerde's gone to 12 with her second boundary off 34 deliveries. And Andrea Steyn 23 not out off 32 balls. Western Province needing another 151 runs in 39 overs.
Indeed. So it's starting to look like a better and better decision to field first, to chase on this ground. As we mentioned earlier, we were told that this is what you want to do on this field. The batting conditions should improve, although the weather is still quite cool. Clouds are blocking out the sun almost completely.
And we do have a bowling change at the Koppies end. Madison Lunsman off, and the seamer Lehlohonolo Miso is coming on to bowl for the first time in this innings.
Yeah, so it's watch
But
this
short
one.
and wide from Miso and easily slapped to the cover fielder by Andrea Steyn.
Yeah, so at the same stage, we're pretty much on par here. 40 for 1 were the Lions at the end of the 11th over. 42 without loss. Western Province women at the start of the 12th over. So pretty much even Stevens here.
Miso in again, right arm over the wicket. Again, short and wide, and that's very, very good fielding by Sarah Barber, because that was heading for the boundary surely.
Great work at backward point, diving to her left, managing to intercept that ball. That's great work. And the Lions just need to keep their energy up. They've gone a bit quiet in the field.
That's better by Miso. Much tighter onto off stump and a good length delivery. All Steyn can do is defend that. Yeah, interesting when you go over the comparative scores there, Otto, because one felt that Western Province had maybe got away a little bit quicker than the Lions did, but as you say, it's neck and neck.
Yeah, just the run out, the difference, that silly run out from the DP World Lions opener, Mapo.
Back to short and wide from Miso, but at least she does have protection out there. She'd certainly rather be out there than on leg stump. She's got no one except a fine leg on the boundary on the leg side.
Yeah, so don't stray too much onto the pads here.
Oh, that's going to be too wide, and umpire Ntuli's going to stretch his arms to signal wide. She'll have to bowl that one again.
Good stop by the keeper there. That could have been embarrassing. Valesa Mapo behind the stumps, managing to stop that one from going for more runs.
pitched up and very nearly driven to Barber at point there. She tried to get her hands underneath it, a brave effort, but it just eluded her, and De Leeuw will get a single.
That was
Fortunate one.
That was a very, very difficult chance. If she had been standing maybe half a step closer to the batter there, it would have been an easier catch. Just underneath the fingers, just bounced before it got to her hands.
And Miso sticking to her off stump line. Yeah, it was. I don't think we can put that down as a chance, Otter.
No, I don't think so. I think it was short of the fielder there.
And that's the end of the 12th over. 47 without loss now. Western Province, a couple of half chances, a couple of slightly anxious moments for them, but openers Babette de Leeuw on 14 and Andrea Steyn on 25 have ensured a very, very good solid start here for the visitors as they go in search of 193 for victory. Tumi Sekakune will continue from the university end.
Still the same field for Sekukune with third and fine leg on the boundary.
It's an educated edge by De Leeuw down to third man for a single.
Yeah, there's lots of space there. Third fielder is quite wide, no slip, and so it's an easy run down to the boundary there.
Yeah, the entire innings the Lions have not had a slip,
Yeah.
which a little bit surprising. I'll ask you your views on that after this delivery, Otto, from Sekukune. Very full-edged! And past wicketkeeper Miso, Mapua rather.
Yeah. It's not gone through to the boundary though. Third man managed to run around and stop it there. I would say that was half a chance. Very difficult chance, but that's what the wicket keeper's there for to do. So we'll have to put that down maybe as a drop catch.
Well, it was certainly within reach of Palesa Mapua, and that brings up Western Province's 50 in the 13th over. And now there's a slip, Otto Simon. Is that a horse I see bolting over the Melville copies?
Yes, it is. So the fielder, one of the fielders on the onside, goes into slip, almost a second slip more so. But that ball went past the keeper. It was an outside edge nonetheless. So they wanted Sekukune will try and see if she can invite the drive once again and find that edge. There's lots of space in behind the ring fielders on the offside, so that's the plan.
Ooh. That drive was a bit of a swish from Andrea Steyn. Bit more energy in the Lions fielders now, with their premier pace bowler on, and one feels that they really want to ramp up the pressure on this Western Province opening pair.
And the slip fielder is the captain, Khomotso Rapowo.
That's good from Sekukune. Yeah, Otto, were you surprised, I guess, first of all, that the Lions didn't have a slip from the start, and
Yes.
they seemed to go just straight to the ring of fielders in the inner ring?
Yes, so it looked like for Samantha Skitter, the plan was, as Bendulo pointed out, if I remember correctly, that they were going for the bowled and LBW, maybe feeling that the wicket, the way the wicket has been behaving, that there's something in there where the bounce might be difficult to judge. We saw what looked to me like balls keeping low, and also some variable bounce, you could say, coming from the Koppies end. So maybe that was the plan, to try and get the batters to get bowled or LBW, and we saw a few chances in the field, and that was the first real genuine edge of the match so far.
So 50 without loss after 13 overs. Western Province need another 143 runs in 37 overs, as Miso will continue to De Leerde, defends nicely off the back foot into the covers, no run.
Right, so let's see. Steyn was dropped on. How much has she got there? I can't see the scoreboard from
She's
where I'm
on
sitting.
27 now.
Okay. So
Miso
let's see
in
how
again.
costly that would be.
It's a very nice drive by Babette De Leerde, but straight to cover.
We saw that in the DP World or in the Western Province fielding as well. It was difficult for the batters to find the gaps in the field. Somehow they kept hitting the fielders.
And another good drive, but again it's going to be for none, straight to mid-off. Yes, I think the nature of the pitch, maybe a little bit too paced. There's a bit in it, so stroke play and getting the timing and the placement dead right is a little bit tricky.
Yeah, and apart from that run out, all the batters were caught and bowled or caught in the field. And then the last wicket, so there were 2 run outs and the other 8 were caught. And all caught, playing shots, trying to attack.
Yep.
Nothing caught behind, so maybe that's also why the Lions decided not to have a slip cordon. And we saw when the DP World Lions were batting, balls flying through that slip area, but not so much. I think the pace of the DP World Lions bowlers is also not quite as quick as Jones and Nadine de Klerk were.
Good over this by Lehlohonolo Miso, coming back well from the first over where she was a little bit erratic. She's really settled in nicely on a line close to off stump. Can she end well? Bit straighter, but still a very good delivery. And that's a super over from Lehlohonolo Miso. Maiden over.
Yeah, excellent work, exactly what the DP World Lions women need here. So that's 0 for 5 now for Miso. And I'm going to have to bring out the calculators to see what the required run rate is and get you up to speed on that. So they need 143 or 35 overs, 36 overs rather. That's a 3.97 run rate required for the Western Province ladies at the moment.
So pretty much back to what it was at the start of the innings. Seko Queenie is into Steyn. Very well directed delivery, no run to cover. And it's a bit of a slowish pitch, and traditionally here our producer Kishan, who knows this ground very well, said generally batting second as the sun dries the pitch out and makes it quicker, becomes easier. But the weather we've had today perhaps hasn't dried it out as much as it usually does.
No, most definitely not a typical summer's day.
That's
Through the
well.
covers goes Steyn.
Yeah, it was overpitched by Sekikune. There's a wonderful effort by Sunette Viljoen Low on the cover boundary. I think she saved the boundary.
Yeah, and she's told to stay there on the boundary, and the help would have been appreciated there from her teammate that ran almost all the way with her, Nonkululeko Tabete, but maybe tired after her marathon innings, and so they take 3 runs off that ball.
And I'm willing to wager that Sunette Viljoen Low has the strongest arm in this match, being a former Olympic javelin thrower. Here's Sekikune again.
First,
De Leerde waits for it and cut nicely, but straight to backward point. Good fielding by Barber.
and Kishan telling us here that was the first 3 of the match, which is quite surprising given the spacious nature of this ground. Maybe it just looks bigger because there's no stands around it, I don't know. But it feels to me like you should be getting more threes on this.
You said
this
so
team.
earlier, and I do tend to agree with you. Sekikune in again, well pitched up, very nicely clipped off the
Ooh.
toes by De Leerde, and that's well timed. That's going to run away for 4 through mid wicket.
Nobody out on the boundary at mid wicket anymore. And there's just third and fine leg, cover sweeper, and I would think that they'll want to keep mid wicket out on the boundary. No.
So that takes Babette De Leerde to 19 not out, the score 57 without loss. Andrew Staines on 30. Sekikune just struggling for consistency in the spell. She's in again now to De Leerde. Again a good ball, just defended into the covers.
Exactly, consistency. She's bowling wonderful balls and then straying in her line and giving those release deliveries.
Yeah, at the moment it's very comfortable for Western Province. They're up with the required run rate. They haven't lost any wickets. They're certainly not taking any risks.
No.
Good by Sekikune, and that'll end the 15th over, 57 without loss.
Another expensive over. 7 runs from that one. So Tumi Sekikune now 0 for 19 off 3. So she's quite expensive. Looking at the other bowlers' figures, it's just Samantha Skitter that's really putting the pressure on for the DP World Lions women here. Now Meso is put some more protection out on the boundary. Third and fine leg.
That's nicely played by Steyn, down to that third man for a single.
Yeah, an easy single down to third once again. Lots of space.
Lions, where is a wicket going to come for them? How are they going to get this breakthrough? Miso from the Coppy's end.
It looks like they are just
Draws the edge.
yeah.
Again down to third man. Just a single.
Looks like they are just waiting for the mistake. Couple of half chances. And they're sort of sitting back. It feels like a defensive kind of mindset that the Lions have at the moment. They're trying to defend the score instead of attacking and taking wickets. And I don't think that's the right approach, because they're not going to win this game if they don't bowl Western Province out.
Well, I think they need to build pressure, and that's the start for Miso there. You bowl 4 or 5 balls in a row outside or stump like that. Good length deliveries, not too full, and that can create the pressure, that can bring the mistake. And there again, it's not a bad ball, but that's good skill by Understate. She's going to try and turn it into 2 to third man, who does not have the strongest arm. We saw that earlier in the over, and very good cricket by Andrew Steyn, a good shot to begin with, and then picking up that it's one of the weaker arms in the Lions field down at third man there. So 2 to Steyn, she goes to 33 not out, and Western Province cruising along on 61 without loss.
Making it look easy.
Going to be a change in the field now, as they're going to plug that gap that Steyn's just been steering the ball through on the offside, as pretty much a gully comes into place. Third man is still there.
Now they've moved third man off the boundary rope about 15-20 meters infield to try and cut off that single.
Steyn again taking on the fielders, and makes it comfortably. Very good cricket by the Western Province openers here, as they get a quick single, takes their partnership to 62.
Yeah, this throw was a bit wayward, not doing the wicket keeper any favours there. Maybe if it were closer to the stumps, that could have been interesting.
Yeah, the fielder right on the ring, so it took a while. That's better for me, so better length, and just defended firmly by De Leerde. End of the 16th over, 62 without loss, Western Province. And the ideal platform there, they need 131 more runs in 34 overs. So not even 4 runs to the over required with all 10 wickets in hand. And
Yep.
it's a very content looking Western Province team sitting under their gazebo next to us.
Yep. 3.85 now, the required rate.
And we are going to see a bowling change. It looks like Sarah Nettleton is going to come on to bowl. She's just having a discussion with her captain, Kamotsa Rapua. She'll be bowling from the university end, so at last we're going to have a spinner bowling into the wind.
This will be interesting. We saw Kayla Reineke doing most of her work from this end and being very, very economical, piling the pressure onto the Lions when the Western Province ladies were bowling. So the fielders on the boundary will be long on, deep mid wicket, and extra cover sweeper. And so there's a third inside the ring. Starts off wide and full.
Nettleton just pausing as fine leg goes further back and a bit squarer. Very well flighted, brings up the drive, but no run.
Good start here by Nettleton. See if she can finish this over off. Oh,
Sweep low to mid wicket. It was on the bounce, very nearly a catch and very nearly a run out at the bowler's end as well. Sharp work there from Lions captain Kamotsa Rapua.
Yep, that ball also just bouncing short, just in front of the captain.
It's an excellent first over this so far from Sarah Nettleton. Just feel that she's making the batters do different things.
Yeah, backward square leg also on the boundary for Nettleton there.
It's a sweep from outside off stump. She didn't entirely middle it, but it'll be a single out to deep mid wicket for Andrea Steyn. She goes to 35, the total 63 without loss. Western Province wicketkeeper De Leerde now to face up to Nettleton.
So she has now spent 17 overs almost in 67 overs almost in the field, standing behind the stumps and then opening the batting. Great start to Nettleton's spell. Only the one single off that over.
Excellent first over, just what the Lions needed. 63 without loss, Western Province after 17 overs. And there's a bit more of a spring in their step as the Lions fielders change ends for the new over.
I think that Rapo not really having an option after Sekukune struggling and being very, very expensive, going for more than 6 runs and over. So that was a forced bowling change, and Nettleton doing the job for her captain there, getting a cheap over in, making sure that they don't let the Western Province women run away with this one too far. But from Western Province side, this looks like a different wicket almost.
That's scooped up, but short of the fielder at extra cover. This time drive there from Steyn off Leshogo Nolomiso, who's conceded just 10 runs in her 3 overs. She's bowled a bit of a scrappy first over, but 2 tidy overs after that.
And the point you made earlier, Ken, that it's not a wicket for easy stroke play.
That's going to be a single to deep extra cover. Steyn likes that slap off the back foot.
Sekukune doing the fielding out in the deep at the cover sweeper position. And now we can see De Leerde just eyeing the space here at square leg. There's lots of space at square leg. If she can access that, and she does, just in front of square.
Very well struck. A bit of a heave across the line by De Leerde, but a beautiful shot straight out the middle. And as you say, Otto, she picked her gap.
I could see her head going towards square leg, checking where the fielders are, spotting the huge open space here on the leg side, square of the wicket. There's a mid wicket in line with the non-striker, and then a mid-on, and then a huge gap down all the way down to fine leg.
That was De Leerde's fourth boundary, takes her to 24 not out.
So Miso really has to stay outside off stump with her lines.
Well, that previous delivery probably was on off stump, but just a bit too full and allowing De Leerde to attack it as she does that ball as well with a cut. But Sekukune on the deep cover boundary will keep it down to a single.
De Leerde using her feet there to manufacture the kind of line and length that she wanted for that cut shot, so that was good work from her. Still the same field for Andri Steyn.
This one's lofted, it's going to clear.
Oh.
Deep mid on, but only just. Doing
Almost.
dangerously, Andrea Steyn, she gets a single.
Yeah, she tried that lofted on drive to get over the head of mid-on, which she did, but almost within the reach of mid-on running back to catch that ball.
Well, it was straight into the wind as well, which is blowing pretty hard at the moment.
Yep,
It's rather blustery.
it does gust up every now and then, so it's just very, very professional approach here by these two ladies for Western Province. Good solid cricket, just punishing bad deliveries, and they're getting a few bad deliveries to punish. So
Nettleton
70 without loss.
starts the 19th over. Lovely use of the feet there by Steyn, and lovely placement as well to beat extra cover on the drive, and that's a boundary to start the over. 74 for without loss now, and Steyn is on 41 not out.
Yep. Now I think the Lions really need to find a wicket now, because this is these two are looking
Drive
like
again by
Yeah.
Steyn, and again she's beaten the infield. Fullion low diving at the deep extra cover boundary, and she's managed to save the boundary and keep it down to just 2 runs. Nettleton just over pitching the first 2 deliveries of this second over, and Andrea Steyn is a very accomplished driver of the ball.
Yeah, just past that extra cover fielder diving to her right, and now they've moved Sunette Viljoen low a little bit more at the extra cover boundary, coming around the boundary, as it's obvious that Andri Steyn is opening the taps here again.
Well, and that drive goes straight to Viljoen low for the single, so Steyn will be happy. She's created a nice gap for herself through extra cover. Easy one to milk there.
Now it's tough for Nettleton. Steyn just bludgeoning her through the offside. Let's see what she can do to De Leerde, who steps down the wicket.
It's that drive to deep extra cover again for a single. Credit to Nettleton, she's still tossing the ball up.
Yeah, that seems to be the tactic here for the Lions. They just want to catch the mistimed shots. They want to see if they can get a mistimed attacking shot caught.
This time a dot ball back to the bowler.
Oh, and I have to correct myself, there were 7 catches taken. Of course, the one bowled dismissal by Dalmi Tucker in the previous innings.
So Nettleton has finished her over well with 2 dot balls. 19 gone, 78 without loss.
7 runs off and now 8 runs off. 78 without loss. They are almost halfway there, the Western Province women, without losing a wicket. So this is a great start for them. They really making easy work of this. I think if the Lions had carried on with the momentum they had at one stage in the middle of the innings and gotten to that 220, 240, we might have seen a different story here, with this run chase going exactly according to plan for Western Province so far.
Yeah, unfortunately the Lions just lost wickets at regular intervals. Their biggest partnership was 49 for the second wicket.
Yeah, that was
handful of players getting double figures but not going on, apart from Kululeko Tabete, who scored 73. This partnership worth 78 already, as Miso continues to Delierda tickle down the fine leg. Not sure if it was bat or thigh pad. It was bat, so
yeah.
Delierda will go to 27, staying on 44 not out, back on strike.
So not really looking threatening at all. Just that one chance of a catch so far.
Dragged by Stain from outside off stump onto the leg side, behind square. Nettleton does the fielding. It's just a single. Just trying to overhit it a bit there, I think, Stain.
Yeah, it's this. Now they've put a fielder back onto the deep mid-wicket boundary with the mid-on and mid-wicket in line with the non-striker. Oh, what a nice shot that was.
Yeah, too short from Miso, too wide. And Sekekune busy again on that cover boundary. Keeps it down to just one.
Luckily for the Lions, that went straight to Sekekune almost. And they're keeping this huge space open on the leg side, so it's a big temptation to try and fetch the ball from outside off and get it into this onside.
That nipped back a bit at Stain, forced her to change her stroke, just play it defensively.
The Lions are still quite vocal, trying to keep the energy up. There's still a chance for them, but they need a wicket and they need one now.
Worked into that gap that Otto Simon was talking about. Work for Nettleton from fine leg, and they'll come back for 2. Good cricket by Western Province as they march on to 83 without loss. Staying now 47 not out, and she's needed just 56 deliveries to get there.
Now this is an excellent opening partnership for Western Province, exactly what they wanted.
Handled nicely by Stain, controlled it well down to third man for a single. And that is 20 overs up. Western Province 184 without loss. They need just another 109 runs off the remaining 30 overs. And it's now a drinks break. And when you come back, it'll be Pendulo Magubani joining Otto Simon.
There we go. The drinks break has been finished. Thing of the past. It's a massive opening stand here for Western Province. Perfect start to the chase, and they are walking this at the moment. No pressure whatsoever. They'll be thinking about net run rate next at this pace.
The way it's
Dula
going,
Magubane is here with me, Otto Simon, and Nettleton will continue from the university end. She goes to Andri Steyn on 48, fielded at mid-off.
the way it's going here, if they just keep on playing the way that they are doing here, seems like they'll be taking it home.
Indeed. Just punishing bad deliveries. That's all they're doing at the moment. Very disciplined, very well executed basic cricket here. Oh, bad full toss, missed length completely there, but Skitter fields at long on, straight to her, and there's just a single. Andri Steyn now 49 runs on the board. Nettleton is coming around the wicket now to De Leerde. And, easy, simple, basics of cricket being displayed here by Western Province.
They're really understanding their field here. Can sense the energy from the lines. It's a little bit lower now. They're able to capitalize on that.
As the wind gust picks up, just as Nettleton flights that ball, makes it difficult for the batters, I think, to time the ball properly, so they're very careful. And Andri Steyn has got 50 runs off 67 balls. Excellent innings by the Western Province opener.
It's a fantastic innings, just like that shot, Otto.
Yep, De Leerde stroking that expertly through long off. Extra cover was on the boundary, but unable to cut that off, and so De Leerde is lagging a bit behind her opening partner. She's got 33. Still wonderful opening partnership of 91 runs so far. Nettleton with the final ball of the 21st over. That's just solid defence. So 7 runs off that over and a 50 for Andri Steyn, who was dropped on 27 by the keeper, and so ball flying past the keeper's ears, and Andri Steyn really rubbing it in now.
It's really painful, especially when you're seeing that the chances of getting the wickets are so minimal. They are giving nothing away here, Western Province, and it's true to what we were speaking about, that the pitch will flatten out and it'll become easier as the day goes by. So much so now that Homoto Rapo believes that it's time to bring herself back into the attack. She comes from the Kopi's end.
Yes, indeed, she's going to bowl her 4th over, and she has got figures of 0 for 8 so far.
It's a good start to her over here. Also just getting the outside edge of the bat of Steyn. No slip fielder. It's what's been bothering me since the beginning of the innings, the lack of attacking field settings here from the DP World Lions.
Exactly right. Andri Steyn turns that into a full toss, and now her teammates have caught on to the fact that she scored a 50. So 51 now for Andri Steyn, and now she celebrates. So there was a bit of a miscount here from the Western Province ladies. They might win the game and still want to go on continue batting, but they're enjoying their batting so much, why not?
Better late than never also.
That's right. Or right onto the stumps there. She's got deep mid-wicket, long on, and cover sweeper protection on the boundary.
It's actually something that they've been doing all innings long here, the batters for the Western Province. when the spin bowler comes on, they are very happy to play them on the back foot. It's so difficult as a spin bowler to understand where your length should be when the batters are playing you like that with so much ease as well.
And Ken also, I mentioned to Ken earlier that this is a very defensive, feels like a defensive kind of field. That one beats the extra cover fielder. Mid-off has to run around to cut that one off for just a single.
There was a period when the DP World Lions were batting where it just felt like Western Province were giving them nothing. There were slip fielders here at short mid-wicket, short extra cover. Only one person in the boundary. Everyone was just putting the pressure in the batter's face.
Exactly right. And it was at this stage of the game as well where they were allowed to have more fielders outside, but they just didn't. They just kept the pressure in there as Rapo finishes her 4th over, and the score is 94 without loss, as you can see on your screens, just so that we can update our scorecards here, so we can keep track of what's going on. And so that was not too bad, but 4 runs and over, it's all that's needed for Western Province. Nettleton continues from the university end. She's now got long off, as well as the deep extra cover, deep mid wicket, deep backward square leg on the boundary. So she's got a lot of protection on the boundary now, as she starts her 4th over with a dot ball.
They were picking her away in the long on boundary. Now Letlogonolomeso has come back in. She now stands at mid-on just to prevent those singles, and that's what they need to do. Try to get these players to hit boundaries now, because that's how you get those wickets. Stop the singles, try to get them hitting hard, let them hit in the air, let them miss one.
Yeah, that seems to be the plan. That seemed to me to be the plan from the start, is to get people caught out on the boundary, because, or caught out playing attacking shots, because there was no attacking fielders at all. Just going for the bold and the LBW obviously at the start with the 4-5 field. Nice use of the feet there from Andri Steyn. From Babette de Leerde. She's got good foot movement, de Leerde.
Good hands as well.
Yeah. Uses her feet really, really well. That time just getting flummoxed by the length and the line of Nettleton. Good delivery. Another good use of the feet from Babette de Leerde, but Skutter right in front of us will cut that one off, and they come back for 2.
Overpitched from Nettleton. Couldn't even pitch it, as it was just hit very easily from Babette de Leerde. And it's nice to see Babette de Leerde really getting into the runs here, getting into the starts that she's really been teasing us for through the 2 innings that she's played so far, as we see the end of over number 23.
So Nettleton has bowled 4 overs, 0 for 19, and that's well above the asking rate. Captain Rapo to continue, and straight to the field at extra cover that time. Same field here for Rapo. Can't see if there's somebody at 3rd on the boundary. No, 3rd is in the ring. A nice full toss dished up there to Andri Steyn. She sends it straight back over the bowler's head. Nice looking shot that. Now it's looking dangerous for these DP World Lions ladies. Not many runs to play with still. It's a halfway job done for the team from the Western Cape.
The thing is, in terms of runs here, also they're going pound for pound, but the big difference are the wickets that have fallen.
Oh yes.
At the same time, the Lions had lost 3 wickets.
Yeah, and kept losing wickets all the way through to the end. Never really got to put the hammer down. Another one straight to the fielder at extra cover. Oh, full toss on leg stump and dealt with severely by Andri Steyn. That is 100 up for the Western Province ladies. 103 without loss. So they need 90 runs from 26 overs, 158 balls. 90 runs from 158 balls. That's as easy as you like in a one-day game.
And the thing is, nothing suggests that they won't be getting those 90 runs or 89 runs rather. They all seem like they're just gonna bat so leisurely and so easily, like a simple Sunday morning stroll.
Oh yes. Lovely day out here for Western Province. Making professional cricket look easy. Extra cover, just had to cover a couple of meters to her right to cut that one off. Long on, long off on the boundary. Deep mid wicket as well, and steered down to third in the ring, and it's Manak there at third in the ring, not getting the throw back quick enough to cause any headaches for Western Province. And there's another 7 runs off that over. You know, seven runs and over when you need to score at 4, 3.5. That's very nicely done here by Western Province.
It's also the fact that the Lions, in as much as they are trying to bowl well, every now and again they just give away that boundary to scoring delivery, just giving away that 4, giving away a couple of 2s here and there, and those accumulate and they hurt if you have a score which is as low as 191. Yes, we were talking about it being a good score in this pitch, but the Western Province are making us look rather otherwise.
Indeed.
Just like that. That's all they've been doing also.
That is a wonderful shot there by Andri Steyn with those 2 fielders back on the boundary. Drops it short, makes them run, and she gets enough time to get to the other end. Brilliant stuff from Western Province. What can the Lions do? As De Leerde with that wonderful foot movement, Nettleton doesn't manage to hold on to that one, bursting through the hands there. She got her hands to it, but it just burst through. Another chance down, the second one now. Both batters have been dropped now by the Lions.
Tough opportunity, that one.
Yeah.
But an opportunity nonetheless, especially when the 2 batters are playing as well as these 2 are.
Indeed. So Babette De Leerde dropped on 38 in the 25th over. Nettleton making some adjustments here, bringing extra cover back into the ring. And she's got cow corner, deep backward square leg covered. She's got long off covered. What is the plan here for the Lions as De Leerde once again, silky smooth foot movements there. Wonderful to watch.
She's just coming into her own in this innings. The bowling has allowed her to as well.
Darted in this time by Nettleton, and a deep backward square leg will pick it up. Better throw this time by Manak.
Just shown enough to put doubt into the spinners' lengths. Not really their lines, it's the lengths that are being challenged by the foot movement of both these batters.
That's true. Once again, steps down with the smoothest of dancing moves does Babette De Leerde, and Andri Steyn this time. And that's a wonderful fall to Andri Steyn. Takes the score at the end of the 25th over to 112 without loss. 8 runs off that over. Ouch.
Nettleton looking a little bit dejected after that last ball.
Yeah.
It's like, what else am I supposed to do? Meso was out in the deep. She's brought in closer because they were just extracting singles from her long on position. Now at mid-on, they take the ball over her and they get those 4 runs. Very painful as the captain here, Khomoto Rapo. But she still has the ball, still searching for that wicket. The game is not over until it's over.
Now she's got a better economy, Khomoto Rapo. 3.6 runs and over conceded by her. They need wickets. They need quick wickets now.
That's the only thing that's going to help their case.
Mm-hmm.
That one was very easily guided down to the deep point. Tumeleng Sekukune. Even she knew that there's no pressure, just an easy single. What more can you do?
So where are the wickets going to come from for the Lions? Ooh. Was that another chance? Gone down. Was driven straight back to the bowler. Oh, lovely foot movement. Once again, Andri Steyn down to long off for a single.
Can't help but feel like the spinners have been completely neutralized by these two.
Indeed.
Nothing that they are doing, nothing that the spinners are doing seems to be working.
Yep. No danger, no threats. And then the ball almost sneaking through by Rapo. Almost a wicket there for the captain.
What I like to see here is, even though they are using their feet, they're not using their feet in aggression.
Oh, she fetched that from outside off stump down to the deep mid-wicket boundary. Good shot by Babette de Leerde.
Just like that, they're just using their feet to access spaces around the field. They're not hitting the ball hard, they're allowing the ball to come to them. They are playing the ball as late as they possibly can.
78 runs now needed off 145 balls with 10 wickets in hand for Western Province. Looks like we're going to have an early afternoon today. Oof, almost sneaking through there for Rapo. But Andri Steyn in the end, well in control of that one. Round the corner to find leg in the circle. And that is the over. Says the referee. 26 overs gone. 116 without loss. 4 runs off that over means it's a little bit better for the DP World Lions. And they are, by the way, bringing you this commentary, this live commentary, along with Pitch Vision, the DP World Lions women, hashtag the pride of Jozi. Another bowling change from this university end. That looks like it's Landsman back into the attack. She's bowled 3 overs, 0 for 13. 6.5 runs and over economy rate. Trying to switch it up is Rapo, the captain of the Lions. See if Landsman can do something from this end. It's a change of ends for Landsman. That one is down to long off for a single, easy single.
It's so hard to figure out where the spinners must bowl. I'm sitting here trying to think about it as well, because these batters are giving them absolutely nothing.
Oh, that's very close there. Umpire Gear says not out. It's maybe too high, says Mpendulo Magubane. I would tend to agree with that, with the cross-batted shot going wrong there for De Leerde. Ah, lovely foot movement again. This time mid-on is there to clean it up.
See, this is so tricky, because from the university end we've been seeing an extra load amount of bounce, and with her being a wrist spinner, getting even more of that bounce as well is Landsman. We've been talking with Ken. She doesn't have that slider or flipper to keep the ball low.
Oh, trying to go around the legs. Is that a catch? Yes, says umpire Gear. Caught behind. And that is the end of Andri Steyn. Caught by the wicket keeper. That is Mapu. And she's gone for... we'll get the scores for you right now. There's something burning around the ground here, some smoke blowing through.
It's the fire from the wickets that's been taken here, Otto.
Yeah.
It's just coming at looking for a shot here was the batter. Couldn't get into control of it as it gets that extra bounce again. It is that extra bounce that was the undoing. And now she is gone. After long opening partnership, we finally get the breakthrough for the DP World Lions.
Yeah, so Andri Steyn out for 68 of 86 balls, and she hit 7 fours and no sixes, but an excellent innings by the opener for the Western Province women, setting things up here for the rest of the batting attack to go in for the kill. So the score now is sitting on 118 for 1, as you can see on your screens, and it is Sarah Smith that's into the wicket. Breakthrough by Landsman.
A debut match, nogal. She gets a very critical wicket here because that partnership was becoming a menace in the eyes of the fans and lovers and players and staff of the DP World Lions team.
Yeah, so just to recap there, Andri Steyn trying to play the sweep shot, getting it off the glove or maybe the handle of the bat, shoulder of the bat around that area, and easily pouched by the wicketkeeper Rapport and or Mapo, sorry, and Andri Steyn gone for 68.
Sarah Smith now into the batting lineup, batter number 3.
Yep. Waits for this one, cuts it straight to extra cover.
She's currently the leading run scorer for the Western Province team, having scored 84 against Free State and 14 against the Dolphins. Contribution here will be handy.
Indeed. Now you've got the new batter at the crease, and everybody's sitting back on the boundary. Just a very defensive mindset here from the Lions in terms of their fielding positions. That's the end of the 27th over, 118 for 1. 2 runs and the wicket there for Madison Landsman, and that's excellent news for the Lions fans out there. It's 3 overs, 1 for 15 for Madison Landsman. Let's see, Rapport will continue, the captain.
The Lions hopeful will be hoping that 1 brings 2, brings 3 here.
It's the only way they're going to make some impact here into the Western Province change room or dressing room or gazebo, as it would be better known. Yes, just straight down the ground there, straight to the fielder by De Leerde. Another easy single. Exploiting the space well, these Western Province players.
Exactly what that partnership between De Leerde and Steyn was, and that's what they need to continue doing here with the inclusion of Smith. Just continue running.
And straight to extra cover. But there's no pressure on Smith. She can just take her time, get her eye in, maybe see if she can cash in. And bowling now is a little bit better by the Lions, a little bit more disciplined. Very valuable dot balls here, but there will have to be many more. Straight to the fielder again. many dot balls needed here for the Lions to build any kind of pressure from this position.
100%, but it's also the type of dot balls that you want to accumulate here, Otto.
Smith off the back foot straight to cover. Now 74 runs needed off 134 balls with 9 wickets in hand. Easy as you like for Western Province.
Beautiful.
Just got the edge there. See, you've got the new batter at the crease. Why not bring in somebody there in a catching thingy? A second slip would have swallowed that.
100%. You want to put the new batter under that pressure. But also, like you were saying, also just getting those dot balls counts, and especially the type of dot balls that you get with the previous one being an outside edge, just planting a small seed of doubt onto the batter with invariable turn, invariable bounce from the spinners. We see the end of over number 28.
Yeah, 7 overs bowled for Komotso Rapo, and she's conceded just 23 runs at a run rate of 3.2. So she's doing the job that's required for the DP World Lions women. Now De Leerde getting ready to face Landsman once again. Ooh, that's a tight one. No, easy in the end. Good running.
Getting a thick edge on that one as well. Extra bounce to De Leerde, who feels like she needs to just restart what she's doing with her new partner. Sarah Smith, something new to deal with.
That's another shot straight to the fielder there. Exactly what the Lions want. They need this to continue for at least the next 10 overs if they have any hope of putting some pressure on Western Province, because the ladies from the Cape, the fairest Cape, are making it look like it's a very easy wicket to bat on.
We commend the batting coach or batting consultant of Western Province. They are able to nullify what could be potentially dangerous deliveries here, teaching their players the mindset of withstanding that amount of pressure and then being able to play when the opportunity presents itself here.
Exactly. All set up by the bowling attack and the fielding, which was a bit sloppy at first, but then really well done. Held on to most of their catches, did Western Province, and restricting the Lions to 192, which means that these batters can really just be circumspect. So another wide one there from Landsman. Almost caught in two minds there, De Leerde. Coming down and then stopping. Luckily that ball didn't sneak past because she was well outside her crease there.
That loopy delivery, reminiscent of the one that got rid of Sunetfa Leon Low. Loopy, and you yorker yourself.
Landsman is bowling much better now. Much more control. She did concede the wide there, but looking good at the end of 29 overs, 122 for 1. So 3 runs off that over, which included a wide.
70 runs now just remaining. 70 runs looks very near, but all that it requires here for the DP World Lions is a couple of wickets, a couple of very strong overs, especially having a player who's new to the crease would feel like they want to get off the mark. Keeping them restricted, keeping them feeling like they are still under the pump will be what they want to do. Komotso Rapo, she has the opportunity to bowl to Sarah Smith, who is the new batter here, yet to leave her mark.
Yeah, so again, nobody even close to a catching position. She's got third inside the ring, backward point, cover, extra cover, long on, long off, and a mid wicket, and then deep mid wicket and deep square leg on the boundary.
Maybe we would want to close down that leg side because Because the way she's been playing right now, Sarah Smith just getting her eye in, she hasn't been looking like she's going to whack it onto that leg side for a big 4 or a booming 6.
Looks like she could if she wanted to. Powerful looking player. That's easy single down to long off.
And it's because maybe she's a strong player that you want to test if she's confident enough in that power, if she's willing enough to take it over the top. But the Lions are not giving her that option.
Instead, they're just making it easy to score the ones. And that's all that Western Province need. Far less than a runner ball required. 70 off 122 now is what they need. Cut straight to the cover fielder.
Rapport changing up her pace here. Every now and then she'll drop in that medium pace of delivery just to rush the batter and trick them every now and then.
Oh, that's a
There
catch.
it is!
Extra cover catch. Babette de Leerde double stepping down the wicket. Nice looking drive. Tried to go over the top, as you said. The challenge was set. Babette de Leerde went for it and couldn't quite pull it off, and she's chipped it straight to extra cover.
That change of pace from Rapport is absolutely brilliant. What a setup for that wicket, and what execution from her. Just giving de Leerde bait on that outside of the off stump, giving her a very good length, a drivable length, but taking away that pace, giving the ball a lot of air, and all of a sudden she's not reaching the pace in the timing that she wants. Easy pop up to the fielder standing at short extra cover, and that is a very valuable wicket here for the DP World Lions, who've now made it 2 as they remove the opening batters.
So was that it looked like like Miso who took that catch. We'll just check for you who took that catch at extra cover there. I think it was Miso. It looked like her. Well, Miso's.
But regardless of the fact, Otto, it is the fact that now the DP World Lions have found that breakthrough. It had to be caused. It has to be caused in some way or the other. And it was de Leerde looking to go onto the charge again, which just cost that wicket. And was an easy one just to the lap. Would have hated themselves if they dropped that one. But Sadiq or Meso making sure that she captures that one. Babette de Leerde's dismissal now brings in 2 fresh faces for the Western Province team. Nadine de Klerk was brilliant with the ball, now comes in, but currently facing is Sarah Smith.
So it was in fact Nonkululelo Tabete who took the catch there at extra cover. And let's just get the figures for you for Babette de Leerde, as this one is straight to point. Is that a run out? No, says the umpire. Oh, the Lions have their hands on their heads. Cheeky single there, cheeky single. Babette de Leerde, 44 off 82. Thank you very much. And she hit 5 fours.
Very cheeky single that was taken there between Smith and de Klerk. New partnership forming up.
Yeah.
There's communications that still need to be established as both players want to get themselves into the game. What we saw with de Leerde and Steyn was their super staunch patience right at the beginning of the innings, not taking singles, not smashing fours, but taking them when Lions present them with the opportunity. So what de Klerk and Smith don't want to do here is to force issues.
Yeah, and a bit better now from the Lions. Nobody back on the boundary in the covers. Everybody is in the offside. Everybody is on the edge of the circle, walking into Nadine de Klerk, who gets the first one from Landsman, straight to extra cover. Boundary fielders at long on and deep mid wicket. She's got a nice stiff breeze to bowl into now, Landsman. helping her to just hold that ball up. A lot more energy by the Lions fielders now. They are sensing something here. The Lions much more vocal, much more energy.
That's the power of a wicket, Otto.
Nicely flighted by Landsman. Inviting the attacking shot. 69 runs needed off 116 balls. Still far from getting back into this game. The Lions, no pressure at all on Western Province right now. So they can take their time. De Klerk straight to extra cover.
They have to understand that that's okay. Eventually, if you keep on hitting it more than enough, you're going to pierce through that boundary or through those covers. For now, they're holding strong.
Yeah. De Klerk getting set for that cross bat shot across the line. Only the single down to deep mid wicket where Tumisi Kukune fields. And that is the end of the 31st over. 125 for 2.
125 for 2, the score here. We've completed over number 31 or over number 30 here at the UJ Urban Oval. Game is tidily poised.
Thank you very much, Mpendulo. That was fun. At least we took some wickets for the fans of the DP World Lions there. But the Western Cape fans will be much happier at this point in time. And you'll be joined by Ken Borland.
They will very much be happy. The build-up from the opening team has been fantastic. As we see Sarah Nestleton now changing her end. She's been bowling respectably well on the University Drive end. Now she comes through from the Kopi's end. She's bowling to 2 new batters. Sarah Smith has faced 13 deliveries for just her 3 runs, and Nadine de Klerk has only faced 6 deliveries here, Ken, as we see a re-establishment of the batting innings here of Western Province.
Well, Western Province were cruising home in that opening stand of 118 between De Leeuder and Steyn. But suddenly the Lions giving themselves a small sniff here. They've picked up a couple of quick wickets. As you say, 2 new batters at the crease. Can they get 1 or 2 more?
Just popping it up into the air there, Sarah Nestleton, and it's been deployed throughout the rest of the whole day actually. Seeing those spin bowlers toss that ball up very well.
Yeah, well, there's quite a strong wind here blowing at the University of Joburg, so the spinners can use that to their advantage.
Just dropped slightly shorter, and then it's Smith who's able to go down on one knee to pull that into Lehlohonolo Meso, who's stationed at deep square leg. Just an easy single. They want to get a feel of how everything is working here. The ball is different from when it was in the opening spell, so you can't take that information. You need to take the information as it is now. The only way you can is by just staying there, playing the deliveries that the bowlers are allowing you to play, and not to be frustrated by the fielding because you still haven't gotten your eye in just as yet as a new batter.
Yeah, well, there's no need for rush for Western Province. The required run rate is well in hand.
Just needing to be doing that as they guide that to the very open square leg area. It's very strange, I must say, Ken. You have your deep square leg there. You have a deep backward square leg as well. And 2 new batters who are looking to find their feet. And it's as if they're allowing them to find their feet by giving them those easy ones down the leg side.
Yeah, the Lions maybe could have done with being a tiny bit more attacking in this innings. And totally agree, 2 new batters, you don't want to give them easy ones. If they want to take a chance and hit over the infield, good for them. The Lions need to give themselves wicket-taking opportunities, and that could be a way of doing it by being a bit more attacking in the field setting.
It's 65 runs to win right now. Goes down in one knee, does Deliad, or not Deliad, or rather, does Nadine de Klerk. But there is protection for that particular shot. Landsman continues for over number 33.
Yeah, Nadine de Klerk, obviously a seasoned international now, has played some really, really useful innings for the Proteas. So she and her team will be expecting her to steer them home here.
And even though the form for this season for Western Province hasn't been telling the true reflection of what the team is capable of, they are the defending champions. Last season, they went through the whole campaign just losing one game. Just one. And it's not as if the team has gone through wholesale changes as they take this really quick single. They're able to make it very safely. And umpire Amy Gia says comes off the bat. As I was saying, it's not as if the team has gone through a whole host of changes. Every just here and there, but you'd still have the same core of players. But also at the same time, the performances haven't been speaking. Popping that one into the air, but it's nice into the open leg side field. Manak smelt a chance at backward square, but it was just too far for her to even attempt a catch.
Well, Madison Landsman is causing some problems here for the Western Province batsmen, really tossing the ball up high and it's dipping into the wind.
It really is causing some problems. And it's nice that even the fielding backs her up, because that was a crunching shot straight into the hands of Rapo, of Tabete, who's at cover. And well flighted from Nettleton. You can hear the cheers from the Pride of Jersey. They are backing up their bowler. They are happy with the performance as we see the end of over number 33. They need 62 to win here to Western Province. They still have 102 balls to chase down this figure. But the important thing here is those 8 wickets that they have in hand.
Yeah, I spoke about Nadine de Klerk, but we need to mention Sarah Smith as well, the other Western Province batter, who's been their form player this season, very accomplished batter at the top of the order. So there's no doubt the Lions need to separate these two ASAP.
And slicing shots there from Nadine de Klerk. Sarah Nettleton nailing it on that off stump when she's bowling to de Klerk, forcing them to try and pierce that offside field. But it's proven hard.
And Nadine de Klerk's not holding back. She's putting everything into those drives, hitting them full tilt. Maybe if she just concentrates a little bit more on placement than power, she'll have more success.
And it's happiness here because every time she hits that shot and it goes straight into the field, it boosts confidence for the Lions fielders, who do have their tail up now after dismissing the 2 opening batters. Ooh, good one there. See, now it's forcing the batters to try to do something different. But the short third man is there in Razina Manak, so maybe not the greatest option because she wasn't going to get reward for her efforts.
It's excellent bowling by Nettleton. She's really bowling a very good line outside the off stump. And that's just a single for de Klerk. Lions will take that. They've kept her quiet for most of this over.
She continues bowling on that off stump. I was really intrigued to hear what you were where you were taking your thoughts there, Ken, about her bowling outside of that off stump. Because she's doing it so well. She's just pinning both the batters there, and even the single that they were able to take that last ball, she just squeezed it in between that short third man and the backward point, as we see the end of over number 34 here at the UJ Urban Oval. The score is 132 for 2. They need 61 runs from the rest of the 16 overs.
Well, teams have lost 8 wickets for less than 61 runs before in the game. You'd have to say Western Province are still strong favourites, but you never know if the Lions can just nick a couple more wickets. Suddenly a bit of concern spreads into panic. You never know.
And it's exactly what they need. They actually need the wicket right now whilst their tails are up. But it's not going to happen like that. Very, very good usage of the crease by Nadine de Klerk, shifting her whole weight to the off stump to make that ball straighter than what it actually was, sweeping it down to the open fine leg square area. That's 4 runs. Very well played.
A superb strike by Nadine de Klerk. A lot of skill involved in that sweep shot, and she hit it really well.
Madison just over pitching that delivery, going way fuller. But it's just the skill of the batting here which may disrupt Madison Landsman for the rest of her over. It's just the first ball of the over as well. So there's 5 more balls for her to think about where she's going to place this ball, especially with the pressure of knowing who she's bowling to as well.
And it also gets the Lions thinking about their field on the leg side. At the moment they've got quite a square fine leg. A deep mid wicket and a long on, but if de Klerk keeps sweeping well behind square like she did previously, they might have to change that, but then you sacrifice a boundary rider somewhere else.
Big task. Here's the ball going long. It's phenomenal. Brilliant shot from Nadine de Klerk, taking on that leg side area. That cow corner just waiting, asking for the ball to be placed in. Just takes 1 bounce for 4.
I fancy that's the biggest hit of the day. Pendulo up there with anything Sunette Viljoen low hit.
Under it beautifully, Nadine de Klerk. She tries for it again. This time nicely onto the air, finding deep mid wickets in Dumi Sekukune. Just a single this time.
She did really well to keep that down to 1 to Sekukune. Sweetly struck again by de Klerk. It was whizzing across the turf here. Very good outfield, it must be said, at the Auburn Oval.
And Nadine de Klerk swiftly starting to catch up to her balls now. 15 of 19. Sarah Smith 5 from 21. We keep it at 5 for 21. But now Western Province just needing 51 runs to win with that wide delivery. Playing it late as she wants, does Smith. Pushing it down to the long off fielder and Sam Skitter for a single.
Yeah, I imagine Western Province will be counting this down in tens. And it's amazing how just a couple of boundaries, you know, we were saying they needed 60 odd more. Suddenly it's now 50 needed. And these are like little psychological landmarks.
Popping it up into the air, but everyone is in the boundary for the leg side. They're coming back for run number 2. Dumise Kukune has a deceptively strong arm from the deep. She just keeps that to 2 runs as we see the end of over number 35. It's 145 for 2 for the Western Province ladies. They now need less than 50 for the victory. 48 from 90 deliveries.
Beautiful throw from the boundary there from Tumi Sekukune. But it was a comfortable 2 for Western Province. A very well placed slog sweep on the leg side, and bit of a momentum shift again Western Province's way. Decisions for Kamotso Rapua. Does she keep Landsman on? It's Netelson is going to continue from the Koppies end. She bowled a really good previous over.
She now needs to continue that momentum as we see the umpire signal for the last power play for the final 15 overs. Here comes Sarah Nettleton bowling to Smith. She has protection in the deep on the leg side. Deep mid wicket, deep square leg, and your long on fielder. The short mid wicket is there, just being dirty, being sneaky for anything where she tries to go big and completely mistimed. We saw in the previous overs they are happy to go onto that leg side with power. Oh, but it's tidy bowling from Nettleton here.
I think that short mid wicket is more probably just to not allow them an easy single. So they can't just bunt it on the leg side and take an easy one.
just as you were talking about, but it's played too far to the left of Landsman, who is on that short mid-wicket area. Just an easy single. It was very nice delivery prior by Nettleton, just beating that outside off, beating the outside edge. Then she reverts back to the straight line. Now bowling to de Klerk. Seems to be happy to hit the ball. Seems very happy to hit the ball on either side of the square as well.
Yeah, as well as Entleton has bowled, can't help thinking that the Lions have really missed Jenna Evans today, not playing in this match, and another key member of their attack.
A phenomenal bowler as they squeeze the ball through. Oh, and it does go through Khomoto Rapo, who was standing at that mid-off area. It's 4 runs in the deep, and that's how Western Province bring up their 150 runs.
So just 43 more needed. I think once you get to below 40 needed, it's another little landmark for the batting team, especially with 8 wickets in hand. You really can't see yourself losing 8 for 40.
100%. And yeah, the smallest runs just hurts for the Lions. Even the single hurts right now for them. But it's important that they don't drop their heads down. The game of cricket has shown us funnier things, Ken.
Nothing that a hat trick won't sort out.
Speaking of hat tricks, as we see the end of over number 36, it's 150 for 2 with 43 runs to win. A couple of days ago, I was on YouTube. I was actually doing my research for one of the games we were commentating on, and one of my suggestions was the famous 2005 tour of South Africa to West Indies, and just showed a clip of the last over where Charles Langerfeld was bowling to the West Indies. And if you remember correctly, Ken, what happened? Complete carnage by Charles Langerfeld, turning the game around from the dead. This is what the Lions might be hoping for, but such things are so far in between, which is why there are highlight packages.
Yeah, Charles Langerfeld, wonderful bowler. I think West Indies needed 7 to win or something in the last over. And Langerfeld from the Western Cape, but he did actually turn out for the Lions for a bit at one stage. I think probably born a little bit too early, because if he'd been playing 10 years later with the proliferation of T20, he would have been a really sought after bowler.
Would have been excellent. Can't help to think even Andrew Hall in that list of players who just played too early for their time and would have been excellent in this time. But Charles Langerfeld taking that hat-trick in that final over was what overturned the game, as this one is over-pitched from Rapo and rightfully punished from Sarah Smith. You do not give Smith those freebies.
And 2 misses.
Just 4 runs played front of square, and we need a new ball now.
To me, Sekikun is not chasing that out of the property down any further into Westine. So that was a meaty hit by Sarah Smith.
Strong shots from Sarah Smith. Not one you want to give freebies to, as she's properly dispatched that one, waiting for our umpires to bring in our new balls. But right now, as it stands, they have breached yet another psychological milestone. They now need less than 40 to win. It's 39 from a whopping 82 deliveries, all the time in the world for Western Province.
Yeah, and 2 set batters now in Sarah Smith and Nadine de Klerk, who took their time, absorbed a bit of pressure that had been exerted by the Lions when they were both fairly new to the crease. But you feel like they are both well set now and eager to rush Western Province home as quickly as possible. They'll have their eyes on a bonus point, which will be very handy for Western Province, given that they've dropped a few points so far this season.
That's what they are hoping for here, to make sure that they are getting this job done without any further damage. And given how they've started the season also, maybe they might be thinking net run rates to boost their that section of the table as well for them.
Yeah, I think there are two good reasons for a set pair to really put the hammer down in this sort of position. The one is that you don't want to create any sort of late drama. You know, if you've got the upper hand, ram it home. Don't give the Lions any hope. And as you say, then the second reason, things like bonus points, net run rate, when you're in a position to capitalise on those sort of things, you definitely want to take that, because you never know at the end of the season how important a point or 0.1 of a run can be come the final calculations.
Still a long season to go as well, because the ladies do play double fixtures against each other. So we're going to end up seeing a total of 10 games being played per team as they verse their 5 counterparts twice, home and away. This is the first meeting between Lions and Western Province in the season. The next matches that both these teams have are coincidentally against Southwestern District, the 6-gun Grill Garden Route Badgers, and they'll be playing the Titans afterwards. So next week we are going to be seeing the DP World Lions travel to Otsaron, who will be playing the Garden Route Badgers. Then the week after that, we're going to be seeing them take on the Titans at Centurion for the Clash of the North. And then for the same time at the Western Province, they'll be playing on the 18th and on the 2nd, facing the same teams. With the game in resumption, the ball have a fresher one. Rapport still continuing.
Yeah, the Lions have played 3 home games now so far this season. So they're going to have a fair amount of travelling to do in the second half of their campaign, which will make this potential loss a little bit harder to bear. And we've had a no ball.
Now they have to deal with this free hit. Oh, smash that straight to Rapport's face. No need for her to put herself in danger. Tried to stop that as much as she could. And she just prevents that from running for 4, because that was a clean strike.
Did she not want to catch it? Could have been a wicket, would have been a great catch.
Would have been a great catch for no wickets as it was a free hit.
Oh, of course, yes. Caught me out there.
Just one run from that free hit, she'll be happy, Rapport, but she gave away that free run. All these runs are like flickers of gold now for the Lions.
You see, I'm the idiot bowler who would have broken his finger trying to take the return catch off a free hit.
Oh, beautiful bowling. Flight, length is beautiful into the block hole, but it's well dealt with from de Klerk.
You would have been over Kinsey, it's fine.
Bolden Fuller. The Lions are happy now with these fielding efforts. They are backing up their bowler, especially as their captain, as she finishes her 9th over. She's only gone for 30 runs with the solitary wickets that she's gotten. It is the Western Province now who need 37 more runs, and they have all of 78 deliveries to do it.
Good to see Madison Lunsman still throwing herself around in the field. Her one-day debut for the Lions today, and although it might not, the end result might not end up being the way she wanted it to be, she's had a pleasing debut. She batted nicely for her 19 runs of 29 balls, and has picked up a wicket with her bowling. She got a little bit of tap towards the end, but she certainly pulled her part with the bowling as well.
And it's the serious wickets of Andrea Steyn that she got, who was looking devastating for her 66 runs. Seems like she was going to take the game away from the DP World Lions. She might still have, given the situation that we find ourselves in. But now we see Samantha Skitter coming in back into the attack from the Kopi's end to just destabilize the work that Western Province have been doing in so far. But it's going to take a miraculous effort for the Lions to bring that roar in their grunt back.
Skitter was very tidy with the new ball from the other end.
4 overs and just 8 runs conceded. maybe she might need to compile more of that pressure as that ball is just driven to the deep. The sweeper is Tumi Sekukune as they exchange that single. They'll want to be applying more of that pressure now.
I know things didn't go that well for Tumi Sekukune in her first spell, bit inconsistent, but given her quality and her striking ability, the Lions have surely got to roll the dice and give her another go. Probably should have done it already, but sooner rather than later.
Sooner rather than later, and you don't want to have a bowler like that feeling like she was underused also. But what I like now, Ken, is that they've brought in Dumise Kukune, who was at that sweeper fielder, compressing the field as much as they can for Nadine de Klerk, saying go over. That's how you're going to score now.
Yep, the Lions have to take wickets. They're not going to win by restricting the runs.
But now, just bowling this one shorter and straighter, that's Samantha Skitter. It's easily played in between that big gap between the vacant square leg and mid-on, but luckily, right at the deep, we have Madison Landsman, who is at the deep mid-wicket area. It's 35 to win now. It's Samantha Skitter who's bowling, and it is the Western Province ladies who are looking like they are going to, if they had even more time to bat, would look like if they were batting first, they were going to score a very decent score here. Just the way that they are looking, it seems so much at ease how they are batting here.
I think, to be fair, it was a good toss for Western Province to win and to bowl first in the morning when there was still moisture around. It was pretty chilly, it was overcast. The pitch probably did a bit more with the new ball when they were bowling, but they probably bowled a bit better as well, though, to be fair, than the Lions have done.
As an enthusiast of bowling, love watching me some good bowling. I'll take 5 misses and hits, then 5 sixes, just to feel that. So watching how the Western Province bowlers were operating was sensational, as we see the end of over number 38. 158 for the loss of 2 wickets here for Western Province. They need 35 runs from 72 deliveries.
Yeah, if you just look at the simple scoreboard, it doesn't really give an indication. You know, Nadine de Klerk, 10 overs, none for 27. Leah Jones, 7 overs, none for 29. You know, there's no wow factor about those figures, but they both really bowled brilliantly up front and set the tone.
Kamoto Rapo thinking that she's got an edge, but that ball was very well swept. There's an open area where Razina Manak has to run from deep square leg and cover a lot of distance to pick up that ball at the fine leg area. Just 2 runs. So now it just feels like it's a bit of a procession now for the Western Province batters. Kamoto Rapo. Oh, there might be a chance, but a faulty throw from Sunetful Yunlo. A tough pickup, off balance as she threw it, but they made it home.
It was a great stop, but then she just couldn't generate the power when she was on the ground with the throw in an awkward position. You can see Western Province are just keen to get this over with as quickly as possible, heading to the fielders and running now.
Ooh, good ball though from Rapo, seeing that Smith is moving around the crease and following her, still straightening it enough to be in line with the stumps. Inventive batting here against the spin bowlers, really making it hard for the spinners to know where to place the ball. Taking it over the top. Ooh, slight chance for Sarah Barber, who was behind at backward point. She dives, but the ball was well behind her, and they're able to run for 2 as Tabete comes around cover to just pick that up.
It skewed off the outside edge of Sarah Smith's bat and just out of reach of the despairing Sarah Barber. She moved quickly to her right and was diving, but it was just out of reach.
Positives to take out here for that ball. And especially bigger positives, because the moment you try to attack, because we've seen how effective leg spinners are in the shortest version of the game where they are constantly feel like they're going to be attacked, always feel like she's in the game. That one just getting a little bit of extra bounce as well against Smith, but she guides it well to end over number 39. It's now just 30 to win for Western Province, and they have been batting so well so far, now on 163 for 2.
It's good to see the Lions are still fighting hard. There's still a lot of chatter in the field, encouragement. They certainly haven't given up, and not going down without a fight, it seems, which is pleasing.
I dare say that after the wicket of De Leerde, this is the loudest they've been, because during the onset of that partnership they were awfully silent. But Skitter is back, bowling it wide outside the off stump. There's still some brilliant protection. 5 fielders stationed on the inner ring on the offside, running down from mid-on, cover, extra cover, point, and your short third man. All signs saying that Sam Skitter outside off stump, please. That's why they asked her outside the off stump, please, because that one was just short and straight, and it's pulled away to Madison, who is at the deep mid wicket.
Even if she does bowl outside off stump, she's still got to get the length right. She can't be that short, because that allows a batter of Nadine de Klerk's ability to pull it across into the leg side.
And what we've seen throughout the whole day here is those cross bat shots do come in. They play them every single time, where you give them the length to hit that ball, and they use it very effectively.
Yeah, the pitch I think has been a little bit easier in the second innings, allowing them to play those cross batted shots with more confidence.
Ooh, Sam Skitter doing such a phenomenal job right now. 1 run from the over so far. Swings and misses from Smith, building that level of frustration which she shouldn't be feeling, honestly, as the batter here. The required run rate well below 3 runs and over, but the fielding causing frustration, which is supporting the bowling to the tee.
Our Lions generally have been pretty good in the field. Their ground fielding, a couple of half chances, which on another day they might have made something of, but generally pretty good in the field, the Lions.
And here we are with the last ball of over number 40. Tight shots. There was really not much angles and width, or even the ball to play that shots for Smith. That's why it was so heavy on her. Dot ball to end over number 40. It's just 29 runs to win now with the last 10 overs, as we see Ken Boland and Otto Simon will be guiding you for the final 10 overs of the match.
Yeah, good over that by Samantha Skitter. Coming downwind now from the Koppies end, and not giving up yet, the Lions. And it looks like we might well be seeing Tumi Sekekune back into the bowling attack.
Indeed, yes.
Can she perform a miracle, Otto?
She will need to. That is the only thing that will save the Lions now from this position. Western Province need 29 of 60 balls, and the Lions need wickets. Nothing else will do. So, can Tumi Sekekune bring the Protea fire into this Division 1 clash?
It will have to be a wildfire of rampaging proportions, Otto.
Yep.
But you never know.
indeed. So it's another excellent over by Samantha Skitter. And dot ball there for Sekhukhune. More of that, please, say the Lions. Western Province, no pressure at all. They've got their star Protea facing Sekhukhune. No pressure on them whatsoever. Oh no, that was almost a chance there. Lehlohonolo Meso going for the catch, getting the ball flush on the knee, and just burst through her hands onto her knee as she went down to try and catch that ball, and she is absolutely livid with herself. She's bent over asking for medical attention now. The umpires trying to signal to the medical staff to come and help Meso here, and she's limping quite badly. Looks like she's walking a bit better now.
Well, it was a very, very brave effort by Lehlohonolo Miso, diving forward, a really well struck shot by Nadine de Klerk, and that's the danger with those low catches coming forward. If you don't get the hands to it, then your body's in the way, and she took a really fierce blow straight on the knee. Good to see her walking off with the Lions physio, and that's an unfortunate end probably to Miso's afternoon. Another one of those quarter chances, half chances.
Yeah.
Just haven't gone the Lions' way today.
And Mkize, I'm told by producer here, is in her place on the field. Yeah, she was fielding at long on. Nadine de Klerk with that smear down to cow corner. Meso running forward and diving forward with her left knee, missed the catch, and the ball struck her just above the knee. Very painful. So chance created here by Sekhukhune. Oh, that would have been wonderful for the Lions if that catch had been taken, dismissing the Protea superstar Nadine de Klerk. And in the end, no such luck for the Lions. Another quick single here. Mkize, the replacement fielder, swoops onto that one and sends it back to the keeper to keep it down to just one. So Sekhukhune now has got the cow corner fielder out. Mid-on is up in the circle. Third and deep extra cover on the boundary, along with a fine leg. 45 leg on the boundary. Not really fine at all in terms of the position. Backward point fields that one. Nadine de Klerk straight to the fielder there.
Sekhukhune will be pleased that this over has gone pretty well. She's landed all the deliveries in a fairly tight grouping around middle and off stump. Good length.
So, Nadine de Klerk looking to be aggressive, just finding fielders. Almost got caught there by Meso, and 166 for 2 is the score, as you can see, and it's another 27 runs needed, or 54 balls. So just a run every second ball will be enough for Western Province to make it home.
Seeing how well Sekhukhune bowled that over does just make one wonder if straight after the two openers were dismissed by Western Province by the Lions after the 30 over mark, perhaps Sekhukhune as the Proteas strike bowler, quickest bowler the Lions have, maybe it would have been wise just to bring her back for a little burst there against two new batters.
No, they've been way too defensive, the Lions, in my opinion. Skitter continues now, and Sarah Smith finds the fielder. So Tumi Sekhukhune with that 2-run over her figures now looking a lot better. Samantha Skitter's figures are looking amazing. She's bowling her 7th over and she's only conceded 11 runs. Let's see where the next breakthrough can come from. Straight to the fielder again by Smith.
Yeah, it's a simple method by Samantha Skitter. She's a bit of a captain's dream, easy to set a field for her. She generally bowls it quite full and is straight on that off and middle stump area.
Yep. Oh, was that a chance? Was that a dropped catch by the keeper? Judging by Samantha Skitter's reaction, she wasn't happy about something there. Maybe just turned around and walked back to her mark just to put that behind her.
Problems just outside the off stump there.
Yeah, back foot cut there by Smith. That didn't work out for her quite as she planned. Oh, this time she gets it through the covers. It's going to go down to the extra cover boundary for 4, and the fielder should get after that ball because there's a big drop off there, and that ball's just going to keep on rolling. Hopefully they'll be able to retrieve it there. It does look like the fielder is going in to fetch it there. One of the worst things about not having a big crowd, Ken, is the fielders have to run all the way to wherever the ball ends up to go and fetch it, which she does now.
Sarah Smith, she's a really punchy batter. Every shot is played with a lot of intent, sweet timer of the ball, strong, and that one was really creamed through the covers, gave the fielders no chance.
Indeed. So I think that was the captain that went in to fetch that ball. Captain of the Lions. Oh, through the air, but safely through the covers. And it's going to roll over the boundary at cover for another 4. And that's the 51-run partnership between De Bruin and Smith. De Klerk and Smith, yes, sorry. Excellent work by these two for the Western Province ladies. And Sarah Smith on 24, Nadine de Klerk on 27. That's pretty much the contributions as well. They got together soon after the 2 wickets of the openers went down in quick succession there. I think Smith was in for about an over and a half before she was joined by Nadine de Klerk around there. So yeah, it's about 3 overs the difference. Oh, nicely smeared across the line by Smith. Down into the deep mid-wicket boundary for 4. Another brutal shot there by Sarah Smith.
She's been in such good form this season so far that the confidence is obviously overflowing, and it showed in that stroke. It was on the stumps, that ball from Skitter, nice and full, but Smith too good on that occasion.
And she's absolutely massacred Samantha Skitter's figures. I'll bring you up to date on that in a moment. Samantha Skitter's now done 7 overs, 0 for 23. So her run rate conceded has jumped up to 3.29 after that 12-run over.
So she conceded more in that 1 over than she had in her
previous 6.
Yeah. 6 overs.
Absolutely brutal there by Smith and de Klerk. And now Tumisi Kukune will try and stop this from becoming a complete hammering by Western Province here in Johannesburg. Oh, straight back to the bowler, and the ball ricochets there off Tumisi Kukune. Was that her leg that it struck? She's laughing about it, so it wasn't quite as painful as Meso's knee shot that she took. Kukune is ready to go to de Klerk. A nice slower ball through the air there, and a sweetly timed shot off the pads by Nadine de Klerk through deep mid wicket for 4.
Yeah, she waited for it beautifully and then she put it away, flicking off her pads. Sumptuous timing. Nadine de Klerk just has really shown her all-round quality in this game.
No, she's been absolute superstar for Western Province, and that opening spell of hers kept finding edges. Very, very economical. 2 runs to the over or around there, giving the Lions opening batter absolutely nothing to work with. And now she's doing it with the bat as well. Oh, bump ball, crowd catch. So Sekukune has got deep mid-wicket on the fence, along with 45 leg side, third man, and deep extra cover on the fence. Another bump ball.
Much better second spell this by Tumi Sekukune.
Yes. So that run rate that she conceded is now down to 4.9, where she was above 6 when she started this spell. So it's a really good comeback from her in this game. Oh, wide outside off stump. And that is a brilliant straight shot by Nadine de Klerk. Dismissive, disrespectful.
Yeah, and Tumi Sekukune tried to throw out her right leg to stop that thumping straight drive. It was a bit late, ended up doing the splits, but she's okay.
Yep.
Obviously very fit and athletic and in the prime of life.
Yep. That is why you put in the extra hours in practice and making sure that you're ready to go for the match. Dot ball this one. 186 for 2 after 43. It's 8 run over from Sekukune, so now within touching distance are the Western Province women. They just need 7 runs and they've got 42 balls to get them. So who's it going to be to try and defend 7? It looks like Nettleton is back into the attack, replacing Samantha Skitter. And she comes into Smith, who smokes this one way over the head of the mid-on fielder, who's going to just flick it back inside the rope there. They're going to come back for a third. Another 3 runs scored by Western Province, in contrast with none by the Lions. Really good stuff here, and now Nadine de Klerk has a chance to finish it off. Only 1 shot needed now, 4 runs needed from 41 balls. As Nadine de Klerk comes forward, strikes this well, but straight to mid-on, all along the ground. Not that time. Oh, it's through the air and just wide of mid-off. It's going to go over the rope, is it? No. The captain, Rapo, tries to chase it down. And that's 4 runs, signals the umpire. That is the end of the game. The Western Province ladies win by 8 wickets with 7 overs to spare. 6.5 overs to spare. So a thumping victory for Western Province.
Yeah, Otto, a very, very convincing display by Western Province, putting some iffy form so far this season firmly behind them. Really good in the field, a really good effort with the ball by restricting the Lions to 192 all out. Still lots to win, must be said, for Western Province, but Ed Paceman, de Klerk and Jones set the tone, and then 4 wickets apiece for spinner Delmi Tucker and Seema Nozipov Vezi, and then the most convincing, the most thorough dominant of run chasers. Openers Babette de Leerde with 44 and Andri Steyn with 68. They put on 118 for the first wicket, which really broke the back of this run chase. And then excellent batting by Sarah Smith and Nadine de Klerk to see Western Province home.
Yeah, just brutal stuff from de Klerk and Smith there at the end, ruining the bowling figures of Skitter, and really the Lions looked a bit out of sorts as soon as they got past that power play in the first 10 overs without taking a wicket. The score was 38 without loss after the first 10, and since then it was almost like the Lions had resigned themselves to this defeat. They didn't look like they really had any clear plans of attack, but you have to give credit to the batters of the Western Province. They really were patient. They really waited for the bad balls and punished them when they came. They didn't take any silly risks. There were 2 drop catches in the entire innings, whereas the DP World Lions had 7 batters dismissed, caught 2 runouts and 1 stumping or bowled dismissal rather. So just night and day difference in the end, and where to from here for the Lions? They've got a lot to work on.
Yeah, I think to be fair, the Lions are missing some very, very important players for them today, especially on the batting front. Kirsty Thompson, Karaba Miso, Jenna Evans. Evans was definitely missed in the bowling attack today. So yeah, one can forgive the Lions for not quite being at their best today. Western Province, backs against the wall this season, certainly came here with a point to prove, desperate to get their season back on track, and they've done that very effectively.
Indeed they have. So well done to Western Province, and the players do look very happy with that result. So from us here at the UJ campus, thank you so much for listening. This live broadcast was brought to you by the DP World Lions and Pitch Vision. So please be sure to like and subscribe to the channel. Make sure that you ding the notification bell so that you know when we're going live again. We thank you for everybody listening to us, and thank you so much.